Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Now we have quite a list of members presenting petitions today, and we only have 15 minutes. Alors, avec seulement...
So, since we only have 15 minutes, I would like everyone to be as concise as possible.
Concise as possible. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions and it'll be quick. We, the undersigned citizens, residents of Canada, call upon the government of Canada to join with other nations, United Kingdom, Australia, and Taiwan, opening our doors to the country of Hong Kongers wishing to leave the increasingly oppressive conditions created under the new Hong Kong national security law. I'd like to present that petition. Second petition is to do with we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw attention to the House of Commons on the following, whereas the government has proposed amendments to the Health and Animals Regulations, Part 15 of Livestock Identifications. This is very detrimental to the agriculture societies and to those organizations like rodeos and fairs in Canada, particularly in Alberta, where we have hundreds and hundreds of these events. So the level of tracing that they're proposing by the CFIA is very concerning to the agriculturists, the rodeo cultures, and fairs in the province of Alberta. I'm very concerned about this proposed piece of legislation that CFI is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions today, so I'll be as quick as I possibly can. My first petition is an e-petition sponsored from Holly. 576 Canadians have signed it. It's drawing the attention of the House and the Government of Canada to the fact that minors don't need a piece of ID in order to board a flight in Canada. So they're asking for the following: to amend Section 3, subsection 1 of the Secure Air Travel Act to provide that air carriers must, at the boarding gate for a domestic flight, verify the identity of each passenger regardless of age, not just those who appear to be 18 years of age. That is the first petition. The second petition I have is from residents in my riding who are calling on the Government of Canada to remove the per capita cap on the fiscal stabilization program. It's referred to as the equalization rebate and equals, they say, to about $3 billion worth to the public treasury in Alberta. My last petition is just a little bit longer. Again, it's from petitioners all across Alberta who are asking for the following: to reminding the Government of Canada that there was such a thing as a fair deal panel that was struck and has reported recommendations, and they're drawing the attention of the government specifically to the one related to community policing, and they're asking for the following. So I'm just going to read it into the record. They're calling upon the Government of Canada to make a public statement that should the Alberta government decide to terminate the community policing agreement with the RCMP, as per the recommendation of Fair Deal panel, there should be no penalty levied against the province of Alberta from the Government of Canada, and that the Government of Canada would support the transition towards a province-wide community police force, as is Alberta's constitutional right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is Canada's Agriculture Day, and it's my honour to table before the House a petition from my constituents of Red Deer Mountain View, as well as from other residents of Alberta on such an important day for farmers. The petition calls on the Liberal government to exempt all direct and indirect input costs incurred by farmers as a result of the carbon tax. This ill-conceived tax costs Canadian farmers tens of thousands of dollars each year and puts them at a competitive disadvantage internationally. Even worse, the Liberal government tax will nearly triple by 2030. The petition also calls on the government to immediately cancel implementation of the Clean Fuel Standard. Studies estimate the so-called Clean Fuel Standard will represent a total cost to the Canadian economy of $7 to $15 billion. Canadians cannot afford another tax on top of an ill-conceived tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to stand in this House today and present 6 petitions on behalf of constituents and Albertans. Now I'll try to get through them as quick as possible. First, the petition asks that the Government of Canada take the steps required to establish equal representation for each province in the Senate of Canada. The second petition is that the government immediately increase and backdate the fiscal stabilization program, and that the government commit to working with provinces to address the current inequities that exist within the equalization formula. The third petition is that the government should seek the agreement of the provinces to amend the Constitution to include property rights, and that the government should also take steps to enact legislation to ensure that full, just, and timely compensation will be paid to all persons who are deprived of personal or private property as a result of any federal government initiative, policy, process, regulation, or legislation. Petition number 4 asks the following: formally recognize Alberta's place as an equal partner in the Federation, remove any barriers to Alberta being able to develop its resources without interference, and ensure unfettered access to international markets for those resources. Mr. Speaker, the 5th petition is as follows: that the government take responsibility for creating a national unity crisis, and that the government ensure that there is no bureaucratic or legislative roadblocks for provinces who wish to exercise their constitutionally allowed measures of autonomy. And Mr. Speaker, the final petition that I would have the honor of presenting today is that the current Prime Minister of Canada apologize for the actions of former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the government's destructive national energy program, and affirm the rights of provinces to develop, manage, and market their natural resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and this addresses a series of very serious issues that Albertans are facing today in the Federation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I present petition E3039, which has been signed by over 1,300 people, including constituents from Scarborough Centre, as well as Scarborough-Guildwood, and also across the country, including many Canadians of Sri Lankan origin. The petitioners call our attention to the government of Sri Lanka's mandated cremation order for all people in the country whose cause of death is related to COVID-19. They note that there is no scientific evidence to support this practice and that it runs contrary to World Health Organization guidelines. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to urge the Sri Lankan government to honor the religious and cultural practices of Muslims and Christian minority communities around burial and end this practice of forced cremation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pefferlaw is a small town with a big heart, and I rise again today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Pefferlaw, Ontario. In my great riding of York Simcoe, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to rehabilitate the historic Pefferlaw Dam and to ensure that the Pefferlaw River flows again. Built in the 1820s, the Pefferlaw Dam has a cultural, historical, environmental, economic, and recreational significance to the residents and visitors to Pefferlaw, which is why their efforts are so important. Again, I would like to thank the petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to be presenting 3 petitions in the House today. The first petition calls on the House of Commons to recognize that the reduction of global net carbon emissions is a critical endeavour in our fight against climate change. And as the government committed to net zero emissions by 2050, and furthermore, the government is committed to exceed Canada's 2030 goal by introducing new carbon-reducing measures. Recognizing that carbon capture, utilization, and storage is a leading measure to reduce global carbon emissions, this petition calls upon the Government of Canada to introduce new incentives to encourage carbon capture, utilization, and storage investment to Canada. The second petition I have the pleasure to present today is from Canadians that realize the current pandemic is causing significant disruptions to business models. The petitioners remember that during the 2019 federal election, the Environment Minister at that time assured Canadians that the carbon tax would be frozen at $50 a ton annually as of 2022, and that the Liberal government has repeatedly told Canadians that the carbon tax would be revenue neutral for most taxpayers. Now, the first ever annual carbon tax revenue report indicates that tax collections were as much as 21% higher than rebates paid to taxpayers in 4 provinces: Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick. The plan, entitled A Healthy Environment and a Healthy Economy, now proposes to increase the consumer carbon tax to $170 per ton as of 2030. This petition calls upon the government to keep its promise to Canadians and not increase the carbon tax beyond $50 per ton. Now, the third petition I'm presenting today is from Canadians who draw to the attention of the House that Canadian oil is produced to the highest environmental standards in the world, and the government needs to acknowledge the industry's pioneering efforts. Oil sands producers reduced their GHG emissions intensity by 28% from 2000 to 2017. And oil and gas is Canada's leading export and the #1 private sector investor in the Canadian economy. This past year, the Trans Mountain Expansion Project provided almost 8,000 jobs and contributed $78 million to personal, corporate, and sales taxes. The continued uncertainty of Canada's ability to get our energy products to Tidewater erodes global trust in Canada's environmentally advanced energy sector. As pipelines are the safest and the cleanest way to transport oil and gas, this petition calls upon the Government of Canada to expedite the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising this morning, to present a petition on behalf of a number of my constituents and from outside my community, calling on the government to respect the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to embed the UNDRIP into our laws, and specifically to move to address the unresolved issues related to the rights of the people of the Wet'suwet'en Nation, to move expeditiously to hear their concerns and implement UNDRIP in relation to the pipeline moving through their territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition E2467, launched by Nadine Belzile, who's a resident of Gatineau, and it was signed by 726 people. Every year, Canada has a number of infant deaths.
More than 3,000 stillbirths, and specialists believe that over 30% of these children could be saved. La pétition demande donc.
So the petition calls for a national committee on stillbirth and the creation of a national awareness campaign.
Monsieur le Président.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present 2 petitions today. The first regarding the fact that Canada is still many years away from eliminating the use of oil and gas. Oil and gas produced in Western Canada is produced with the highest labor and environmental standards in the world. Using Canadian oil nationwide first before importing any oil from any other country would greatly benefit the economy. The petitioners call on the government to eliminate all importation of foreign oil and gas into Canada within the next 5 years, thus creating more jobs and building back a better economy. In my second petition on thermal coal, the petitioners call on the government to keep mining thermal coal in Alberta because it has the highest environmental and labor standards with very low sulfur content, thus giving China access to better coal to lower their environmental footprint. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I am presenting a petition on behalf of Albertans who want to draw to the attention of the House the recent Statistics Canada report that highlights how a disproportionate number of young men have died between May and October. The petitioners recognize that men are 3 times more likely to commit suicide. Likewise, Albertans have suffered an energy downturn, an oil price war, and a federal government unwilling to support major pipelines. Alberta is one of the highest unemployment rates in Canada. The petitioners are asking the House to approve shovel-ready projects across the country, letting Albertans get back to work and ensure that the TMX expansion is completed, that local communities and organizations are supported, and that the 988 suicide hotline is quickly created. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting 5 petitions today. The first petition deals with something very important in my riding, Alberta's industrial heartland. It notes that the industrial heartland is one of the world's most attractive locations for chemical, petrochemical, oil, and gas investment. It is Canada's largest hydrocarbon processing region and has 40-plus companies, several being world scale, providing fuels, fertilizers, power, petrochemicals, and more to provincial, national, and global consumers. The petitioners highlight the importance of energy-related manufacturing in Canada as a key component of our energy sector and our national economy. And the petition calls on the government and the House of Commons to advance policies which support growth in Alberta's industrial heartland and growth in energy-related manufacturing in general. And specifically, it calls on the House to support permanent accelerated capital cost allowance for energy-related manufacturing. The second petition is in response to the Liberal government's decision to massively hike the carbon tax and to push that forward in the midst of a pandemic. Petitioners note that this is not going to be an effective environmental measure at all. This is much more to do with the government trying to tax Canadians more and take more of their hard-earned dollars from them. Petitioners call on the government, therefore, to repeal the decision to increase the federal carbon tax to $170 per ton. And also, as an important accountability measure, petitioners call on the government to have the carbon tax shown as a separate expense when buying products so that citizens can actually be aware of how much money they're paying at a given time in the carbon tax. The third petition calls on the House of Commons to recognize that Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims have been and are being subject to an ongoing genocide. Petitioners no doubt welcome yesterday's vote, but also call on the government to take the same position that the House of Commons has. And of course, we still have not heard from the government on that in terms of whether they're for or against that recognition. And also, petitioners call on the government to apply Magnitsky sanctions, targeted sanctions against those who are involved in this horrific genocide. The fourth petition is calling on the House of Commons to pass Bill S-204, a bill currently before the Senate that deals with forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The bill would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. And the fifth and final petition is with respect to Bill C-7. Petitioners are very concerned about how the government's Bill C-7 would make people living with disabilities effectively be second-class citizens when they're accessing our healthcare system. Petitioners are deeply concerned about the provisions in this bill and want the bill to be either defeated or significantly amended. I commend all of these petitions to the consideration of the House, and I hope the government will take the concerns raised by Canadians and people living with disabilities about Bill C-7 very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for petitions for today. We have a few people who weren't able to present. They will be put on tomorrow's list, and we'll continue from there. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Secretary may want to check his mic, make sure it's down on his...
How's that, Mr. Speaker?
Not working well. Do you want to... You may want to check on your software at the bottom. There's a place where you can check to see what microphones are picked up, and it might be on the wrong microphone.
This is the one I've been using.
Oh, perfect.
Yesterday.
I think you're good.
Okay, let's try that again, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills commons, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the criminal code, medical assistance in dying.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Ning, moves that the message be sent to the Senate to acquaint the honours that in relation to Bill C-7, an act to amend the criminal code, medical assistance in dying, the House agrees with Amendment 1A2 made by the Senate. respectfully disagrees with the amendments 1A1 because this matter, including questions of most appropriate precise definition, whether those definitions should be included in the criminal code or elsewhere, and whether any consequential amendments or protections relating to issues such as consent and capacity are necessary in relation to such amendment, will also be addressed by the expert panel and the upcoming parliamentary review. And the government will collaborate with provincial and territorial health authorities to ensure a consistent approach. Rejette respectueusement l'amendement.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1A3, 1B, and 1C because it would permit advance requests for medical assistance in dying before an individual has a grievous and irremediable medical condition. A change which goes beyond the scope of the bill, and further, this expansion of the medical assistance in dying regime requires significant consultations and study, including a careful examination of the safeguards for persons preparing advance requests and safeguards for practitioners administering medical assistance in dying, all of which could be part of the parliamentary review undertaken to study this important type of advance request to reflect the crucial input of Canadians affected by the medical assistance in dying regime.
That with respect to Amendment 2, the portion of paragraph 241.313A before subparagraph I be amended by replacing it with the following. A, respecting the provision and collection for the purpose of monitoring medical assistance in dying of information relating to requests for and the provision of medical assistance in dying, including Clause 241.313A(I)(b), be amended by adding after the words respecting the race the words or indigenous identity. Paragraph or subparagraph 241.313AI be amended by deleting and at the end of the clause A, by adding and at the end of clause B, and by adding the following after clause B. C.
Information other than information that must be provided in relation to the assessment of eligibility to receive medical assistance in dying and the application of safeguards respecting any disability as defined in Section 2 of the Accessible Canada Act of a person who requests or receives medical assistance in dying if the person consents to providing that information. Paragraph 241.313B.
Placing it with the following. B. Respecting the use, analysis, and interpretation of that information, including the purposes of determining the presence of any inequality, including systematic inequality or disadvantage based on race, indigenous identity, disability, or characteristics in medical assistance in dying. En conséquence des amendements 1A,
as a consequence of amendments 1A2 and 3, proposes that the following amendment be added. 1. New clause 3.1, page 9, add the following after line 20. Independent review. 3.1.1. The Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health must cause an independent review to be carried out by experts respecting recommended protocols, guidance, and safeguards to apply to requests made for medical assistance in dying by persons who have a mental illness.
A report containing the expert's conclusion and recommendations must be provided to the ministers no later than the first anniversary of the day on which this act receives royal assent. Les ministres font déposer le rapport.
The ministers must cause the report to be tabled in each House of Parliament within the first 15 days on which the House is sitting after the day on which they receive the report. Proposes that, with respect to Amendment 3, Section 5 be amended by replacing it with the following. By replacing it with the following.
5.1. A comprehensive review of the provisions of the Criminal Code relating to medical assistance in dying and their application, including but not limited to issues relating to mature minors, advance requests, mental illness, the state of palliative care in Canada, and the protection of Canadians with disabilities must be undertaken by a joint committee of both Houses of Parliament. 2. The joint committee shall be composed of 5 members of the Senate and 10 members of the House of Commons, including 5 members from the governing party, 3 members of the official opposition, and 2 members of the opposition who are not members of the official opposition, with 2 chairs, of which the House co-chairs shall be from the governing party, and the Senate co-chairs shall be determined by the Senate. 3. Le quorum du comité.
3. The quorum of the committee is to be 8 members whenever a vote, resolution, or other decision is taken, so long as both houses and 1 member of the governing party in the House, and 1 from the opposition in the House, and 1 member of the Senate are represented, and that the joint chairs be authorized to hold meetings, to receive evidence and authorize the printing thereof, whenever 6 members are present, so long as both houses and 1 member of the governing party in the House, and 1 member from the opposition in the House, and 1 member of the Senate are represented.
The committee must commence its review within 30 days after the day on which this act receives royal assent. 5. Au plus tard.
5. The committee must submit a report of its review, including a statement of any recommended changes to Parliament, no later than 1 year after the day on which it commenced the review.
When the report referenced in paragraph 5 has been tabled in both houses, the committee shall expire. Section 6 be amended by replacing the words 18 months after with the words on the second anniversary of. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I would like to begin my remarks today by acknowledging the comprehensive study and debate of Bill C-7 in the other place. I applaud their diligence in holding a pre-study of Bill C-7 this past November, and an in-depth committee study of the bill earlier this month, and a thematic third reading debate 2 weeks ago. The matter of medical assistance in dying or MAID is a serious and complex one. The Senate has given it serious thought, and we have given, I believe, serious thought in our response in this motion. Before discussing the amendments, I want to remind honourable members of the process that got us here. As members will recall, the bill proposes a legislative response to the Superior Court of Quebec's Truchon and Gladue decision, in which the court ruled that it was unconstitutional to limit MAID to persons whose death is reasonably foreseeable. Afin d'élaborer le projet de loi, mes collègues.
In developing this bill, my colleagues, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion, our Parliamentary Secretary, and myself held roundtables throughout Canada with more than 125 experts and stakeholders. The government also held a public survey online and received more than 300,000 responses from people throughout Canada. An overview of these consultations was published in March as Report on What We Heard. Our government did its homework when it created this legislation. This ultimately led to the legislation that was tabled in this House in February of last year. As my honourable colleagues know, we held an in-depth debate on this legislation before the House's proceedings were suspended.
The objective of this bill is to recognize the autonomy of individuals choosing MAID as a means of relieving intolerable suffering, regardless of the foreseeability of their natural death, while at the same time protecting vulnerable persons and affirming the inherent and equal value of every person's life. Bill C-7 proposes important changes to the Criminal Code's provisions on MAID in response to the Truchon decision and informed by the results of the January and February 2020 consultations. We recognize these changes represent a critical shift. Our government has been working very hard since the Truchon decision on responding to this important court ruling and remain committed to doing so as quickly as possible. After months of review of Bill C-7 in both the House of Commons and the Senate, we are now at a critical stage. There are Canadians who are suffering intolerably and would become eligible for MAID under the government's proposed changes, but are currently unable to access the medical assistance in dying regime. Madam Speaker, this matter has been thoroughly examined and Canadians need to be able to access the regime. We are renewing our commitment to the parliamentary review to look at the wide variety of other issues related to MAID outside of C-7, but it is essential that we pass this legislation. Following their thorough debate, the other place has adopted 5 amendments to Bill C-7. The most significant amendment is the sunset clause that would repeal the mental illness exclusion 18 months after Bill C-7 receives royal assent. I know that many senators and some witnesses from whom they heard believe that the exclusion of mental illness unjustifiably infringes the equality rights guaranteed by Section 15 of the Charter. I do not share that view. It is my opinion as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada that the mental illness exclusion is constitutional because it serves a protective purpose and is narrowly crafted. I've spoken before about the inherent complexities and risks with MAID on the basis of mental illness as the sole criterion, such as suicidality being a symptom of some mental illnesses, the impossibility of predicting whether in any given case symptoms will improve or not, and the increased difficulty of capacity assessments. These are the concerns that led the government to exclude mental illness as a sole condition from MAID eligibility, given the proposal to broaden it beyond the end-of-life context. This decision was accompanied by a commitment to further consider the issue of MAID for mental illness in the parliamentary review required by former Bill C-14. Nous avons entendu des témoins qui
We heard from witnesses who shared these concerns, but we also heard from several witnesses who said that excluding everyone whose only invoked medical condition was a mental illness could be stigmatizing and useless. Some mental health experts believe that medical practitioners can evaluate on a case-by-case basis all of the eligibility criteria, such as the voluntary nature of the request and the individual's decision-making capacity. In November 2020, Quebec's Psychiatric Doctors Association published a document that explored safeguards and procedures which could be brought in the case of offering medical assistance in dying for mental illnesses. Therefore, although I believe that the exclusion is constitutional, and although I do not believe that we are entirely ready to proceed safely to offering medical assistance in dying for mental illnesses, I do hear Canadians who fear that this exclusion will fail to answer whether and if, or when and if, medical assistance in dying will be authorized as a way to address intolerable sufferings due to a mental illness.
That is why I propose that we support the sunset clause, but with an amendment so that it would repeal the mental illness exclusion after 24 months instead of after 18 months after Bill C-7 comes into force. In combination with this amendment, I'm also proposing the enactment of a requirement that the Minister of Health and I establish an expert panel to review safeguards, protocols, or guidance for such cases. We would give this group of experts 12 months to consider these difficult questions and make their recommendations to us, which we will make public by tabling their report in Parliament. The government and Parliament would then have 12 additional months to consider what safeguards should be legislated before the exclusion is repealed. We hope this compromise can be acceptable to the other place. While some work has begun on potential safeguards for this group of persons, the work is far from complete, and enacting legislation takes time. We think 24 months is still an ambitious timeline to implement such an important change in Canada's MAID policy, but it still provides a fixed timeline in the relatively near future for considering MAID eligibility on the basis of mental illness. Nous accueillons également favorablement.
We are also favorable to the Senate amendment on the parliamentary review. We are suggesting some modifications to the timeline for completing the work. And we also believe that it would be appropriate to include key points for the parliamentary review to examine. It should study some important questions, most of which have already been debated during the proceedings and committee debates on Bill C7 in both chambers, such as palliative care in Canada, protecting Canadians with disabilities, safeguards for people with mental illness, medical assistance in dying for mature minors, advanced medical assistance in dying directives, and MAID legislation more generally. The spirit of this amendment reflects this government's commitment to facilitate launching the parliamentary review as soon as possible after Bill C7 receives royal assent. This review is absolutely critical for the future of medical assistance in dying in Canada. Throughout the consultations and the committee process in the House and the Senate, we have seen that there are a number of points that need to be studied and addressed, but that they require a more in-depth study than what could be done before the deadline set by the court. Bill C14 asks Parliament to move to that review, and we are using today's message to launch that process. While the motion lays out several important topics of study, I do not expect the list to end there. Medical assistance in dying is an extremely broad subject, and we hope to hear from many Canadians on a variety of subjects related to medical assistance in dying. As we have received many statements of opinion and spoken with many Canadians on Bill C7, I know that there are many different perspectives on these questions. They are difficult ones, and I am looking forward impatiently to the parliamentary review and to hearing from many other Canadians on this subject and seeing what the review ultimately brings up and raises.
We'll let other colleagues speak in greater detail about the Senate amendments to the MAID monitoring regime. I will say that I am proud to support this Senate amendment with some modifications to make it more inclusive as a necessary step in the right direction towards gathering better data to inform us all going forward about the operation of MAID in Canada. Good data is what grounds good policy, and by knowing more about who requests MAID and why, we can assess the impact of broadening the MAID regime and provide Canadians with the transparency and public trust that such a regime requires. That brings me to two Senate amendments that I do not believe we can support. Le Sénat a adopté un amendement qui permet.
The Senate adopted an amendment which would enable people whose death is not reasonably foreseeable to waive final consent. The choice of a general policy on waiving final consent in Bill C7 was intentionally limited to the clearest cases where there is the least uncertainty. Specifically, where someone's death is reasonably foreseeable and that the person has consented to receive medical assistance in dying. This area requires further review, so it would be preferable to leave the question of broadening circumstances where delivering MAID is possible in the absence of simultaneous consent for the parliamentary review. Now, I know that this decision will disappoint many Canadians. Last year, I met Sandra de Montmagny. At 39, she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. She has been taking action and asking for the right to make an advance request of medical assistance in dying. We had a discussion, and I was very touched by her story and her convictions. Know that we will not wait long to study this important question during the parliamentary review.
I appreciate the efforts at clarifying what constitutes a mental illness in the MAID context, this is a matter that can and will be addressed by the expert panel and the upcoming parliamentary review, and the government will collaborate with provincial and territorial health authorities to ensure a consistent approach. Through this work, I'm confident there will be consistency on the scope of the exclusion going forward. Medical assistance in dying has always been a difficult issue that generates a variety of opinions on all sides of the issue. It's an issue that strikes deeply to every Canadian's personal morals and sensibilities. As such, it requires different interests to be considered. I firmly believe that C7 does so. The law would continue to require informed consent and a voluntary request made by a person with decision-making capacity, while also creating a more robust set of safeguards where the person's natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. These safeguards require significant attention to be paid to all of the alternatives that might help alleviate suffering on the part of a person whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. I believe that C7 is one important and prudent step in ensuring greater respect for the autonomy of a broader category of Canadians who are suffering intolerably. Our legislation makes only the necessary changes to ensure a MAID regime that is responsive to our experience to date and respects charter rights and freedoms of Canadians to autonomy and safety. In Carter, the court said the risks associated with a physician-assisted death can be limited through a thoroughly designed and monitored system of safeguards, and that is exactly what Bill C7 continues to do. I look forward to working with all members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, to pass these reasonable amendments prior to the court deadline on Friday. If the suspension period expires without the passage of C7, Touchon will come into effect without the benefit of the protections, safeguards, and exclusions of our proposed bill. I encourage all members of this House to support the government's motion on the Bill C7 amendments. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for tabling the Senate bill today, the Senate amendments. And I note that towards the end of his speech, he specifically talked about why the timeline was so important in terms of getting this done in time before other measures would come into effect. I'm wondering if he can comment on the seriousness of that, what it would actually mean if we didn't get this accomplished by Friday, not just from a legal perspective, but also the actual real effect that it will have on so many Canadians and the effect that it will have on them. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the honourable member for his very important question. If we fail to meet this deadline, Madam Speaker, first of all, we will have a different regime existing in Quebec than in the rest of Canada. In Quebec, the C14 regime will be enlarged to include death not reasonably foreseeable without any kind of safeguards, Madam Speaker. On the other hand, Quebecers will not be able to benefit from the Audrey Parker Amendment and the other improvements, compassionate improvements that we made in the end of life regime. In the rest of Canada, Madam Speaker, there are people who would like to have access to MAID who are not in the end of life. They will be denied, Madam Speaker. This is a source of suffering for so many people, and they would like that to be alleviated. And they will also not have access to the new benefits in the bill, such as the Audrey Parker Amendment.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his interventions today. It was very interesting. One question I have, the new second track for accessing MAID requires that one of the two medical practitioners assessing the person have expertise in the condition from which the person is suffering. How will this work in rural or remote areas for Canadians who maybe don't have access to such experts? And how does this bill ensure that there will be equal access to all Canadians, regardless of where they live?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her very important question. And indeed, the concern for Canadians living in rural and remote areas is precisely the reason why we adopted the wording that we did. so that a person didn't have to necessarily have access to a specialist, because that was seen by a number of medical experts as being a barrier to people living in remote areas. So a person with a medical practitioner with expertise in the condition isn't necessarily a specialist, but is someone who frankly has acquired experience over time, and therefore it opens the category of people who can give an opinion. Obviously, we still need to work with the provinces to make sure that the provincial healthcare systems can account for this, and with the territories, obviously, particularly in the north. And we pledge to do that. Certainly, the perhaps a positive byproduct of the COVID era is the ability to have consultations online, and maybe technology is also part of the solution.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the minister's speech. And although I've outlined some disagreement with the government's approach throughout the course of debate, it's a very, very important debate that Canadians need to see. And certainly, I also have taken issue with some of the consultative processes that have been undertaken by the government, and what seems to be the lack of representation of certain perspectives that may not be in agreement with the government. And certainly, much of the thousands of responses that came from my constituency, I was CC'd on many of those things, given feedback, and certainly many of those perspectives, including healthcare professionals, were not readily acknowledged in the report that they gave on those consultations. But my question is simply this. Had the government appealed the Quebec court decision, we'd be in a very, very different circumstance today. Can the minister provide justification as to why the government did not undertake what would be a very regular process in appealing that decision to a higher court?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. The simple fact of the matter is this: had we appealed the decision, Court of Appeal, possibly the Supreme Court of Canada, so many more Canadians would have had to suffer for so much longer. It's that simple. On a case where we strongly believed legally we were going to lose on its constitutionality, that the reasoning of the Quebec Superior Court was compelling and that it would ultimately be upheld, why make people suffer in the meantime? We proceeded to act expeditiously on the parts where we could act expeditiously in response to that ruling, and in other lived experiences that medical practitioners and families of those who'd gone through MAID suggested we change immediately.
And comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Minister. This has been, as we all know, an extremely important piece of legislation, and one that I think all sides of the House have benefited from, an approach that is entirely nonpartisan. I appreciate that the Minister did not feel that the Government of Canada that the Commons and the Government of Canada could accept all of the amendments made in the other place. But I continue to feel that some of the things that would make this legislation sit better with some of my constituents, and this is really outside of the purview of the Minister of Justice, but perhaps he can let us know if the government could provide health support for related care. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I'm going to apologize to the Honourable Member for her question, but I missed the last dozen words because of technical.
I will just ask her to repeat, because there seemed to have been a problem. So if she can just repeat, if the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands can just repeat the last couple of words, because there was some technical issue.
I apologize. Goodness knows we all persevere through technological challenges. The issue is this, Mr. Minister, can we look to the government to deliver more supports for mental health services, more supports for palliative care?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member, and those are such critical issues that while they're not directly in the bill, they are indirectly in the bill, and in fact provide the context for it. We've already committed a great deal towards increased mental health support to the provinces. I can't imagine, Madam Speaker, that will change. We'll continue with our commitment to help support better mental health services, obviously administered through the provinces and territories. And certainly palliative care is something that we are committed to. We're committed to studying it better and the interrelationship to MAID in this bill. And I can assure her that I will do my best to make sure that we are supportive there as well.
I have time for one more question. The Honourable Member Churchill Desnete Missinippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick. Thank you, Minister, for your speech. And this is
address the questions and comments to the chair, through the chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you to the Minister, thank you. I want to thank the Minister for his comments. It is a very difficult issue, and it's very personal to a lot of people. My question is really actually quite quick. With respect to the amendment number 2 and the addition of the words "or Indigenous identity," my question would simply be what consultations were done with members of the Indigenous community that might have led to this, and did they have input in this addition to the amendment?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thanks to the Honourable Member for his question. We have been in consultation with Indigenous peoples from the beginning of this process. Specific panels were composed with Indigenous participation in it. The amendment is the result of a general desire. It was led by obviously the Senate to cover issues of race, but it was led by a general desire, in part from our experience with COVID, for better disaggregated data, both with respect to race, but also with respect to indigeneity. We need to have a better picture of how this is impacting people, and certainly as we move forward to discuss the implications of what the data generates, this will give us all a better basis for more collaborative discussions and work with Indigenous Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm speaking again on the government's Bill C7, and I join my Conservative colleagues on being the voice for those who don't have one and have been thoroughly ignored and cast aside. Throughout this bill being debated, many people from the disability community have cried out in fear that they'll be victims of this deeply flawed bill. And that's why we're here today, to stand up for them and be the voice that this government cannot ignore. The Liberals are in such a fevered rush to pass this bill that they have completely rejected amendments that Conservatives have offered at committee that would have seen safeguards in place for the vulnerable among us. They're in such a rush because they want to meet some arbitrary deadline to avoid political embarrassment. When there are lives on the line and the stakes couldn't get any higher than life or death, the Liberals are worried about embarrassment, not the people who stand to be victimized by this bill and the unnecessary deaths it will lead to, but political embarrassment. We might remind the government that it was they that prorogued Parliament and locked the doors to this place, all in the name of covering up for the Prime Minister's corruption and blocking the investigations happening across multiple committees. Where was the need for great haste then? One might have thought that when the Liberals missed their first arbitrary deadline, it might have given the proponents of this dangerous bill time for pause and reflection about what this means for the most vulnerable Canadians, but it has seemed to have had the opposite effect. We're now looking at yet another arbitrary deadline and a vastly expanded bill that will see exponentially more Canadians victimized when they are at their lowest. The government had a second chance to reform this bill and do what needed to be done to protect the vulnerable. Instead, they tossed protections to the wayside. This legislation, by its very nature, requires caution and constant monitoring to ensure that vulnerable Canadians are not being coerced, neglected, or abused because of Bill C7.
We need to offer Canadians our best when it comes to important legislation, and that means listening to their concerns, considering them, offering them multiple options and avenues, and continually refining the legislation. This is especially the case with C7 because we can never bring people who have received MAID back. This is something that's final. The previous MAID legislation required a parliamentary review of the law 5 years after it was passed. Now, this review was to provide the opportunity to hear from Canadians about how MAID is working and to see if any changes should be made. And it was expected that this review would start in 2020. Well, I'd point out that 2020 has come and gone, and we now find ourselves in 2021. And we have not seen any such review and are here debating a wide expansion on eligibility for MAID with removals of safeguards for the vulnerable. This government has acted hastily and ignored the legislative review process where safeguards for the vulnerable could have been strengthened, but they chose to not undertake a proper review and went ahead by removing important safeguards. We've heard from several witnesses who have attested to the fact that under the current MAID legislation, they've been taken advantage of and made to feel increasingly vulnerable. We heard from Roger Foley. Now, this is a man living with serious disabilities who had been a caretaker for his father when he battled cancer, who became subject to coercion into assisted death by abuse, neglect, lack of care, and threats. We also heard from the National Executive Director for the Disabled Women's Network of Canada, who told Ruth's story, a woman living with a disability who is not dying, but whose inability to access proper care has left her considering MAID. The Executive Vice President at Inclusion Canada told us that for the disabled community, Bill C7 is their worst nightmare. Their biggest fear has always been that having a disability would become an acceptable reason for state-provided suicide. The disabled community has made it clear time and time again that they feel directly targeted by this new MAID legislation, that their life is worth so little that it is better off to be dead than to live with a disability. Despite the review of the MAID legislation never happening, here we are debating its expansion through Bill C7, with the rationale being that this bill is stated to reflect a societal consensus informed by views and concerns raised by Canadians, experts, practitioners, stakeholders, Indigenous groups, as well as provinces and territories during the public consultations undertaken in January and February of 2020. Well, as Bill C7 was originally proposed in February 2020, how could we have accessed societal consensus in such a short period of time? That brings us to the actual survey that the Minister of Justice so often references in defending this bill. Many Canadians were deeply concerned about the ambiguity of the survey and online consultation that took place. Many of the questions were very ambiguous, and some people had an incredibly difficult time answering the questions as they had to consent to different premises than what they believed. Dr. Heidi Jans of the Council of Canadians with Disabilities gave her thoughts on the consultation process, stating, quote, "I believe the consultation was moderately extensive. However, I believe that the consultation was geared towards a predetermined outcome. That is evident by the types of questions that were asked in the online survey and which seemed to be assuming that MAID would be expanded." End quote. So this government has missed the review of their prior legislation, having removed safeguards, and according to Dr. Jans, had consultations that seem to have a predetermined outcome. We really have to wonder if proper consultations took place and the feedback that was given was acted on, while the outcomes may have been predetermined. Madam Speaker, the government must know that this is a deeply flawed piece of legislation by now. We know that the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Inclusion realizes the serious issues with this bill in reference to Roger Foley's story and that of other vulnerable Canadians when she said before the Senate, and I quote, "I absolutely acknowledge and am preoccupied by the power imbalance between practitioners and patients, particularly patients who have been in systems that have discriminated against them and ignored their voices their entire lives. I have grave concerns with the particular circumstances of the individual that you spoke of. Quite frankly, I can tell you he is not alone. I regularly hear from families who are appalled by the fact that they take their child, potentially their older child, in and are offered unprovoked MAID. I think that has to stop. That's a matter of practice, I would suggest, that we need to get at, that through our regulations, through working with our medical associations." End quote. So what does it say when the minister tasked with inclusion of the disability community in Canada makes a statement like that, yet the government carries on full steam ahead with this bill while rejecting good amendments? What does that say to Canadians who are living with a disability? Does it reaffirm their inherent human dignity, or does it say that we don't particularly care about you or your opinion? It seems like the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, who sits on the government side of the House, that he gets it. He's concerned for the well-being of the vulnerable and the potential victims of this bill. He said, quote, "I don't like voting against my party, but as someone with a medical background and somebody who has dealt with this issue over the years a lot, I think morally it's incumbent upon me to stand up when it comes to issues of health and life and death," end quote. And he went on to say, quote, "My biggest concern as somebody who has spent my whole life trying to avoid accidentally killing people is that we don't end up using MAID for people who don't really want to die. I think with a bit of time, people may come around to the fact that there are reasons they want to live," end quote. So you can really see that in the story of Christine Cowley, who's a person who had a spinal injury 33 years ago. So she now has a doctorate. She's a professor at a university. She was a wheelchair track Paralympian. She's married, has 3 children, and has traveled extensively, all done after her accident. But she shared that it took her 5 years after her spinal cord injury to feel great again. I have a quote from her. "To all outward appearances, I am a successful person living and contributing to our community. But I'd be lying if I told you that I was good to go within 3 months of my injury when I was discharged from the hospital. In fact, it was a few years before I was able to open my eyes in the morning and feel good," end quote. And then there's the story of David Shannon. Now, David suffered a spinal cord injury in a rugby scrum when he was 18 years old. He shared that after his accident, he lay in bed close to death more times than he wishes to contemplate. Now, David's gone on to have a career in non-governmental organization leadership and a law practice focused on human rights and health law. I have a quote from David. "I've accomplished a lot in my life. I've crossed our great country by the power of my wheelchair, coast to coast. I've jumped out of an airplane at over 25,000 feet. I've made it to the North Pole and planted an accessible parking sign. I've written a book, performed in plays, and on TV. I've received my law degree and been a human rights commissioner, and I am an Order of Ontario and Order of Canada recipient. I've loved and been loved, and my proudest accomplishment is that I lived," end quote. How many stories like Chris's or David's will not happen because of this dangerous bill? How many stories of resilience and these great Canadian comeback stories will not happen because people will be offered death before proper care when they're at their lowest? Now, the Minister of Justice, he's called my colleagues and I, who are standing up and speaking for the voiceless and the vulnerable, a rump element of the Conservative caucus. Now, that rump represents nearly a third of this parliament and represents Canadians from the Maritimes to the West Coast and all points in between, who will always stand up for the vulnerable. I would remind the minister that he and his colleagues have silenced the voices that we're speaking for. He can try to silence the disabled community who cries in fear for their future, but he cannot silence our voices. He will not silence my voice. So does the minister believe that the people who are fighting, that we're fighting for, are also a rump of Canadian society? Does he believe that Canadians living with a disability are a rump element? It's what it looks like to me. The disrespect and the eye rolling coming from the Liberals when the disability community has tried to voice their concerns really is something to behold. Now, Madam Speaker, death will be offered to Canadians before they're given proper access to meaningful care, the care they need to feel good again. We need to reevaluate our priorities and shift our focus to reaffirming the inherent human dignity of all people, and especially those who are vulnerable. It's our duty to keep their preferential option in mind as we make decisions in this place. It's quite clear that Bill C7 does not have the preferential option for the vulnerable in mind, and it does absolutely nothing to affirm the human dignity of the vulnerable. We will offer death to people when they're at their lowest, after an injury resulting in a disability, when hope seems lost and they are in the depths of despair. Instead of offering help and treatment and care, we will offer death. Despair can be transient. It can come and it can go. And during the low points, people need support. Really, it's as simple as that. We must ensure that people have access to the care they need first, to ensure that they can make an informed decision when it comes to life and death. Anything short of that, well, it's not just, and maybe a form of coercion in and of itself. That says nothing of the damage that will be done by the sunset clause added to this bill that demands provisions be made to administer MAID to those who have mental illness. This came as a shocking revelation given the difficulty people have in accessing mental health treatment across this country. Without adequate care, illnesses that are treatable can appear not to be. We again are seeing people being offered death before they're being offered care. Right now, 6,000 people with the most severe forms of mental illness are waiting up to 5 years to get the specialized treatment that they need to reduce symptoms, learn to cope, and to feel better. Instead of working to better those systems, to give people the help they need when they need it most, the government is striving to offer them death. When appearing before the Senate, Dr. John Mayer, a psychiatrist, who works only with people who have the most severe and persistent mental illness, said, and I quote, "Clinical relationships are already being profoundly undermined. My patients are saying, why try to recover when MAID is coming and I'm going to be able to choose death? Some of my patients keep asking for MAID while they are actually getting better and they can't recognize it yet." End quote. That speaks to the need for better and more accessible mental health treatments in this country. People with mental illness should not feel the need to end their lives for lack of treatment and the hope that they can bring. Dr. Mayer went on and said, and I'll quote, "Determining whether a particular psychiatric disease is irremediable is impossible. People recover after 2 years and after 15 years. I've repeatedly had psychiatrists refer patients to me where I'm told they will never get better, and yet they all have improved symptom control and reduced suffering when they finally get intensive care." End quote. We need to help people get better and to give them hope, not do everything we can to make the easiest path for them to be death. Now, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues on all sides of the House to reaffirm the dignity that's inherent and inalienable in all people, in every person, and keep the preferential option for the vulnerable in mind. That option is care and support, not death. I'll continue to fight and speak up for the voiceless and those who will be victimized by this bill. We must ensure that someone's worst day isn't their last. Madam Speaker, at this time, I move, seconded by the member for Barrie Innisfil, that the motion be amended by A, replacing the words agrees with Amendment 1A2, made by the Senate, with respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1A2, made by the Senate because, in the Justice Department's own words, it, quote, could be seen as undermining suicide prevention initiatives and normalizing death as a solution to many forms of suffering, quote. B, deleting all the words beginning with the words, quote, as a consequence, end quote, and concluding with the words, quote, receive the report, close quote. And C, replacing the words, quote, Section 6 be amended by replacing the words, quote, 18 months after, close quote, with the words, quote, on the second anniversary of, close quote, with, quote, Section 6 be deleted, close quote. Thank you.
Mr. Barrett, seconded by Mr. Broussard, moved the following amendment. That the motion be, you want me to dispense? No. That the motion be amended by sub A, replacing the words agrees with Amendment 1A sub 2, made by the Senate, with respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1A1 sub A sub 2, made by the Senate because, in the Justice Department's own words, it, quote, could be seen as undermining suicide prevention initiatives and normalizing death as a solution to many forms of suffering, end of quote. B, deleting all the words beginning with the words, in quote, as a consequence, close quote, and concluding with the words, open quote, received the report, close quote, and C, replacing the words, quote, Section 6 be amended by replacing the words, quotes, 18 months after, close quotes, with the words, quote, on the second anniversary of, close quote, with, quote, Section 6 be deleted, quote. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, is it not possible for one issue in this House to not have to have the partisan rhetoric that comes from the Conservatives on this? All about liberals want this, liberals want to take away this from you on an issue as important as this one right here. And this member uses it as an opportunity to promote a rhetoric, a partisan rhetoric in this House. The reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, he talks about lives on the line as though the Conservative Party is suddenly the voice for the suffering. Well, I got a question for him, Madam Speaker. My father-in-law was diagnosed with brain cancer and fought to live. He fought many months to live. And in December of last year, he was told that the fight was over and he would not be able to live much longer. He suffered for 5 to 6 days, endlessly. What does this member have to say to my mother-in-law and other people who are in that same situation? Talk to them for a moment.
Our member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, of course, I offer my my condolences and sympathies to the member opposite and to his family. With respect to the bill and the charge that it becomes a partisan issue, the lead minister on the bill, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada, accused those who have a differing view of being a rump of Canadian society. This government had the opportunity to introduce this legislation sooner, but instead shut down Parliament of the most partisan reasons. They did not expand their efforts for hearing from other Canadians to hear from people than just those who were on the side of the issue that they wanted to hear from with a predetermined outcome. I encourage more collaboration from the government on a go-forward basis.
I have a lot of people who want to ask questions, so I'd ask members to keep their interactions to a minute.
Resuming debate, rather questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Mulcannon. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that in a debate like this one, it's important to go above and beyond partisanship. Of course, I want to respect everyone's convictions, but I think that we have to be reasonable too. I don't understand that why in a parliamentary process like this, where there was a vote in December, and, you know, the House decided to move forward with this, the Senate presented amendments, and now we're dealing with a motion that says that there will be a committee that will conduct an in-depth review. And, you know, my colleague talked a lot about protecting disabled Canadians who are anxious and who are suffering, who have irreversible diseases, for example. But why would my colleague not agree that there would be a continued review, a continued study here of these very touchy questions, notably dealing with disabled people and palliative care? Why would he not want to pursue a study like this?
Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, what we've seen to this point is the original legislation that precipitated or that came before Bill C-7 required that a review be exercised by this government. That wasn't a suggestion. That was the instruction of this place, of parliamentarians to the government, and they didn't complete the review the first time. So it's concerning when we're being asked to advance legislation under the commitment that there'll be a committee, there'll be more review, there'll be more study. Why don't we get it right before we pass the legislation? The government has tools in their toolbox to review this and to get it right in advance.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I agree with him in terms of the fact that many persons with disabilities are unable to live in dignity. We know that persons with disabilities often live in poverty, becoming more pronounced in BIPOC communities. And we know that there's a direct correlation between poverty and mental health. But every time I've asked members of the Conservative Party, are you willing then to support calls from the disability community to ensure dignity, guaranteed livable income, in addition to disability benefits, affordable, accessible social housing? For example, and the supports they need to survive, I'm not given a clear answer. Does this member support all three items I have mentioned in his discussion about dignity to ensure people can live in dignity?
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
I thank the member for her question. I think that there is a tremendous amount of work to be done on ensuring that Canadians have, that all Canadians, but marginalized Canadians, the ones that the member opposite described, have the access and the resources that they need, that they have sufficient support from the government financially, that they have safe, reliable, affordable housing, that we're making sure that they have access to the medications that they need. I think that those are tremendously important discussions. I can't speak for all of my colleagues. I can tell her that I would be very happy to work and see where we can find common ground to advance those important issues for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his pointed and thoughtful remarks. He spoke at length about the well-known and frankly growing concern in the disability community concerning this radical expansion of MAID. However, those concerns from Canada's disabilities community have really seemed to be ignored by this Liberal government. In fact, the Minister of Justice responsible for this bill barely seems to even validate or answer or address those concerns at all. Can my honourable colleague share his thoughts on the Minister of Justice ignoring these real and legitimate concerns and fears of the disability community in Canada concerning this radical expansion of MAID?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank the member for Kildonan and St. Paul for her question. And it's like in one of the quotes that I offered from one of the experts who testified, that it seemed like there was a predetermined outcome in mind from the government. And they took extensive lobbying meetings from organizations who lined up very tightly with what the government wanted to see. And so that's very discouraging. Those are folks, the groups that they were talking to had dozens of meetings with. Instead of hearing from the disability community and their advocates, these are folks who have not lived in poverty, who have not struggled for access, who don't represent the side of the issue that we're speaking to today. And so that's why we need to make sure that we get this right, because we haven't heard that perspective. The Minister of Justice has not recognized that perspective.
We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Fredericton, a small question, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments today. I'm just concerned a little bit about, moving forward. You talked about the importance of getting this right. I too want to get this right, especially for the disability community. But I'm really concerned about some of the rhetoric, some of the hyperbole, some of the examples that are given that do not align with what this bill outlines. Coercion, for example, is illegal. You must be offered proper care. So it's important to highlight the stories, as you mentioned, of the positive aspects of following through in a life, with a disability. And that needs to be continued to do, is talked about in a positive way, and not to add more fear and untruth to the conversation. Does the member not agree that we must be very careful with our wording around this?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes, a brief answer, please.
Well, I appreciate the question from the member for Fredericton, and I do agree, and that's why I did want to offer quotes. I wanted to put it in the words of those who were affected, and I will absolutely go back and look at my remarks and ensure that I do speak to the lived experiences of those who are affected by this legislation, and make sure that that's how we frame the conversation and how I frame the conversation going forward.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I won't keep my colleagues in suspense very long. I will start by saying that we in the Bloc Québécois will be supporting the government's motion. And I will explain why. I'd like to start by referring my colleagues to the idea that these delicate topics should lead us to transpartisan reflection, We need to move forward. I would remind my colleagues that Quebec legislation, Quebec end-of-life legislation, has often been held up as a model, not only because of the high quality of the legislation, but also because of the process that was created at the time by members of the National Assembly. The legislation came into force in 2015. The Quebec Committee on Dying with Dignity was struck in 2019. Or 2009, rather. The legislation was given assent in 2014, June 2014. There was a process, there were debates, there were differences of opinion, but ultimately, we were able to forge a consensus. Very few MNAs were still against the legislation, and there was also a very broad consensus in Quebec society. Now, here in Ottawa, we've always been responding to court rulings. These delicate questions, which require us to modify the criminal code, are linked to the fact that there are court rulings and then legislators need to act as a consequence. Because the courts are saying that the previous legislation is unconstitutional or violates rights. We saw that with C-14 and the Baudouin and Carter decisions, which stated that people's right to life was being violated, as we saw in the cases of Ms. Carter and Gladue and Mr. Truchon, Ms. Taylor. Because they were being forced to shorten their lives. That isn't something trivial, it's extremely serious. So, I hear that my conservative colleagues are saying we must protect human life and dignity, and I agree with that. But we do not want some kind of government paternalism, which ultimately leads to causing the opposite effect from what my conservative colleagues are defending. Vulnerable people are capable of upholding their own rights. It is extremely upsetting to see that since the Carter decision and C-14, we are placing a further burden on those who are vulnerable and who are suffering intolerably with irreversible illnesses. They are the ones who are bearing the burden of having to go before the courts in order to fight for their right to medical assistance in dying. Now, why will we be voting for this motion? Well, because in a debate like this one, it is very important to keep moving forward. As I've said before, and I will return to this later, even though we agree with the substantive principles in C7, we would have liked to go a bit further in C7. Nonetheless, we do recognize that C7 takes action with regard to situations like those of Ms. Parker and Gladue and Mr. Truchon. Additionally, C7 enables people who are at the end of life. I'm not talking about those who are in the end stage of an illness, but rather those who are at the very end of their lives. People who previously were having to wait 10 days with 2 witnesses to be able to go ahead. When very often people who, for example, have cancer, it's a process, a long process. Even when it's a malignant cancer, it may still take several months. So people wait until the last minute to move forward. Nobody wants to die Madam Speaker, nobody wants to die. Everyone wants to wait until the last possible moment. They want to wait until the last moment when their suffering is still tolerable. Once they do reach their limit, these people need our help. So, at the very end of their lives, people who may have been receiving palliative care at home may be taken to the emergency room, and they may see that their situation is degenerating quickly. And they may have been saying that they weren't yet ready to get medical assistance in dying, but then things suddenly get worse. So why should such a person have to wait 10 further days when they're at the very end of their lives in order to get medical assistance in dying, even though they have already irreversibly begun the process of dying? Well, C7 covers that situation, and it would help people in that situation. It represents progress, therefore. Now, there are, of course, other related issues, sensitive issues, like this situation where people have a mental illness as their only medical condition. When I spoke in December, I said that as parliamentarians and legislators, as a parliamentarian myself, I don't have the necessary expertise to rule on this point. The motion, and I think this is a good thing, implies or would lead to two things. Firstly, setting up an independent expert committee which would look at the protocols, guidelines, and safeguards recommended for medical assistance in dying for those with a mental illness as their only medical condition. My conservative colleague earlier was talking about the need for safeguards which protect individuals and will not lead to abuse. Because when we listen to our conservative colleagues, it's as though we were in a theater of horrors, as if the only thing that happens in the medical system was horrific abuse, and as though the prejudices we have against those with disabilities would lead to people in the medical system, would lead to these medical practitioners decide that they need to push people with disabilities to accept medical assistance in dying, and that there would simply be a parade of situations where we would force people to receive so-called euthanasia. I have a lot of difficulty in understanding this perspective. But anyway, this expert committee was created in Quebec. There was a report. I think we need to continue down that path, reflect further, and we'll be able to hear from the expert committee. And not only will there be an expert committee on this question, but additionally, and this is something we've been asking for a long time, there will be a committee to review the entire situation. Because these amendments to the legislation, to what we've seen from C14 and so on, could have led us to re-examine the law only in 4 or 5 years. Whereas in this case, in 30 days, a joint ad hoc committee will study the question of mature minors, advance directives, mental illness, palliative care in Canada, protecting Canadians with disabilities, and having that committee enshrined in the legislation, regardless of whether there's an election or a change of government. That committee is in the legislation. It will start sitting within 30 days for a year, producing recommendations, and we will finally perhaps be able to implement a consensus, or at least over the next year, have a discussion on these issues, which has never been done in this Parliament, whether during C14 or with C7, because there have been delays, or rather because there were deadlines. And I would remark to my Conservative colleagues that C7 is approved of by approximately 80% of Canadians. More than that in Quebec, around 88%, in Quebec, 77% in Alberta. There is broad consensus on this. So I think that by accepting to go forward with this legislation, that represents a reasonable compromise. And then we will be able to establish the safeguard measures. If after 24 months mental illness is approved as a precondition for MAID, we will be able to elaborate the proper safeguards so that medical practitioners will also be able to be comfortable. We will need to hear from them. And with regard to advance requests, what I like about this plan is that because the committee will begin to sit in 30 days and start working together in a serious and non-partisan way in order to help people who are suffering, we won't forget people like Sarah de Montmagny. We won't forget people with these kinds of situations. That way, their advance directives, which they are currently drafting, will apply after we have carried out our work. That is what I'm hoping for. Now, of course, I am not trying to anticipate what the end and the issue of this work will be. But I think we will be able to hear from people, witnesses. I think we'll be able to do much more than the amendment proposed by the Senate. Instead, we'll be able to prepare a set of measures that will enable Quebec to have a good framework for advance directives, because ultimately it is Quebec that will be responsible for the implementation of the new measures. And we'll be able to find the best way to amend the criminal code. Now, when it comes to the fundamental principles of all this, because hitherto I've been discussing the legal aspects, and I would just repeat that this is a compromise here that we're offering, because rationally we need to move forward and make progress on this. Now, I repeat, C7, yes, it's a step in the right direction. With a committee to be set up on mental health and a joint committee. Why a joint committee? Because it's a good idea to have everyone hearing the same things at the same time. And it would be a good idea to be able to stop ping-ponging these amendments between the two chambers, even if we may think that one of them is outdated. That way we would have everyone hearing the same thing. We should bring people together to help people who are suffering, who have been suffering for too long, and who today hope that we will finally get someplace on this. I think that this legislation is a light at the end of the tunnel for these people, because there is a deadline, there is something to look forward to, and if we all work together in good faith, in a non-partisan way, we will be able to get there.
Pourquoi? Parce que déjà...
Why? Because Bill C7 already had fundamental principles included in it. And I'd like to reiterate, death. My death, like my life, belongs to me. Now, why do I say that? And why did I say earlier that conservatives are being paternalistic? Well, because on an issue as intimate as my death, it's not up to the state to tell me what to do and to make a decision in my stead. What the state must do is prepare the guidelines to protect my decision. I don't believe that we need to exert pressure neither to urge someone to go into palliative care till their last breath, nor exert pressure on someone to seek MAID. And as I've already said, patients are at the heart of this. Once someone has determined the limit of what they can tolerate, we need to listen to what they're saying, what comes from their suffering, what emerges from it, so that we can accompany that patient. What is truly bothersome in this debate on medical assistance in dying, and I'll go back to a definition on the dignity of the person, but it's that we always put people in favor of palliative care and pit them against people in favor of medical assistance in dying, but it's a continuum and both complement each other. We don't want to end up in a situation in palliative care with a degenerative disease. Well, we all want to avoid suffering. But the least we can give someone when it comes to end-of-life care is a context for palliative care. But unfortunately, for the past 50 years, we've known that palliative care isn't the solution for everyone. Unless we try to prove that ideologically, where we end up at someone's bedside when they're ill and we try to impose it. We're in a situation where we have to consider that palliative care can be successful when, during a palliative care, there is a request for death because someone is ready to give up. And I hope that that's what everyone can experience, that they can be on their deathbed ready to let go. And that, too, can be very good palliative care, because palliative care means accompanying someone to death, alleviating their suffering, being there psychologically for them. So it is possible for someone to die, and it's also possible for someone to be prepared to give up, and we can accompany them along that path. It's not up to the government or their family to make a decision for that person who has a serious, irreversible disease, who is suffering intolerably. It's not up to anyone else to make that decision. And that's the principle that was contained in Bill C-7. This puts into perspective what the law gives everyone, all people, self-determination of the person. Under the law, we are responsible for our person. Why remove that at the most important point of my life when I'm on the verge of dying? Why would the state seek to remove that right for self-determination, to affect my decision to die in palliative care or to seek medical assistance in dying? That makes no sense for the state to take that power. It's the state's responsibility to give us the framework. Now, I've heard a number of colleagues say that the dignity of the person is important, and that means the time is up. I was trying to signal to the honourable member, but the honourable member will have 10 minutes in questions and comments to continue to add to his remarks.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest at my colleague's statement, and he was talking about, well, it's my life, and I should be able to choose my own death. And, looking at the member, with all due respect, as a privileged, able-bodied person, it's easy to be able to make those kinds of statements. But I asked the member, put yourself in the shoes of a disabled person, and with the pressures that they face, such as Roger Foley, he wants to live, he wants the choice to live, but the medical system has put pressure on him to end his life. And this is what other disabled people are telling us, is that they're facing so much pressure. So clearly, this isn't just a matter of choice. There's a lot of pressure being put on these marginalized communities, and they fear that this bill is making them second-class citizens. I asked the member, put himself in the shoes of a disabled person and ask himself the same question. Thank you, Madam.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, I don't know if there was a question in that, Madam Speaker, but I would remind my colleague that Senator Petitclerc has sponsored the Senate amendments. The amendments on medical assistance in dying, and I'd also like to remind my colleague that the lawyer in the Carter case was in a wheelchair, and that at committee he said that he was fed up with being treated like a child, and that his self-determination and his ability to advocate for himself was something he could do. I don't deny that there are some disabled people who are anxious, but in saying that, I think that there are provisions in terms of the legal procedures. I apologize, but there are a number of questions. I need to interrupt you again. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Montcalm for his intervention today. And I noticed that during his speech, he referenced some of the comments that he's heard people in this House make, specifically about the concept that a doctor is just going to say, oh, well, this is the way that I've been hearing it. A doctor is going to say, oh, well, you have a disability? Maybe you should consider MAID then. The reality of the situation is no doctor is going to, no doctor operating under the ethical principles that we have in our great healthcare system is going to operate in such a manner. And I believe that that's more of a fear tactic than anything else. Would he agree with me that it is extremely troubling when people in this House make those kind of suggestions?
Honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I'm trying to watch you when you're signaling me that my time is almost up, but it is always possible to go to a court and to take action, and if something like that were to occur, that would be the case. But if someone were doing the wrong thing, they would need to be removed. I'm not saying that there's a system in place where people want to euthanize people. No. It's very clear that doctors want to protect the will of and the will of their patients. But I'd like us to get back to a rational debate. I think that everything needs to be represented. We have courts.
Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Montcalm for his speech. I did note that he has indicated that the Bloc will be supporting the government's motion in response to the Senate amendments, and I wanted to ask him specifically about the sunset clause. Now, I listened with great interest to his arguments, but he would know full well right now that, of course, C-14 mandated a legislative review, which was supposed to have begun at the beginning of the fifth year, June of 2020. So we're already way past that date. The government's own charter statement raised concerns about extending this law to mental illness, and even the Justice Committee's review of the bill showed that the safeguards and protocols don't exist, and that it would take a significant amount of time to develop them. Now, I'm not necessarily against this, but would he not agree that it would probably be a better approach to have a full review before we actually engage in an amendment to the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I think that we need to move forward. C7 helps to deal with the situation in Gladue and Truchon. That covers Ms. Parker. And we can think about specifically dealing with the difficult issues in C7, but I think that we can move forward. We'll have an independent expert panel report as well. So I think that we can do the work necessary in a year with the provisions included. Questions and comments? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What an explanation by my colleague. I appreciate it because for those people who are worried about abuse, about victims, about the process, people who have accompanied a father, a mother, a relative, someone whose relative is a paraplegic, etc. Never have those people said that they weren't seeking to live. So I have a request for the people in this chamber, people who will vote on the creation of this committee to look at all of these issues. I'd like to hear members, and I'd like to invite them to speak to people, ask them what they're going through, what they're living through, so that we can have a rational vote here, one that isn't partisan. I'd like to hear my colleague talk about the importance of this expert committee and to cover off all of these concerns that people say that they have. The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, clearly, the motion talks about including people with disabilities and safeguards. So I think that my colleagues will be able to bring forth proposals to improve everything at committee. But first and foremost, we need to realize that people in the medical community are working ethically. If they aren't, then they need to be shown the door. We're not going to have a societal debate on the exceptions. There are courts available for that. One short question. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
L'honorable député vient de...
The honourable member has needs to turn the video on. Your microphone, please. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get accustomed to this hybrid setup, but I'd like to thank my colleague for his eloquence. And when he said we're going to continue to move forward, I said yes to myself. We have to move forward. And I think that society is more advanced than the debate I'm hearing in the House here today. When I heard a Conservative member say that this is a bill about death, I'm indignant because as a parliamentarian, I have work to do, and our work is to advance the right to die in dignity in accordance with society. So I have a question. How can we move forward? The honourable member for Montcalm. Without presuming what the conclusions will be, the conclusions reached by the committee, I think that with advanced consent for neurocognitive disease will need to be put into place. We'll also need to see amendments to the current act, technically. Now, Bill C-7 was a bill that we couldn't amend, under which we couldn't amend C-14. So we need to look at how the act can be improved. And so with respect to advance consent and safeguards, we need to take that into account. And the time is up. I tried to give you as much time as I could, but I'm sorry for cutting you off.
During debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And it's certainly a very sensitive subject matter that we are dealing with today. This Parliament and the last Parliament have both had quite long journeys in dealing with the substance and the subject matter of medical assistance in dying. And I know that I, along with many of my colleagues in all parties, have been recipients of a huge amount of correspondence on this subject matter, both from organized groups from across the country and our very own constituents. And it can be hard as a member of Parliament to find one's own way through all of that, because the feedback that we receive and the strong passions are evident on both sides of the argument. I was witness to that for C-14. And of course, it's replayed itself out again for C7. And, you know, in those difficult conversations that I've had with constituents, because I have constituents who feel that the government legislation does not go far enough. They felt that way for C14. Some feel the same way for C7. Others feel it goes too far and establishes dangerous precedents. So it can be tough, but in those conversations that I've had with my constituents, I've always tried to guide myself with, you know, the difference between sympathy and empathy. I mean, with sympathy, you can feel sorry for one's situation in life, but you're still looking at that person's situation with your own biases, with your own worldview. Whereas true empathy, which I think is very much required when we're dealing with medical assistance in dying, is to actually try and put yourself into that person's shoes, to try and see the world from their point of view, to see exactly why these issues and these matters are so important to them. And, you know, I also try to guide myself with Section 7 of the Charter, the fact that it is explicitly written there, Madam Speaker, that everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. So essentially meaning that a person has a right to control his or her own bodily integrity. And it's engaged whenever the state tries to interfere with that personal autonomy. And this is really the crux of the matter. It's personal autonomy, a person's decision on how they are going to meet the end of their life. And, you know, for those of us who are blessed to lead healthy lives, who are not intolerably suffering from a grievous and irremediable medical condition, we really can't know what those lives are like. We don't know what it's like for that person to not have autonomy over their own bodily functions, their bodily integrity, so to speak, Madam Speaker. Now, you know, in today's debate, you know, one thing should be very clear. The House of Commons has already spoken on Bill C7. So we've already decided on what we want to do as the people's elected representatives. And of course, the Senate has reviewed the final third reading version of the bill that we sent to them, and it sent it back to us with some of their recommendations. But, you know, this is not the time or the place to go over old arguments that were already dealt with by the House. This is really a time for us to be focusing exclusively on what the Senate has brought to us. But, you know, it is important to note, Madam Speaker, that, you know, nothing in Bill C7 is going to change the very high standards set in the original Bill C14. To receive the medical assistance in dying, patients have to have a condition that is incurable. It must be in a state of irreversible decline, and they must be facing intolerable suffering. So the door is not being opened wide, as some have suggested. Those basic parameters are still in place. And when we are dealing with the subject matter, it's important to note that most Canadians know someone who has been affected by intolerable suffering at the end of their life. And that generally my caucus has been supportive of this bill because it does respond to the need to reduce that unnecessary suffering at the end of life. And as I alluded to in Section 7, helps preserve the autonomy of decision-making for individuals. I made reference to the fact that most Canadians know someone who's been affected by a disease, intolerable suffering. I've had that personal experience as well with a close family member, and that happened at a time before we had medical assistance in dying, and it was a long, drawn-out battle with cancer, and it can be hard on the family members too, because you have to watch a beloved family member suffer in some cases for several months before the end mercifully does come. So it is a very weighty subject matter, and I want to approach today's debate with that firmly in mind, Madam Speaker. I was first elected in 2015, so I was a member of the 42nd Parliament, having been there for all of the C14 debate, which of course was forced upon Parliament at the time by the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Carter. And we, as New Democrats, ultimately did not support Bill C14 because we felt the bill at the time was too restrictive. And in fact, I do remember in my speech referring to the fact that the courts would force this bill back before Parliament. And that, of course, happened with the Quebec Superior Court. So, I don't want to dwell too long on this history, but one thing I think is very important to mention, Madam Speaker, in the context of today's debate was that C14 had a provision in Clause 10 which mandated that a legislative review had to happen at the beginning of the 5th year. And I'll read it out for my honorable colleagues. So Clause 10 reads as follows: at the start of the 5th year after the day on which this act receives royal assent, the provisions enacted by this act are to be referred to the Committee of the Senate, of the House of Commons, or of both Houses of Parliament that may be designated or established for the purpose of reviewing the provisions. So that's very clear language, Madam Speaker. And the beginning of the 5th year, of course, was in June of 2020. And here we are almost at the end of February of 2021. The reason why I raise this is because that important legislative review is dealing with a lot of the questions this House is now considering that are being debated. And it almost feels like we're building parts of the plane as we're flying. Many of these debatable items that are going on with Bill C7, I think need a very, very careful study. They need to have the timeline afforded to them so that we can hear from Canadians across the country, from expert witnesses, and actually craft a law that responds to those very important bits of feedback. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize my friend and colleague, the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, a neighboring riding of mine, because he has long recognized this legislative requirement of C14. He has raised it with the Minister of Justice on several occasions. And I guess due to his frustration at the government's inaction on this front, he did introduce Motion 51, which was going to establish a special committee of the House to include a review that would not be limited to, but would expand on several issues, It would look at requests for medical assistance in dying by mature minors. It was to look at advance requests. And more importantly, or most importantly, requests where mental illness is the sole underlying medical condition. It would also, the committee was also charged with looking at the state of palliative care in Canada, the adequacy of safeguards against pressure on the vulnerable, and so on. So if we had had such a committee in place, Madam Speaker, already looking at these issues, then we may have had some answers to these important questions by this point. And the reason why this is important is because now I'll move on to what the Senate has sent back to the House. So I was reviewing some of the transcripts from the Senate, both some from their Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, but also from their third reading of the bill. Now, the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee decided to report back to the main body of the Senate with no amendments to the bill, but some observations. And then the substantive amendments to the bill, of course, all came at third reading. For example, there was a proposed change to the wording of subsection 2.1 for mental illness to include a neurocognitive disorder, looking at advanced requests and so on. What we're dealing with today, of course, is the government's response to those particular amendments. The government has crafted a motion for the House to consider on what amendments it agrees with, which ones it doesn't, and which ones it wants to amend. So the Senate did disagree with the expanded definition for the exclusion of mental illness. The government's motion disagrees with the advance request part of it. But as a quick summary, what the government motion does do is it is agreeing to the sunset clause for the mental health exclusion. So instead of 18 months, the government has proposed that it be expanded to 2 years after royal assent. And so essentially, this bill will now, or this legislation, once it becomes a statute of Canada, if it's passed in this manner, Madam Speaker, we will be working with that ticking clock of 2 years where a committee must come up with the appropriate safeguards in place. The government's motion in response to the Senate also mandates that the minister is to set up a committee of experts to work on mental health protocols. It requires a voluntary collection of data based on Indigenous identity, race, and disability. And it sets up a joint committee to do the legislative review starting 30 days after royal assent. I think the most substantive part of the government's motion that really stands out to me is the fact that the government is in fact agreeing to the sunset clause on the mental health exclusion. And I guess the reason why that stands out for me is because, first of all, when Bill C7 was originally proposed to the House, the government's own charter statement did make some very strong references to why mental health as an underlying condition was to be excluded. And so for the government to sort of backtrack on that and agree to a sunset clause does stand out to me. I do acknowledge that, yes, we will have 2 years, but I think that with such a substantive change to the law, it would make sense to me as a legislator to in fact have a specific committee set up to be looking at all of the things that we need to look at in order to make this bill appropriate and proper, and that it fits with all of the important safeguards that we need to have in place. I'm a little bit wary of having that timeline put onto the House and forcing us to do these things. Now, in the government's motion, my Conservative colleague before me has now proposed an amendment. And so the Conservatives are now proposing that They would like to basically get rid of the sunset clause. And that's the most substantive thing. And I think at first glance that seems reasonable, but because, Madam Speaker, I've only really had about 10 minutes to adequately review what the Conservatives are proposing, I would like more time to refer back to that in later days. I did mention the charter statement that the government initially brought out for Bill C7, and I would like to just read a highlighted section of that charter statement where they reason why they were to exclude the mental health provisions in Bill C7. Their reasonings, they said, first, evidence suggests that screening for decision-making capacity is particularly difficult and subject to a high degree of error. They said mental illness is generally less predictable than physical illness. And of course, the government also highlighted some of concerns that were there from other countries that permitted medical assistance in dying for mental illness, namely Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. Now, I want to make it clear that I am not necessarily of the opinion that mental health should be excluded full stop. What I'm saying and what I'm arguing here, Madam Speaker, is that we need to have an appropriate review of all of this incredibly weighty subject matter before we dive into actually changing the legislation. And this is backed up by the work that was done in the House of Commons' very own Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The Justice Committee did hear that the protocols and safeguards for medical assistance in dying for those with mental illness do not exist, and that it would take a significant amount of time to develop them from a clinical perspective. And, you know, the fact that if this work, if committee's work on mental health is not complete within 2 years, that's essentially, you know, that clause will be sunset. So I have a real problem with us getting that part in front before we do the hard work at committee. You know, I think the real issue I have is that, you know, if I were to summarize my speech, Madam Speaker, is that I don't believe we should have a substantive expansion of what Bill C7 purported to do when the bill was passed by the House. I don't think we should have any expansion to it before we've had those reviews in place. I realize that, you know, in some cases the Senate does like to provide feedback to the House, and there have been several instances where they have proposed amendments. I guess the real issue I have is that, you know, the elephant in the room is that the Senate is still an unelected and unaccountable body. And as members of Parliament, we have to face our constituents. We are accountable to the people who elected us. The people of my riding of Cowichan and Malahat Langford, whenever the next election comes, are going to judge me on how well I did my job. And that's the same for every single member of Parliament who sits in the House. We have to be accountable for the things we say in the House and how we vote. Senators don't have to do that. And I know there are a lot of honorable people who serve in that institution, but they are free from that accountability mechanism. And so the real problem I have is that I firmly believe the House must always be the final arbiter in the decisions that are made. And by the very fact that the people of Canada elected us to make the laws on their behalf. I think where I'd like to end, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, because I know my time is running out, is that in response to the many concerns I have heard raised both in the House and in correspondence from the disability community, I'd like to leave my colleagues with this one thought. If we are rightly concerned about how persons with disabilities are currently living in Canada, what their quality of life is like, rather than focusing so much on Bill C7 and medical assistance in dying, why don't we take this opportunity to start enacting reforms, enacting policies to actually make their lives better. I mean, if you look at the income supports that are out there for persons with disabilities, the amount of money they get to scrape by every month, that is a shameful record on our country. And that is something that we need to fix. And we've already acknowledged through the pandemic, through COVID-19 response measures, that individuals should be receiving $2,000 a month to get by. But we don't afford that to persons with disabilities. And even when the House had an opportunity to get financial aid to that group of people in Canada, it took us over 6 months to do so. So that is a shameful record. And I think that is something, Mr. Speaker, that the House really needs to concentrate on if we are going to adequately and meaningfully address that issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll end there. I appreciate having had this opportunity to speak to Bill C7, and I welcome any questions and comments that my colleagues might have. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments. A couple of quick things. We recognize that there has literally been hundreds and hundreds of hours of debate and discussion on this issue, virtually since 2016. And we're once again making some changes. They're in responses in good part to appeal courts, whether it's the Supreme Court of Canada or the Quebec Supreme Court. And now, the member, I believe, is not too far off. Is it time that we get this thing through the House of Commons and maybe even reflect on the role that the Parliament of Canada can play in regards to issues like long-term health with standard care, mental illnesses, and if he can just expand upon what he believes our role should be.
Member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. I certainly appreciate his comment about the many hours of debate both on C14 and C7, and I am also sensitive to the court deadlines. That being said, it was the government's choice to bring forward a motion that is going to, in my view, substantially alter C7 with the sunset clause on mental health. So I think by that very action, the government is probably going to provoke much more debate in the House because, as he will know, the House already took time to pass a version of the bill. So the very fact that the government chose to bring in a sunset clause, I think, is going to provoke a lot more debate. That's beyond my control. The other thing I would note, too, is, I wish the government had been a bit more respectful and had introduced this bill maybe for debate tomorrow so that individual caucuses could have had the opportunity to have a fulsome discussion around the table on what.
Prochaine question.
Next question, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the member. Now, for people who have disabilities or mental health issues, we know that these problems are not all the same. There are people who have problems of varying degrees and different types, and not all of them are able to make sure that their choices are respected. Now, you said that we should be focusing on some of these issues. What would make you hesitate in moving forward?
Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, when you look at the disability community and for persons who are suffering from mental health issues, I think it's important for us to remember that they are not one solid block of people. There is a lot of variety of opinion and approaches to this subject, both within the disability community and to persons who are suffering from mental health. So I am very wary when a group comes and says that they speak on behalf of an identifiable group, because we know that the opinions on the subject are quite varied. In terms of how we go forward, you know, I'm not ultimately going to be able to decide that. That is going to be up to the House. But I guess I would refer my honourable colleague back to the answer I gave to the parliamentary secretary that, you know, the government chose to bring in a motion that is agreeing with a substantive amendment. And I think that in itself is going to provoke much more debate and may even serve to ultimately delay the passage of C7.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend, I said goodbye to a dear friend who the pain was getting too much, the cancer, she could not, it was unbeatable, and she passed through medical assistance and dying. But we're not talking about those cases anymore. We're talking about a dramatic rewriting of the law. So when I hear my Liberal colleagues saying, come on, let's just get this thing through, we've talked about this a lot. When we have serious concerns from the disability community about making them second-class citizens in this country on this issue, when the Senate, the unelected and unaccountable Senate, have now said, well, let's add to that people who are depressed, mental illness, when we have fought so hard to make this government stand up on issues, the National Suicide Action Plan, they have done nothing on. We have talked about mental health supports. They have done nothing. We have talked to this government time and time again about disabled people living in poverty. They put it off for another day, but they tell us it's time to rush legislation that's creating a second track of humanhood in this country for disabled people who do not have the support and ability to live the lives that they fully deserve. And now the Senate is willing to say, well, let's take in people who are depressed. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about saying maybe we need to draw a line here and say we actually have to discuss these issues because these are fundamental to who we are as a nation, rather than going along with the Liberals and the Senate saying, let's just pass this and not talk about it.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to first of all recognize that the member for Timmins, James Bay, just really is such a stand-up MP for his constituents, and I always appreciate his interventions, especially on this subject matter. And he's very right. We are not here to relitigate the main provisions of Bill C7, but we do have to discuss what I think is a very substantive amendment to the bill by the unelected and unaccountable Senate, and that essentially is what is provoking debate here. Whether or not we agree as a House that the mental health exclusion section of the bill needs to be sunset. And he's very right. If Liberals and Conservatives honestly cared so deeply about the plight of persons with disabilities, they would have agreed to the letter that was sent by the member from Elmwood Transcona and the member for Esquimalt Saanich when they wrote to the minister asking that a monthly amount of $2,200 be awarded to all persons with disabilities to make their lives measurably better.
We're going to try and get two more questions in here. We'll first go to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. He speaks of our constituents and their concerns. A resident of North Saanich within my riding was named Sue Rodriguez, and we know her brave struggle. We know she took it to the Supreme Court of Canada and ultimately had to have medical assistance in dying illegally with former NDP Member of Parliament Stan Robinson at her side. I appreciate what the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford has said. I wish we had more time in this place, but the court decision is standing there, and the better course is not to have two sets of laws between Quebec and the rest of Canada. I ask my honourable colleague if at this point, as it appears clear from comments that have been made thus far, the NDP caucus plans to support the government motion in this matter. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I indicated that we are in support of the government motion. We do have some very real concerns with what the government is doing in supporting that substantive Senate amendment. But I would note that it appears from the comments of my Bloc colleagues that they are going to support the government motion, and I can do my math quite clearly, and I see that the votes add up into a general support of the government's motion. So I am cognizant of that very fact. But again, I'm looking forward to having a very timely discussion with my caucus colleagues tomorrow, because I know a lot have very high opinions on this matter.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member, a good colleague there from Cowichan, for his statement on this. And, my concern about the amendments related to mental health, very substantive amendments coming out of the Senate. And, my concern is related to the idea that a mental illness is incurable. Certainly in my experience, listening to the testimony of Dr. Sonyu Gained, from the Canadian Psychiatric Association back in 2016, they were very hesitant to endorse the idea that a mental illness could be incurable, certainly treatment resistant, but not incurable. And their concern was that as soon as we start saying that mental illnesses are incurable, we're going to be plunging people in despair and people will no longer seek treatment. And so I want the member to, sort of comment on what's the threat of labeling mental illnesses as incurable with this legislation and the potential to end people's lives prematurely. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Mellowhett, Langford.
Well, I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for the question, and I think that's why I took great pains during the course of my speech to point out that the mandated legislative review, as was spelled out in Bill C-14, has not yet happened, why my colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke, brought in Motion 51 to set up a special committee to study the matter, because I really believe, especially with mental illness and the fact that the Justice Committee said that the adequate protocols and safeguards are not yet in place, that we need to have a very substantive review before we change the legislation. So again, I made reference to us building the plane as we're flying it. I really believe we need to hear from a committee before we actually have recommendations as to how the legislation should proceed. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I've appreciated the opportunity to listen to the interventions from various members. It seems that the government has, in some sense, brought some members together, though not entirely on their side. I found myself nodding and clapping along to the comments from the member for Timmins James Bay, and that's something that has never happened before. Never have I agreed so much with the member for Timmins James Bay before when he talked about how this bill would make people with disabilities second-class citizens.
Order. I just had a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank my colleague for recognizing me, but he may want to retract the comments about how much he's impressed by me, because I know he's going to be impressed by many other things I say as well.
I'm thinking that's sort of in the category of debate at this point, but we'll carry on. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Miracles never cease. Maybe this is the beginning of a dramatic change in things. Time will tell, Mr. Speaker. But regardless, the specific comments of the member for Timmins James Bay that really were kind of aha for me in terms of listening were when he said that Bill C-7, even as previously written, but certainly with these proposed amendments, it would make people living with disabilities, in some sense, second-class citizens when accessing our healthcare systems. It would put them on a different track. He said, create a second track of humanhood in this country. And this is something that all of us should be seized with, especially in response to the repeated testimony of many organizations that represent Canadians with disabilities, as well as organizations representing Canadians dealing with mental health challenges. We're here debating Senate amendments on Bill C-7, and specifically debating an amendment from my colleague which would try to change the government's response to really the largest substantive amendment from the Senate that the government is proposing to agree with. So I want to delve particularly into the issues of that amendment. But first of all, the government is using all kinds of arguments today and previously about how this has been a long time coming. This has been debated extensively. And I want to respond specifically by commenting a little bit on the journey that brought us here with this legislation, because we've really taken all kinds of twists and turns that we're so far off in terms of where this conversation on this particular bill actually started. So allegedly the genesis of this conversation is a lower court decision in Quebec that dealt specifically with the issue of reasonable foreseeability, not the issue we're talking about today, a different issue, but dealt with the issue of whether somebody should be able to access euthanasia if their death is not reasonably foreseeable. And this court said that that the person should be able to access that euthanasia. And the government, contrary to advice from us, the government made the decision not to appeal that ruling. And importantly, the government could have proceeded with appealing that ruling and then used the window of time available to it to consider a different legislative response. But the government created for itself a sharp timeline through its decision not to repeal that ruling. But then, subsequent to that, this justice minister brought forward a piece of legislation that dealt with many issues related to euthanasia, far beyond the parameters of that court decision. That court decision dealt with reasonable foreseeability. I believe that if the government had proposed a piece of legislation that dealt with and only with the question of reasonable foreseeability and had left other issues for other pieces of legislation, that bill would have long passed already. And we wouldn't be talking about, fourth extensions, new court deadlines, and so forth. The reason we're in a situation where this bill hasn't passed yet is because effectively the government created an omnibus bill tacking on to issues dealing with reasonable foreseeability, many other issues which were unrelated. Questions of advanced consent, questions of removing existing safeguards, questions around the 10-day reflection period, and there were many different issues that had to be discussed as a result of the government's decision to put forward legislation, most of which was completely unrelated to the Truchon decision. So I think in a very misleading way, they tried to create this artificial timeline linked to the Truchon decision for all sorts of issues that had absolutely nothing to do with the Truchon decision. And there's very little basis for debating that reality, that the government could have focused in the response to the Truchon decision on the issues raised by that decision, and they would likely have been able to justify a more aggressive timeline with respect to the bill because there wouldn't have been so many issues that needed to be discussed. And the government put all of those additional issues into Bill C-7, even while failing to move forward with a mandated legislative review. So a previous bill, Bill C-14, had mandated there would be a legislative review. The government hasn't moved forward on that at all. And instead, they packed all these other issues into Bill C-7. So then we had debate in the House, we had committee hearings, and all the way along, the government was trying to create as much urgency as they could. We have to move this forward because of the Truchon decision, even though there was more extra content riding on that issue, far more than was dealt with in the original Truchon decision. So the Justice Committee had very limited, I think 4 meetings of hearings only with respect to all of the issues raised by Bill C-7. And despite that limited space, there were many people who came forward expressing significant concerns and oppositions, physicians, mental health experts, people representing those in the disability community. And there was not a single stakeholder representing the disability community that expressed support for this legislation. Not only were so many people coming forward in the context of those committee hearings, Mr. Speaker, but there were over 100 briefs submitted to the Justice Committee. Over 100 written briefs from individuals or groups who took the time to submit those briefs expressing their perspective and generally their concern about this legislation. Now, the Justice Committee moved so quickly that it is a veritable certainty that members didn't have any reasonable opportunity to review those briefs. In fact, many of those briefs were initially rejected by the committee. Then subsequently, thanks to the good work of my colleague from St. Albert Edmonton, those briefs were formally received, but they were then formally received and immediately the committee proceeded into clause by clause without allowing time to actually review the content of those briefs. So we have this urgency created by the government's decision to pile issues on top of the Truchon decision that were unrelated to the Truchon decision. And then you have extremely limited consultation at the Justice Committee as the government tries to use this trick as a justification for pushing the legislation through as quickly as possible. But throughout those conversations that happened in the Justice Committee, the government was clear that their bill and their policy is not to allow euthanasia when the only or the primary underlying complaint is mental health challenges. The Prime Secretary, the Minister of Justice, and others have repeatedly spoke about this aspect of the legislation. This point that it includes an exception clearly specifying that those suffering from mental health challenges, that should not be the basis on which they receive euthanasia. And on that point, at least I think the government was right. And even if members that have questions about the substantive value of that position should appreciate how the question of whether those dealing with mental health challenges as their primary complaint should receive euthanasia is a completely separate question from the issues that were raised by the Truchon decision. This bill then went through committee. It came back to the House, and Conservatives expressed their perspective. The vast majority of our caucus voted against this legislation. We voted in favor of report stage amendments. There was an extension of hours that took place to accommodate those speeches. The bill then went to the Senate, and the Senate has now tried to dramatically further expand this bill. As we all know, unelected Senate made up now overwhelmingly by individuals who have no party affiliation and who were appointed by the current Prime Minister, undertook study that went far beyond the scope of the existing bill and recommended radical expansion, certainly beyond what stakeholders were looking for, beyond what the public is looking for, and beyond what had been ever considered or debated by the House of Commons. And, you know, whatever I think very legitimate criticisms one might have of sort of the old model of a Senate, which is made up of people with strong party affiliations on one side or another, of course, still unelected, still not directly accountable, but at least there was some mechanism of accountability through political parties. But now we have with the Senate, the vast majority of individuals who are not connected to any political party, who are not identifiable in terms of those political affiliations, who are appointed by the Prime Minister without any kind of consultation with other parties, without any kind of oversight, and then those individuals exercising a defining power over legislation. And I think that is a huge problem that we have to grapple with. And part of how we could grapple with it as a House of Commons is having the courage to, when we receive back amendments from the Senate, which go far beyond the scope of anything that was considered in the original debate on this bill, never mind what was in Truchon, that we could say no to the Senate. We could say, look, I appreciate the review work that's taking place, but at the end of the day, Canadians elect members of the House of Commons. Those members of the House of Commons are empowered to study issues in detail, to hear from Canadians and come to conclusions. Yes, the Senate can study and make recommendations, but at the end of the day, what the government is now proposing by adopting, in particular, the amendment proposed from the Senate with respect to mental health as their position, they are saying that the People's House, the House of Commons, should adopt in a single day something that the government had all the while up until now said was not their policy, something that is clearly very complex and requires further study. And not only is it unrelated to C7, it's completely unrelated. It's light years away from anything that was contemplated in the Truchon decision, which dealt very narrowly with the question of reasonable foreseeability. So we have this particular issue of the Truchon decision, with C7 piling many other issues on top of it. And then now we have the Senate piling so many additional issues on top of it, including their proposed amendment on advanced directives for those who are healthy. And somehow we in the House of Commons are supposed to change our position on this fundamental issue with no study, no review at committee. And the government seems to want this to happen in a single day. Mr. Speaker, I'll go further than that in terms of the process. I was up last night preparing for this information, looking for this data, and it was certainly well after 9:30 Eastern Time, closer to 10, that the order paper was published. And it was only then that it was evident what the government's position was. So the government expects that they take a position on this substantive, really earth-shattering issue for Canadians dealing with mental health challenges and their family members. And they expect members to see it and adopt that position, or in any event vote on it, all within a single day. Mr. Speaker, what a profound degeneration of our democratic institutions this government is trying to preside over. And there's many other examples that we could talk about. Mr. Speaker, we talk about the lack of respect by the government for motions passed by this House of Commons on various issues. What we see before us right now is a government elected with a government that did not receive did not win the popular vote in the last election, that is telling us to, in a single day, adopt a series of changes that were proposed by a Senate made up of independents that they appointed primarily. And they're complaining about members wanting to engage in these issues at greater depth. It is very troubling, the direction that the government is taking our democracy. And I hope that members would stand with us in at least all opposition parties in insisting that the government do so much better on this, and supporting the amendment put forward by my colleague that we're debating right now that rejects this very substantive amendment that has come out of the Senate, and says instead, if the government wants to change their policy with respect to euthanasia for those dealing with mental health challenges, that they should at least propose that as part of a legislative package that is not constrained by a court timeline, and that the House can take the time required to study it at committee, to assess those issues, and to move forward. Instead of this artificial timeline that's created by the pairing of the Truchon decision with all of these other issues. Mr. Speaker, I think those issues of process are of critical importance, but I now want to comment on the specific issues raised by this amendment. That is the proposal of the government now to support allowing people whose only health challenge is a mental health challenge to be able to receive euthanasia. And Mr. Speaker, all of us, and I do as well, have people in our lives, people who are close to us, either friends or family members, who have suffered from or are suffering from mental health challenges. And I'm sure many, if not most, if not all members of this House have had that conversation with someone in their life who comes to them and says, I don't think I can go on, the pain I'm experiencing, and so forth. And all of us, I think, in those situations, how we love those people and try to support them is we try to show them, no, they are loved, they are valued, their lives are worth living. We invest so much time and energy in suicide prevention education. We try to tell younger people, we try to tell older people of all ages, that their lives are valuable, they are loved, their lives are worth living, and we recognize that those that are really in the depths of experiencing mental health challenges, it may feel like there's no treatment, there's no going on, but mental health authorities have said in this country that mental health challenges are not incurable. That it gets better, that there are ways forward, that there are ways of managing and responding to it, and even fully addressing these kinds of challenges. So what we do as individuals is try to send the message to individuals who are in these moments of real existential pain, that they are loved, they are valued, and that there are ways of managing and addressing their pain. But this amendment would radically change that reality. It would take us from a world in which the emphasis is on suicide prevention for those who experience these challenges, to one in which a person who feels that they are in the depths of despair, who goes to a healthcare practitioner and says, this is what I'm experiencing, I think I can't go on. And then instead of the response being to affirm that the person's life is worth living, that they can be supported, and that it does get better, the person would be told by a healthcare practitioner, well, your options are, we can work with you to try to make things better, or the state can facilitate this desire you have for suicide. And what message does that send, Mr. Speaker? If we go from a dynamic of suicide prevention to one where some people experience suicide prevention, others experience suicide facilitation, or somebody who's in that real depth of existential pain, who's going through those deep challenges, is then called upon to choose between suicide prevention and suicide facilitation. We had this unanimous consent motion adopted by the House to have a national 988 suicide prevention line. Well, what message does it send to people? If Parliament were to pass the amendment proposed by the Senate, what message would it send to people in that situation? I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what message it would send to young people who are dealing with these challenges. Of course, the current legislative framework is that euthanasia is only available to those who are 18 and older. Of course, that's also being considered as part of a review. So we can't bank that is going to remain a reality if this passes. But I ask the question: what kind of a message does it send to young people who are facing these challenges if we tell them that it's acceptable for adults, that it is acceptable for society, for the state to facilitate for adults, that the solution to suicidal ideation is to be allowed some kind of state coordinated suicide facilitation? It really is horrible in terms of what the direction it would take us and the example that it would send. Remember, there was a former Liberal MP, Robert Falcon Willett, who spoke eloquently, sharing his perspective coming from his Indigenous culture and values about what was so wrong about the government's original Bill C-14. We had a town hall in my riding together, he and I, a Conservative and a Liberal MP, and we talked about many issues, most of which we disagreed on, some of which we agreed on. But he made the point. What message does it send to younger people when older people are told that death is the solution? And I think those values that he brought to the table, it underlines the need for listening to Canadians on this issue. It underlines the need for stronger consultation with Indigenous communities, who, as one previous witness had told the Committee on C7, that what Indigenous Canadians are looking for is medically assisted life. And I think people with disabilities, people with mental health challenges would say the same thing, that what they are looking for is medical assistance in living, not this rush track for those who are dealing with mental health challenges towards suicidal facilitation. So this needs more debate. I believe the amendment from my colleagues should be supported to defeat the Senate amendment so that we can do more to protect people in vulnerable situations across the spectrum of challenges, that we not, as the member for Timmins James Bay spoke about, that we not create a dynamic in this country where those living with disabilities are viewed or treated by our medical system as second-class citizens. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the continuing conversation and questions from my colleagues. Again, we need to do so much better. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, my next door neighbor, for his comments today. His passion on this topic is impressive, of course, and he's correct that this is probably some of the most important, if not the most important, legislation parliamentarians can contemplate. And while I haven't had adequate time to fulsomely review the amendments put forward by his colleague, I will say that I am a supporter of medical assistance in dying. As many other people in this House have mentioned, I've watched family members deal with intolerable suffering. I've watched them lose their dignity, lose their capacity. And I support this legislation, because everyone deserves self-autonomy. And we must make sure that everyone can live their life with dignity. And that means affordable housing, livable income supports, proper access to mental health supports. I'd like to know what the member would say about the need for extended supports for people living with disabilities, with a guarantee, a federal guarantee for supports for people living with disabilities.
Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that we need to look for ways of doing better to support Canadians living with disabilities, to remove barriers that they face, and to work collaboratively across jurisdictions to realize those objectives. And I think, and I hope there will be opportunities to debate some of the specific proposals that the NDP puts forward. And I think we would certainly agree on the substance of the desire to do better. There might be some disagreements about the mechanics of how we get there. I think the member is very right to pinpoint this issue of the importance of autonomy and also the social architecture of choice. That individuals' ability to exercise that autonomy depends substantially on the context. And if people receive messages when they access the healthcare system about their life not being worth living, that really undermines their autonomy as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I thank the member for his contributions during today's debate to point out two commentaries. One is that the notion of that there's homogeneity with respect to persons with disability on this issue is far from the truth. Clearly, the Senate sponsor of the bill is a woman with disability who supports the initiative of the government, as does former minister in the Conservative government of Stephen Harper, a gentleman named Stephen Fletcher. The second point is that I hope unfortunate insinuation would not be left on the record that somehow appointments by the current Prime Minister to the Senate are somehow doing work as an end run against what the government's position had been all along. I think what the Senate is actually doing is sober second thought, as they're constantly charged to do. The question I have to the member is simply that the notion that the Senate amendments are being taken on holus bolus is inaccurate. What is being contemplated is, with respect to the mental illness exclusion, taking it from 18 months to 24 months for the sunset, and within those 24 months, having within 1 year a task force of experts charged with providing recommendations about how this could be done appropriately, and secondly, a further another 12 months for Parliament to consider how to do so and whether to do so. Do those kinds of safeguards address the concerns that the member is raising? Thank you.
For Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. I'm very disappointed to see how he's seems to have changed his position from having argued in the past about about the importance and value of a general exclusion for those dealing with mental health. And I would encourage him to consult his previous remarks on precisely these issues. To his initial comment about there not being homogeneity in the disability community, of course, Mr. Speaker, there's not homogeneity in any community. There's not homogeneity in the Muslim community, in the Christian community. There's not homogeneity among people in Alberta. But there are obviously issues when you have a overwhelming majority of people from a particular community expressing themselves through organizations that are empowered to represent them. And so it would be absurd on any other issue for me to ignore what organizations were saying that represent people from a particular community and say, well, hey, we found a couple people who think differently. Of course, there's diversity of thought, but that doesn't mean we don't listen to stakeholders who represent groups that have these concerns. And this is what the disability groups are saying.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm having some trouble following the position of my Conservative colleagues this morning. They're saying that the process is going too quickly. Now, in the process, there is a 2-year period to look into these issues more deeply in the case of people with mental illnesses, but it's going too fast for them, but not fast enough. And something else that also exasperates me a little bit in the tone they're using is they're using the word euthanasia. In this debate, well, it's a delicate one, a sensitive issue. We have to be careful with respect to the words being used. Under MAID, there is a term, a context with accompanying people. And so my question is this. Now, the Conservatives seem to think that C7 shouldn't be adopted. There are people out there who are suffering from degenerative disease, who are waiting. They're waiting for a sign from Parliament to move forward on a complex and sensitive process. What does my colleague respond or tell those people today?
Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's many issues in there. I think what we have heard overwhelmingly from people from the disability community, from people who are suffering from mental health challenges, is that they are looking for supports to stay alive. They're looking for supports to be able to live in a way that affirms and recognizes their innate human dignity. And it is frustrating for me to hear members say people are suffering, so we need to rush to ramp up this death option. I say, Mr. Speaker, let's have the same urgency instead to ramp up the life option. Let's have urgency as parliamentarians to give people suffering from mental health challenges, to give people living with disabilities, to give them the recognition and the accommodation and the rights that they need and deserve. I'll just comment on the language very quickly. The etymological origin of the word euthanasia is good death. And very clearly, we can't speak of medical assistance in dying anymore, because this legislation has taken us far beyond people that are in the process of dying. This is talking about now the state or the healthcare system providing death to people who are not dying. So I think if the member doesn't like any of the existing terminology, he at least has to recognize the problem with the medical assistance in dying terminology, and perhaps we can come up with yet another word to use.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate always the perspectives and rationale of my colleague. Just in regards to this issue around providing this euthanasia to individuals who simply have mental illness issues. One of our psychiatrists, Dr. Mayer, who does extensive work with those who are greatly ill in that particular area, indicates that treatment takes a very long time, and so it's irrational to be offering or providing aid to these individuals when treatment for the first 3 to 4 years, that's how long it takes to get symptoms under control, and then the next years to thrive. Even if symptoms remain, there's a capability to do more than survive, but to be able to cope and have a satisfying life. So I'd just like his comments on that, please.
Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an excellent intervention from my colleague, and I'll just add to it by noting that in a position paper in 2017 with respect to the previous bill on this issue, Bill C-14, the Canadian Mental Health Association said the following: as a recovery-oriented organization, CMHA does not believe that mental illnesses are irremediable. Again, CMHA does not believe that mental illnesses are irremediable. So by adopting this amendment as proposed by the government, we would be directly contradicting what the Canadian Mental Health Association is saying with respect to mental illness. You know, this is a government that talks about being guided by experts in science, and it's become a totally meaningless talking point for them now. When you have all of these organizations, the experts come forward, they say, oh, well, some people disagree. Come on, Mr. Speaker. The evidence is very clear and the experts agree. Let's listen to the Canadian Mental Health Association and support the initiative.
Time for one last short question and response. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. The issue that was raised by the member from Edmonton Strathcona is disability supports, a guaranteed livable basic income, a right to housing, universal pharmacare. Would the member not agree that these are fundamentally important to improve the quality of life of Canadians with disabilities across the country?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will agree in the principle that we need to do more and do better to support individuals living with disabilities. There was a private member's bill from my colleague for Carleton, for example, to ensure access to work for people living with disabilities. And I think we need to be thinking about the full spectrum of issues: access to work, access to housing, access to supports when people are not able to work, for example, and necessary supports in any event, Mr. Speaker. I think to go into all of the depth that's required, that would be another debate. But I look forward to a time when we can have that discussion about how we do better to strengthen the living option instead of these challenges always being used by the Liberal government as an excuse to ramp up the dying option. We should be talking more about how to facilitate assistance in living as opposed to dying, and that's just so frustrating. The priorities that the government has when they're putting things before the House in the middle of a public health crisis, the focus on trying to create an urgency around the death ramp as opposed to the life ramp is totally out of step with what a lot of Canadians want.
And that will, where time has expired, then we'll now go to resuming debate and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Je souhaiterais heureux de...
It's my pleasure today to add my voice to today's consideration of the amendments from the other place to Bill C7, which amends the Criminal Code provisions on medical assistance in dying, or MAID. Our colleagues have done a significant amount of work on Bill C7 and have proposed thoughtful amendments as a result of their deliberations. The Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs heard from a diversity of witnesses in the course of 2 different studies. I carefully followed the debates at second and third reading and found that the range of witnesses' views is reflected in speeches delivered in the other place. It's therefore with immense respect for the other place's work that we consider their proposed amendments to Bill C7. As the Minister has explained, there are 3 amendments that we would propose supporting with modifications.
Respect to the collection and analysis of data about the race of persons seeking MAID. And Mr. Speaker, let me say here that we've heard extensively at the House of Commons level and also at the Senate level about the need for better and more robust data collection with respect to MAID. That data has been collected since MAID was first entered into the legislative landscape, but certainly improvements can be made. And I think it's important now, especially during Black History Month, to note that one of the Senate amendments proposes tracking the analysis of data on the race of persons who are accessing MAID. This is important because we've clearly seen a light shone on the important issue of systemic racism in Canada, in North America, around the planet. And we need to understand how racialized persons, because of their inherent vulnerability, may be disproportionately impacted by MAID and addressing that vulnerability with our legislative response. What I would say, however, is that the government, as articulated by previous speakers, including the minister, is that the amendment that the government proposes to make to this portion of what the Senate is suggesting is to make it more inclusive in light of all of the witness testimony given in both the House and the Senate. By that, I mean, in addition to race-based data about disability and Indigenous identity would be collected and analyzed. This, of course, is important, especially and specifically as we broaden the MAID regime to circumstances where death is not reasonably foreseeable in response to the Tucson decision, which creates a real possibility of persons seeking and obtaining MAID due to vulnerabilities in their lives as opposed to their health condition. So I'm grateful to the Senate for proposing this important legislative change. Mr. Speaker, the second Senate amendment that the government supports with some adjustments is the sunset clause that attaches to the mental illness exclusion. And we've heard extensively on this from the previous speaker in this debate in terms of other interventions that have been made. The Senate amendment proposes a sunset clause of 18 months. What we are suggesting as a government is that the sunset clause be extended to 24 months. And secondly, very importantly, requiring that the Ministers of Justice and Health ask a group of experts to make recommendations on safeguards, protocols, and guidance for MAID on the basis of mental illness alone. Those experts would be required to report back to the ministers within 1 year, which would leave an additional year for the government to consider what safeguards should be legislated and for Parliament to consider in enacting any subsequent legislation. I want to give some context to this because it's obviously a pressing matter for today's debate, but it's a pressing issue for all parliamentarians, and about the context surrounding this sunset clause. The government's position, Mr. Speaker, is that we need more time to consider and enact safeguards for this population, the population where a person's sole underlying condition would be a mental illness. The Minister of Justice was always clear that the questions of whether MAID for mental illness should be allowed, and if so, what safeguards were needed, would be studied in the course of an upcoming parliamentary review. What the sunset clause does, in combination with the requirement for an expert review, is commit to a definite timeline for eligibility of persons whose only medical condition is mental illness. This would reduce the risk that some Canadians would feel the need to challenge the exclusion before the courts, should they believe it is unconstitutional, and provides them with the certainty that 2 years following royal assent of Bill C7, eligibility on the basis of mental illness would be considered with the requisite safeguards attached. And this point about potential constitutional challenges is not an academic point alone, Mr. Speaker. We know that this is a complicated issue that balances competing constitutional rights. We know that obviously from the Truchon decision, there has obviously been litigation with respect to the old Bill C-14, and virtually all observers recognize that there is very likely to be constitutional challenges which relate to the current bill should it be enacted, Bill C-7. In fact, we heard testimony about this at the House of Commons Standing Committee with respect to some witnesses who talked about the exclusion of mental illness alone perhaps giving ripe to a Section 15 challenge. What we're trying to do is ensure that Canadians who are concerned about this exclusion would have a remedy that is not via the court process, but rather through the task force of experts and through the parliamentary study that would follow therefrom. And we've heard a lot from particularly from the previous member about evidence and does our government believe in evidence-based approaches. What I would reiterate for the record is that absolutely we do. And some of that evidence relates to actually a very specific document and submissions that were made by Quebec Association of Psychiatrists. Donc, en novembre,
in November 2020, the Association of Psychiatrists in Quebec published a very informative discussion paper on access to MAID for persons who suffered from mental illness. The Association's discussion paper does not shy away from the complexity of MAID on the basis of a mental illness and the practical problems that it poses. It declares that it is impossible to arrive at a set of rules that will apply in every case, and that the medical community is not unanimous about the prospect of extending access to MAID to individuals with a mental disorder.
The association is of the view that whether a mental illness is incurable or not can, quote, only be determined at the end of a long process after attempting several treatments and assessing their effects, end quote. The association in Quebec further notes that before coming to a conclusion on eligibility, a psychiatrist should, and I'm quoting, should explore other aspects that shape the patient's life experience and consider strategies to improve the social circumstances that add to the suffering, end quote. This dovetails exactly with some of the interventions just made in terms of the last portion of the debate by the members from the NDP, which talked about supports that surround a person's life circumstances, such as their income security, their housing security, etc. Further, going back to the Quebec Association's submission, they said, quote, psychiatrists must be involved as both the first and second assessors, end quote. But they also note that, quote, access to psychiatric care varies significantly from one region to the next, end quote. In light of all of these considerations, Mr. Speaker, the Quebec Association of Psychiatrists suggests that the creation of a new administrative body with regional offices dedicated to MAID on the basis of a mental illness, which would coordinate such requests, identify MAID assessor and providers, and ensure access to psychiatrists. They also suggest that such an administrative body could monitor the assessment process in real time instead of after the fact. I highlight this in some detail, Mr. Speaker, because I believe the association's discussion paper is focal to why we as a government believe that a 24-month sunset clause is needed. The Quebec Association of Psychiatrists' work will no doubt be foundational to the expert review of this issue. The paper points to possible solutions, some of which are fairly complex in nature, which underscore the need for careful consideration of what could work nationally. Further, I would underscore, Mr. Speaker, that the government and Parliament will need time to make decisions about which safeguards should be codified in federal MAID legislation as a matter of criminal law and relating to mandatory access across the country. Now I'll turn to the third amendment, Mr. Speaker. So the third amendment that's being proposed by the Senate that the government proposes to support, again with some modifications, relates to the notion of the parliamentary review. The government has repeatedly committed to facilitating the start of the parliamentary review required by Bill C-14 as soon as possible following the adoption of the current Bill C-7. Our proposed adjustments to this amendment, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the amendment being proposed by the Senate, would ensure that all of the relevant issues are front and center for the joint parliamentary committee that would undertake this work. So I underscore the notion joint because it would be a Senate House of Commons combined study, similar to what we saw prior to the advent of the original Bill C-14. Its mandate would look at things that were contemplated by the original intended review of C-14, so requests by mature minors, issues that relate to advanced directives, and issues that relate but in addition, what we would say is that we would include palliative care and safeguards for persons with disabilities within the scope of that mandatory joint parliamentary review being undertaken by both the Senate and the House. We also propose to adjust the timeline so that they are both realistic in a pandemic environment, but still ambitious given the seriousness of the issues at hand. Those are important features that we feel would enable us to move forward in a collaborative manner, involving the work of both houses in Parliament, but also the work of all legislators from various parties. I would note just parenthetically that obviously the member from Esquimalt-Saanich has been very instrumental in leading the charge and a call for a study in Parliament of the previous Bill C-14, and some of what we are proposing incorporates his views for the scope of what that review should look like. Mr. Speaker, finally, there are two Senate amendments that in the government's view we believe cannot be supported. The first is the amendment to the mental illness exclusion itself. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that some have advocated for greater clarity around what mental illness means in this context, the government is concerned that this particular amendment, as drafted by the Senate, implies that neurocognitive disorders are ordinarily understood as being mental illnesses, which in fact may not be the case. The federal government will work with its provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure a consistent application of the mental illness exclusion until it sunsets. The second Senate amendment, which we propose to reject, is an amendment to expand the waiver of final consent. Providing made in the absence of final consent is extraordinary and carries risks. We acknowledge that. The Senate amendment goes beyond the scope and principle of Bill C-7, which would permit the waiver of final consent only in narrow circumstances that present the fewest risks. Any expansion of advance consent or proposal for advance requests, what are sometimes called advance directives, will involve greater risks and should be the object of careful consideration by the parliamentary review. That has always been the notion that issue of advance directives should be contemplated only after consideration by the broader parliamentary review. That was the case with the old Bill C-14. That is certainly the case now with what we are proposing as a government with respect to the parliamentary review that should ensue herefrom. In the remaining time that I have remaining, Mr. Speaker, I want to canvass a couple of points. One is the notion that has arisen during the course of today's debate that somehow the government and de facto the Senate is somehow pursuing a route that is putting undue focus on facilitating an end of suffering, including facilitating the passing of an individual, as opposed to making their conditions of life more viable and also more supported. That assertion is categorically false, Mr. Speaker. The government's record over the last 5.5 to 6 years speaks for itself in terms of the supports we have put in place, whether that relates to long-term care, home care, supports for mental illness. It relates to the fact that, again, the previous member just mentioned a unanimous consent motion being passed with respect to a suicide hotline, etc. The supports we have put in place through things such as the Canada Health and Social Transfer, such as through intensive efforts to address home care, as well as addressing palliative care, are significant investments so that we ensure that people are making decisions that are so significant based on a full understanding of what options are available to them and what supports are available to them. Can more be done, Mr. Speaker? Of course more can be done, and I think that's what's important that arises from the context of debates such as this. The second thing I want to underscore, Mr. Speaker, is something that arose many times when C7 was in our chamber at first instance, meaning at second reading or third reading prior to being sent to the Senate, and which has again arisen again today in the context of today's debate. And that is this idea that persons with disability are somehow being victimized, targeted, or unfairly treated by this particular bill. And I'm going to raise a couple of important points that I think is really, really important for all members of Parliament to understand. And I've raised them before, but I'll reiterate them. What we are talking about here is autonomy. and autonomy of individuals to make choices about the end of their lives and their passing. And that butts up against the need to protect vulnerable people. That's an important balance, and that's what's at the heart of this, which makes it probably the most difficult issue that any of us have dealt with, at least in my time as a parliamentarian these 5.5 years. That being said, people need to understand, Mr. Speaker, that the case that was brought before the courts that we are responding to now was brought by two individuals, a Monsieur Truchon and a Madame Gladue. Both of them suffered from disabilities, but because they were not near the end of their lives, they were prevented from accessing the MAID regime under Bill C-14 because it was, at that point and even now until the law potentially has changed, an end-of-life only regime. And I want to read for members what the court analyzed with respect to that, because we've heard a lot about this discussion that somehow what we're trying to do in Bill C-7 is discriminatory of persons with disability. The notion of discrimination under Section 15 was squarely in front of the court in the Truchon case. And what the court said is quite the opposite. The court said, quote, I'm quoting from paragraph 678 of the Truchon decision, the requirement at issue reveals a legislative regime, talking about the old C-14, within which suffering takes a backseat to the temporal connection with death. Where natural death is not reasonably foreseeable, the consent and suffering of the disabled are worthy only of the sympathy of Parliament, which has adopted a protectionist policy towards every such person, regardless of his or her personal situation. As soon as death approaches, however, the state is prepared to recognize the right to autonomy. The judge went on, this is a flagrant contradiction of the fundamental principles concerning respect for the autonomy of competent people. And it is this unequal recognition of the right to autonomy and dignity that is discriminatory in this case. And the judge went on, Mr. Speaker, by seeking, this is paragraph 681, by seeking to counter only one of the stereotypes that the disabled face, vulnerability, the challenge provision perhaps perpetuates another probably more pernicious stereotype, the inability to consent fully to medical assistance in dying. Yet the evidence amply establishes that Mr. Truchon is fully capable of exercising fundamental choices concerning his life and his death. As a consequence, he is deprived of the exercise of these choices essential to his dignity as a human being due to his personal characteristics that the challenge provision does not consider. He can neither commit suicide by a method of his choosing nor legally request this assistance. Mr. Speaker, I read those into the record just to remind parliamentarians that discriminating against anyone in Canada should not be countenanced. But what was squarely before the court was whether the old regime was discriminatory against persons with disability who wanted to make autonomous choices about their passing but were not near the end of their lives. And the court found conclusively that that old regime was discriminatory. That is what prompted this change and other changes that we are making to the legislation. I think it's very important to understand that. And when I talk about and others talk about the heterogeneity amongst persons with disabilities, that is what we are driving at, is that it is not for Parliament, in my respectful view, to impede or limit or curtail the competence and autonomy of persons, including with persons with disability, who want to make significant choices about how and in what manner to end their suffering. I think a compassionate response by this Parliament, a response that entrenches dignity, requires us to do the opposite. I know it is difficult. I know it is moral. I know it is an issue fraught with a lot of personal conviction, and that is a difficult task for many of us. But that is the task before us as parliamentarians. And as somebody who's familiar with discrimination law, I just wanted to correct the record in terms of what I've heard in today's debate and in previous debates about how discrimination plays into the analysis. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I will end and entertain questions from my colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks. So he spoke about autonomy. And I just, we have to listen to the disability rights organizations who speak about autonomy within a social context. And when you talk about expanding autonomy, but you do so in a way that undermines the social context that people with disabilities will experience when they access the healthcare system. That's precisely what people are complaining about. And it's just not good enough to say, well, we've got 3 or 4 litigants over here who think differently from the vast majority of the community. I mean, these are concerns the government should be taking seriously. But I want to just ask specifically on the issue of the amendment from my colleague that we're talking about. The government's proposal for a 24-month sunset and an expert consultation predetermines the outcome. because it predetermines that the expert analysis will lead to a point of, in some sense, allowing MAID in cases where mental health is the primary complaint. We've seen how the government's failed to meet timelines before as a result of prorogation, the issues around the pandemic, other things can intervene. So why doesn't the government simply reject this amendment, and then at some future point, they're welcome to bring forward legislation after doing the required consultation, but not when they're under a gun created by the timeline?
There are a lot of people who want to ask questions. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for his contributions today and in the past in this debate over the last many, many years. The issue with respect to the social context and listening to disability rights organizations is one that I would concur with, and I think our government would concur with. You can't look at disability, the rights of the perspectives and the statements being made by disability persons with disability without understanding the social context that they are in, and the jurisprudence and the way the courts interpret discrimination bears that out. So I agree with him in that regard. But the point that I've made today and I've made previously is that there is as much differentiation in the disability community as there is in many other communities. To echo the words of the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, whether that relates to other marginalized groups, other vulnerable groups, etc. With respect to the sunsetting and having a wide open study as opposed to a study that relates to specifically the mental illness condition, I have confidence in terms of what we will hear from stakeholders, and that's why I spent some time with that Quebec Association of Psychiatrists review. They provided extensive analysis about what they believe would be required should it be entertained, but they never presumed the end result of such a study. And I think the medical establishment would bear that out.
I would ask honourable members to keep their remarks to around a minute. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. The interpreter is sorry, but the sound is too faint for interpretation. Interpretation will resume subsequently. I must interrupt the honourable member. Apparently there's an issue with the sound. Could I ask the member to just check that his headset is properly connected and choose the right setting to ensure that the headset has been selected with the inline mic? Is that better, Mr. Speaker? Yes, that's much better. Thank you. Very well. I'll start again. I'm sorry. So the Conservatives were talking about respecting human dignity, but human dignity means treating others as an end and never as a means. We need to respect patients' self-determination and free will. We need to treat patients as the sole masters of their own destiny. With these overly broad generalizations, and with these kinds of accusations that groups are being targeted, would my colleagues say that the Conservatives are instrumentalizing people and ultimately thus violating human dignity? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. That is a fascinating observation, and it's a criticism that I've heard several times so far. But without getting into that specifically, I would just like to say that I appreciate my honourable colleagues' contributions during the committee study. And I would say that it's very important to listen to the entirety of the disability community and not just certain parts of it. That's what we're doing, and that's what we'll continue doing. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, I brought forward a motion on a national suicide action plan. As an elected member, I went across the country. I engaged people. I spoke to people. That's the democratic process. The Liberals voted for it and then did nothing. Imagine a member of Parliament saying, I want to bring forward a motion that if you're depressed, you can die immediately, that you can have the rights to die. There would be a debate. There would be a national outcry. Instead, we got the Senate, the unelected, unaccountable Senate that put this motion in, a dramatic change in any kind of law, and the Liberals are like, well, it's our friends in the Senate. Let's talk about this in 2 years. This is not how these kind of decisions are to be made. The fact that the unelected and unaccountable Senate could dramatically change legislation
and they cut a deal with the Liberals that it will be brought forward at a certain period of time, to me is an insult to the democratic process. And it's a greater insult when I hear the Liberals saying, come on, let's just get this bill passed. We can worry about it down the road. Oh, I trust what the committee will do. This is a major change to allow people who are feeling depressed to die. They need to admit that, and they need to say it is well beyond the scope of this legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member from Timmins for his contributions with respect to that National Suicide Action Plan. That's exactly the type of initiative that we need more of. But secondarily, I reject the insinuation that seems to be repetitive of the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, that somehow the Senate has been instrumentalized to do an end run around the House of Commons. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Senate has engaged in a study. They have engaged in sober second thought. They have presented something to this House, and the accountability in a democracy such as ours is via the vote that will take place on these amendments. That is how we are held accountable to our electors, to the voting populace in Canada, and that is exactly the purpose of today's debate and the purpose of the forthcoming votes on the motions. To insinuate something otherwise is entirely inappropriate and unparliamentary in my respectful view.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his very thoughtful remarks. And I just want to say two things: that I greatly appreciate the academic and legal vigor that he applies to his arguments. But my question is about his personal beliefs. He mentioned that the government will expand or extend the Senate amendment of 18 months on review for mental illness to 24 months, and then have a year to consider whatever an expert panel recommends. So we may be in this situation within 3 years debating mental health, and if people in the depths of a mental health crisis can access death. And I'd like to know if he personally believes that it's ethical for Parliament to legislate on people in the grips of depression to access death.
Parliament Secretary.
So I thank the member opposite, and I know this is personal for others as it's personal for me, and obviously mental health touches all of us and all of our families, and it's touched my family. That's a difficult question to answer, but what I would say is that I am comfortable trying to proceed incrementally, as we've done starting with C14, now with C7, but doing it on the basis of having a lot of input from those in the medical community whose jobs are to diagnose, treat, and provide support to those who are suffering from a mental illness. What I can't do is obviously put myself in the shoes of another person who, in terms of manifesting their own autonomy, might be contemplating, considering taking such a step. That's difficult for me to do personally. But what I can do is ensure that I, as a parliamentarian, try and provide equal access to different options, including end-of-life options, to Canadians should they choose to end their suffering. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
She's on mute.
Well, I think the Honourable Member is just on mute there. Just activate the microphone.
Isn't that funny, Mr. Speaker? It's the first time you've told me I'm on mute. I was so busy putting my hand down, I didn't depress the button enough. So I wanted to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for a very helpful, thorough review of the government's views on what has now come to this place from the other place. But I also wanted to focus, as his last remarks did, on some of his personal beliefs around the situation, the context for the people in the disability community, the context for people who are experiencing extreme depression. I think we have to put that context in economic terms. We know that people who are in the disability community are far more likely to fall below the poverty line than able-bodied Canadians. I think it's a really significant crisis. We experienced in CERB the ability to send a check to people across the country for $2,000. I want to ask the honourable member if it isn't time to look at guaranteed livable income as part of the package of public health measures, because poverty is the single largest component of health. As a social determinant of health, poverty is the largest measure. And I know it's slightly unrelated to the debate on C14, but can we not move to eradicate poverty?
Secretary Parlementaire.
So I thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands, I believe it is, for her extensive contributions to this parliament, including in terms of this debate. And I would say absolutely, the CERB issue raised the notion of a guaranteed income or a universal basic income. That has not left the scene in terms of something that needs to be actively considered. And I would point to the All-Party Anti-Poverty Caucus as evidence that this has cross-party support. It's something that time has come in terms of as an idea, and I lament the fact that there was a pilot gathering evidence in Ontario that was unfortunately eliminated midstream by the provincial Conservative Premier in Ontario, despite having been started by a provincial Liberal Premier in Ontario who preceded him. So developing that evidentiary base through some sort of pilot makes eminent sense from my perspective. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 100% guaranteed we will kill people who would have gotten better. Now, that's a statement made by a well-respected Canadian psychiatrist this weekend at an emergency C7 meeting I cobbled together in response to this Frankenstein bill, which we are now debating here in the House. How the Senate managed to change the bill from what it was to what it is completely boggles the mind. And the bill is now so deadly that not only is the disability community and the Indigenous community crying out against it, but the mental health community and the geriatric professionals have joined in sounding alarm bells against the extreme danger this poses to the most marginalized in our communities. So, some in the Senate and the Liberals, a group of wealthy, worried well, have decided that their wishes far outweigh any harm that may come to the vulnerable who can't afford or can't access the kind of care that powerful elites can. Let's take the issue of advance directives. Senator Pamela Wallin stated, "As someone with a history of dementia in my family, I seek the peace of mind that an advanced request and consent to it will provide." So I would like to pose a question. Does Senator Wallin's peace of mind carry more weight than the premature deaths of frail seniors that will result if this amendment becomes law? Imagine with me, if you will, a person, let's take, for example, Senator Wallin, possibly dealing with dementia at some future time, who has reached the stage at which her advance directive authorizes her death. Imagine that she's completely unaware of her cognitive deficits and is living happily with her loving family or in a top-notch residential setting somewhere in Canada. Who will give the maid order? How will Ms. Wallin's caregivers explain this to her? Will that directive take precedence over her current wishes and those of everyone around her? Imagine now a family that is less loving, one that's fighting over the inheritance while mother is still alive, over how much is spent paying for nursing care. This is a common scenario, as many professionals witness. Now, who will give the maid order? And in whose interest? Now imagine there is no family, and the administration of the nursing home is under orders from the ministry to find beds for patients to be transferred from the hospital. There are already horror stories from around the world where advance directives for euthanasia exists as an option. Stories of doctors trying to sedate their patients by putting sedatives in their coffee. Or stories like that of the 74-year-old Alzheimer's patients from the Netherlands, whose family had to hold her down as she was struggling so that the doctor could administer the lethal cocktail. I learned in a conversation with Dr. Catherine Ferrier, who works with dementia patients, that often when a person is suffering with dementia, it's their family who are most distressed. Patients themselves are often content, even happy. The point I'm trying to make here, colleagues, is that it's impossible to know the exact wishes of someone who is suffering with dementia. One who's young and healthy can imagine what they would want for themselves if they were to decline in that way, but they don't know what that future self, in a state of mind that they don't understand, would actually wish for. I am terrified for vulnerable Canadians who will want to live despite an earlier wish to die. They will not be able to communicate their desires, and their families and caregivers may pressure them to die to remove a burden from their own lives. Colleagues, I implore you to remember that our duty is to promote the safety and well-being of all Canadians, especially those most marginalized, not to calm the worried well. The Council of Canadian Academies expert panel working group on advance request for MAID found that relatives of patients with dementia generally support euthanasia if an AED exists. But when they are faced with a decision to follow an AED, most decide against it. Many experts now favor, instead of a directive giving specific instructions, a process of reflection on broad healthcare goals, conversations with loved ones, and the designation of a proxy decision maker. Listening to those who advocate for MAID by advance request for patients with dementia, our first reaction should be horror at the demeaning and discriminatory terms in which they are depicted. To state that people who no longer recognize family members, are bedridden, or are dependent for hygiene or feeding have lost their dignity is a marginalizing and ableist depiction. Dignity is never lost, but it can be either affirmed or denied. So let's tackle the first myth. People deserve death with dignity, and MAID provides that. The fact is that this debate has distorted what dignity means. Dignity means to deserve honor or respect. What MAID advocates mean by loss of dignity is a loss of control, a loss of superficial appearance, and self-critical judgment. They have tragically subverted the most dignified acts of all, unfailing love and deep respect for each other in all life circumstances. Bathing my dying grandmother, whispered conversations on the threshold of death, silent reflection and presence through a long night waiting for a last breath. These are the moments of greatest dignity. Dignity is found within our relationships. It's about whether someone looks at you and treats you with respect rather than with subtle disdain or prejudice, or makes you feel like you're bothering them. Dignity is not about the means of death. Dying with dignity means dying in a milieu of care, love, kindness, and respect. Anyone who says all these things are not present in a natural death setting simply does not understand what dignity is. But wait. The senators, the Liberals, Jocelyn Downey, and all their friends at Dying with Dignity will cry, no one will be euthanized under this legislation who hasn't already freely consented to it. But the notion of consent by advance directive is not that simple. The vulnerability and power imbalance that is present between all the parties is glaringly obvious. But advertising campaigns and media have been busy creating a fantasy world for Canadians, which pretends that the use of a physician in ending the life of someone not near death is compassionate and respects autonomy. We read in the paper about parties being organized to celebrate the last moments of life with balloons and symphony music playing in the background. And we can see by the few statistics that are being reported that the glorification of euthanasia provides encouragement for those who are already unsure of their value or feel a burden to their loved ones, regardless of the fact that they are not near death. In actual fact, what we're able to provide families with amounts to moral absolution. With this bill, we're offering to make legal what is illegal in every other country around the globe. Let me repeat that. There is no other country on the planet who allows death administered by a doctor to someone who is not imminently about to die if they have not first been given treatment. Canada, with the implementation of this legislation, will be the only country in the world to offer death by physician where access to alternative treatments are not even required in order to qualify. Not only are this bill's changes to the euthanasia regime with these Senate amendments unprecedented from a legal and moral perspective, they're also unheard of from a medical perspective. This bill would require doctors who work with patients suffering from mental illness to prescribe death, with no evidence, no data, no statistics to prove that it's an effective or beneficial treatment. There's been no due diligence done by the medical community to support the idea that MAID belongs in the toolbox of mental health professionals. It's politicians motivated by ideology, not by evidence, who have forced it upon them. I've been told by doctors who support MAID in principle that this bill will force them to act against their conscience and their Hippocratic oath. It's one thing to conscientiously object, but it's something much worse when you lack faith in the treatment you're forced to provide. To make the concept more clear, they explain that doctors do not prescribe cigarettes to patients because the health risks far outweigh the calming benefits of nicotine. These same doctors know that there's no evidence to support the idea that MAID is an acceptable medical treatment for mental illness. Thus, if this bill passes, they will be forced to provide, against their conscience, an unproven treatment that causes the demise of their patient. Further, allowing MAID for mental illness in this bill makes the bill incoherent. On the one hand, it says that MAID can only be offered to those who aren't dying if their condition is grievous and irremediable. On the other hand, they fail to acknowledge what psychiatrists know to be true, that it's impossible to know if a mental illness is irremediable. There are many cases of doctors who have thought that a patient's condition was irremediable, only to find that patient got better. This means that the entire entry point of accessing medical assistance in dying is not satisfied for those who suffer from mental illness. That's why doctors are pleading with us, telling us that they are 100% certain that if we accept this amendment, we will kill people who would have gotten better. This bill will ensure that people will no longer be seeking to avoid a painful death, but rather escape from a painful life. I think it's also important to tackle the second myth being propagated by the Liberals and their friends at Dying with Dignity, the myth that Bill C-7 is not discriminatory. Here are the facts. Canadian disability organizations, mental health organizations, Indigenous organizations, and the United Nations all say Bill C-7 is absolutely discriminatory. This bill singles out vulnerable Canadians and offers them physician-assisted death without offering adequate disability supports or treatment to help them live full lives free of the suffering caused by poor health care, poverty, and stigma. It singles out persons with disabilities who are not terminally ill as fit for suicide completion. This will become a choice of desperation, not autonomy. Let's understand what discrimination really is. It's pretending that all Canadians are equal in all ways. The obvious reality here is that some of us face profound life challenges. We need laws that protect the disadvantaged. A law that offers death to one group and support and treatment to all others is the paradigm of discrimination. This law proclaims that a disabled Canadian or someone suffering with a mental health challenge should consider death instead of recovery. Vulnerable patients need protection from politicians and doctors who want to make it easier for them to die while simultaneously denying access to appropriate healthcare supports. This is true discrimination. Let's face it, there is a myriad of reasons that many organizations have come out opposing this bill. Take as another example the testimony from Tyler White, CEO of Siksika Health Services, and let me quote, "MAID, with its administration of a lethal substance with the intent to end a person's life, is countercultural to our Indigenous culture and practices. Our concept of health and wellness does not include the intentional ending of one's life. We recognize the dignity of life from its beginnings to natural death, and efforts to suggest to our people that MAID is an appropriate end to life is a form of neocolonialism. Extraordinary efforts have been made in suicide prevention in our communities, and the expansion of MAID sends a contradictory message to our peoples that some individuals should receive suicide prevention while others suicide assistance. Bill C-7 in its current form is the absence of protection for individuals working in our communities who do not wish to participate in MAID. We believe that our people should not be coerced to participate in non-Indigenous practices against our conscience and will. And it is this kind of oppression that has been the source of much trauma in our history. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada calls upon those who can effect change within the Canadian healthcare system to recognize the value of Aboriginal healing practices and for respecting Indigenous peoples' rights to self-determination in spiritual matters, including the right to practice our own traditions and customs. Bill C-7 should be amended such that those who opt to abstain from participating in MAID, directly and indirectly, will be protected to do so without discrimination in their employment and in the healthcare system. End quote. Or how about Margaret Eaton, National CEO of the Canadian Mental Health Association? She stated the following in a recent press release. Here's a quote. Anyone living with mental illness knows it can absolutely be grievous and unbearable. However, what sets mental illness apart from all other types of suffering is that there always remains the hope of recovery. That's why the Senate's amendments to C-7, the assisted dying bill, is so concerning. People with a mental health problem or illness need assistance to live and thrive, not hasten death. End quote. The Canadian Mental Health Association is urging MPs to vote against the amendments made by the Senate to C-7, in particular the clause to start the clock on eventually allowing people to seek medical assistance in dying with mental illness as a sole underlying cause. Then there's the petition I received this morning from 130 psychiatrists, psychotherapists, and mental health professionals calling on us to reject the amendment which would include mental illness as a sole criterion for medical assistance in dying. And I quote, "Some persons with mental illnesses, that often includes symptoms of hopelessness and suicidal thinking, have long been recognized as potentially vulnerable to suicide inducement, and until now have rightfully been excluded from eligibility for MAID. Suicide prevention is recognized as a critical mental health service necessary to preserve life. Review of evidence found that unlike with MAID for terminal illness, we cannot distinguish between those seeking MAID for mental illness and suicidal individuals." End of quote. Over and over again, we have heard from medical professionals how disastrous this bill will be to the safety and security of their patients. So the question that is begging to be asked, why the rush? During the pandemic, the Liberals have made the passage of Bill C-7 their priority. However, this bill is not a high priority for Canadian citizens, and it's safe to assume that the majority of Canadians know very little about C-7 or its implications. Canadians have been preoccupied with more pressing matters, such as keeping themselves and their loved ones alive during this pandemic. They've been concerned with keeping financially afloat, making rent and mortgage payments, keeping their jobs, keeping their businesses from going under. But throughout this time, the Liberals have been concerned with driving Bill C-7 to the post, perhaps with the hope of slipping one by a distracted public. This is one of the most serious changes of legislation and law undertaken in a long time, with far-reaching implications. It will surely change the character of the country and how life and death is viewed. It has at the very least the potential to cause individual and social harm and open up abuses that no safeguards can guarantee against. I will end with one final quote from the Washington Post this week under the title, "Canada is plunging toward a human rights disaster for disabled people." It said, and I quote, "This month, the Journal of Medicine and Philosophy found that in the 18 years since Belgium permitted this sort of euthanasia, the laws and regulations meant to protect patients from abuse often fail to operate as such. Much like in the Netherlands, the eligibility criteria had steadily expanded to the point where more and more people pursued it not for medical reasons, but simply for tiredness of life. Legalizing assisted death for disabled people only fortifies the underlying problem. Canada has long mistreated its disabled citizens. This bill is a workaround for that problem, not a solution." End quote. So I ask one more time, why? If this bill is so good, why are the vulnerable, the poor, the disabled, our Indigenous brothers and sisters, feeling so threatened. Why do we want our hospitals to offer suicide prevention programs through one door and doctor-assisted suicide through the other? I beg my colleagues to hear the cry of those most vulnerable among us and reject the discriminatory and dangerous Bill C7. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to this member's discussion, and in particular when she talked about at the end of life and the dignity that one should have. And she talked about those sweet moments of somebody laying on their bed just before passing away swiftly into the beyond death, as though it could only ever be this incredible experience for family and friends to sit around and to take great solitude in the dignity of what was happening. Let me paint another scenario for her. The end of November of last year, my father-in-law had a tumor on his brain operated on. After coming out of that operation, the doctor said, "I'm sorry, Don, there's nothing that we can do for you. Unfortunately, you're going to die." Don spent about 7 to 9 days, Mr. Speaker, in the hospital with his wife at his side, often going into, often having seizures, going through some very intense pain before he finally passed away. He didn't have that opportunity that she spoke of. Where is his dignity to be found, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. Death of a parent is a very difficult thing. And I think that's why we have been calling for palliative care, better palliative care, because things can be peaceful and different. My own father-in-law passed away also, and we as family were able to be around him. We were able to sing psalms from the Bible. It was absolutely a wonderful time of our lives where we could reconnect. We could remember the history that my father-in-law has passed down to us and to our grandkids. So palliative care must be absolutely our first goal. Ensure that all Canadians can access it, because right now only 30% of Canadians can access good quality palliative care. And I do ask the member to please support that.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the member. Clearly, I disagree with her remarks, but respectfully. She provided a definition of dignity, and I retained the word respect, but it also involves humanism. Do you think that as parliamentarians, by refusing to adopt Bill C7 as amended, would not be showing a lack of respect of the will of citizens who have gone to court and have asked for this choice?
Langley City.
Thank you very much for the question from my esteemed colleague. I think what is really shameful is that we did not actually ask for this lower court decision to go to Supreme Court. I think that one lower court judge from Quebec shouldn't be deciding a complete change in the way Canadian law is working, in the way our mental health patients are treated as well as our disabled. So I would beg that we can actually have a fulsome discussion and go all the way to Supreme Court with this.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make remarks in terms of the use of very ableist language and also possessive language. My colleague referred to speaking about our Indigenous peoples and are disabled peoples. I want to remind her that we are sovereign, independent individuals capable of making our own decisions, owned by nobody. In her arguments, she used the term about self-determination. I agree that Indigenous people as well as disabled peoples have a right to self-determination as referred to in the UN Charter of Human Rights. I'm wondering if she applies the same right to self-determination, particularly Indigenous peoples, when she's referring to resource extraction projects, which include things like pipelines and mining, any sort of resource extraction, whether she provides the same level of respect for self-determination.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you very much for the question. And I just want to point out that I was reading a quote from Tyler White, the CEO of the Siksika Health Services. So everything I said when I used all that terminology was not my words. I was simply reading from what Tyler White said. And I think it's inappropriate at a time when we're discussing such a massive change to our health regime, talking about euthanasia, that we talk about instead pipelines.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a comment through you to the member from Kingston and the Islands. Palliative care is where the emphasis should be, and that can totally take care. I'm talking to people that have been in distress. They are able to manage the pain mentally and physically. But this amendment doesn't talk so much about medical assistance in dying, but it talks about for people that are not dying. And so this is what we're talking about in this amendment is unfettered expansion of euthanasia, of assisted suicide, like seen nowhere else in the world. This is a very deep concern, because right now there are 4,000 people that die from suicide each year. 7% of those that make attempts actually do die from it. This will allow many, many more, thousands more a year to actually accomplish suicide. Right now, and I'm just going to mention this quick point, 3 times more men are actually commit suicide than women, though 2 times as many women make the attempt. We're finding through MAID that 2 times more people are actually going through that are women. And so this is really impacting women also. And I just want to ask the question to the member, does she find it perverse that what is being offered is death prior to treatment? Because that is what's necessary and that is what is lacking.
Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you very much for that question. And yes, absolutely. It is absolutely perverse to imagine that we would be the only country that is going to offer a service such as euthanasia before treatment has been actually accessed. We need to ensure that people are not choosing this because they're desperate. We need people to only be supported with health care, with mental health care, so that we are not seeing people die unnecessarily. And that we've heard that from all of the different professional groups. And I think we need to listen to these voices.
We have time for one last question. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was finally able to catch your eye. I think the member gave a great speech, kind of laying out a very empathetic case for why the amendments from the Senate should be rejected. The debate I've heard so far isn't about the amendments this House already sent on C7 to C14, the original bill. So I disagreed with what the House, I voted in the minority, what the proposal was, to the reply from us to the Truchon decision, I thought went too far at the time. But what the Senate has done is gone far beyond what the original even debate in this House was, the witness testimony that we heard, the considerations at the Justice Committee. I wonder if the member could perhaps just comment on that point.
Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Yes, thank you very much. I have to say, it was shocking to see what sort of a Frankenstein bill that they sent back to us. We hadn't even had a chance to discuss any of these other things, to debate these other things, and here they are in the bill. It is absolutely unbelievable, and we need to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, we've actually got time for one more quick question. I see that the honourable member for Kingston and the Island, just a short question.
Sure. Just in response, Mr. Speaker, to the intervention back and forth with the member from the previous member in the question about palliative care. Does this member believe, just out of curiosity, if all people who are at their end of life, if all of them, their pain can be relieved through palliative care measures? Does she believe that every person can be relieved by various different palliative care members?
Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you very much. What I do believe is that when only 30% of Canadians can access palliative care, we are failing our seniors. And we need to make a change. And we have been begging, we've been asking, my dear friend Mark Warwell was begging for us to look at palliative care and the needs of seniors. We need to get on that right away.
With that, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. And first off is the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During these challenging times of the pandemic, I've heard from many families, friends, and loved ones who could not see or speak with their dying parents living in Ontario's long-term care homes. I feel as strong as my residents do regarding the long-term care crisis. I strongly agree that things need to change. The report of understaffing, COVID-positive residents sharing rooms with residents who were COVID negative, and a lack of basic care, including feeding, toileting, and dressing, are unacceptable and cannot happen again. Canadian families will live with these painful memories forever. The lives lost during the long-term care homes in the COVID is one of Canada's greatest tragedies. Vulnerable seniors deserve to be safe, to be respected, and to live with dignity. Like our Prime Minister said about national standards for long-term care, we have a responsibility to make sure all Canadians are safe. Although long-term care falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, I will support seniors while working alongside our provinces and territories. And I know Canadians stand with us on this righteous cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Desnathan, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, when it is appropriate again, my riding in Northern Saskatchewan is prepared to give a much-needed boost to the tourism industry. Northern Saskatchewan's natural landscapes offer something for everyone. Prince Albert National Park is an all-season natural playground. The many regional parks and the Candle Lake, Narrow Hills, and Meadow Lake provincial parks all provide a variety of camping and family-friendly options. Places like Stanley Mission, Isla Cross, Cumberland House, and the Methane Portage offer visitors a historic reminder of the role of the fur trade in our early economic prosperity. Creighton, Denair Beach, and many other communities are situated in the Canadian Shield and an outdoor enthusiast's dream. The tri-communities of the La Ronge and Mississippi area are the jumping-off point to world-class canoe trips. The unique geological features of the Athabasca Sand Dunes and the Saskatchewan River Delta are bucket list-worthy destinations. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Desnathan, Mississippi, Churchill River, we look forward to seeing you again soon.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, since 2018, the Newmarket African Caribbean Canadian Association, or NACA for short, has played a vital role in building a community network based on education and celebration of Black Canadians and neighbours. It was NACA's chairperson, Jerusha Hall-Grant, that once told me that in order to have a genuine dialogue with the Black community, we need to be prepared to have some difficult and direct conversations. And it's thanks to these conversations with Jerusha that since becoming MP for Newmarket Aurora, I've been able to build a much better understanding of the stories, the concerns, the contributions, and the achievements of Black Canadians in our community and in our country. Today, I want to thank Jerusha and the NACA team for their leadership and their contributions in making our community much more diverse and connected. And I want to remind all that while February is recognized as Black History Month, it is our collective duty to celebrate Black Canadians by listening and learning all year round. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to mark the 100th anniversary of the founding of Témiscamingue. Our founders made this great city, located at the southern border of Témiscamingue and Ontario, a prosperous and lovely place to live, surrounded by nature, lakes, and forests. Located at the top of the Rivière des Outaouais, what you would call the Ottawa River, Témiscamingue is nicknamed the Garden City, thanks to its many public gardens, its urban artwork, and its fruit trees that lend a distinctive touch to this mountain town. Its main economic activity is still forestry, and it has an important forestry facility owned by Matériaux Innovants Rayonier. Témiscamingue is also known for hockey. 4 of its members made it to the NHL, and there are only 2,500 people who live there, so that's quite exceptional. We also have our own hockey team, the Titans. By honoring our past, we build our future, and so I hope that Témiscamingue will be able to celebrate its foundation with great ceremony. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm lucky that in my riding of Alfred Pellan, there are many farms that produce food for our community. Even at the height of the pandemic, these farming families showed enormous determination and resilience, and they continued to produce high-quality food for my constituents. Today is Canada's Agricultural Day, and I want to acknowledge the amazing work of our local farmers. And what better way to celebrate farmers than by eating local? By choosing locally grown food, we can help families based in our communities and proudly support Canadian agriculture. I would invite my colleagues and all Canadians to mark Agricultural Day by eating local, not just today, but every day. Let's show some pride in our Canadian farmers. Thanks.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The young people of Appalachia in my riding are taking charge of their lives, getting involved in their communities, and making things happening. Our youth is proactive, creative, and hardworking. They feel concerned by what's happening, and they want to express themselves. And here they do. The Youth DNA Strategy, created by and for young people aged 15 to 29 in all of the municipalities of the Appalachia region, will allow them to take their place, express themselves, and tell older citizens that they exist and they want to participate. I invite my constituents to follow the Rendez-vous Jeunesse Engagée, monthly meetings on Facebook Live, where local young people talk about the subjects that concern them: mental health, internet coverage in the region, the LGBTQ+ community, and recreation, among many more things. They have a lot to say, and we as elected officials should listen to them. That's not all. Our young people are innovating. On March 13th, we'll have the very first Youth Summit, which will be held entirely in virtual reality. No, I'm not talking about Zoom. In fact, each participant will have a virtual reality headset to discuss the future of our region. To all the members of the Appalachia Youth Committee, I congratulate you for your commitment. The future is in your hands, and it's up to you to make it a better world for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, as the son of a nurse, it's a very special privilege for me to thank healthcare workers in my riding and across Canada. Since the beginning of this global pandemic, they have worked day and night to help their patients. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank everyone at the Pearlie and Rideau Veterans Health Centre, the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, the Ottawa Hospital General Campus, Riverside Hospital, St. Patrick's Home, the COVID Care Centre on Heron Road, and all the frontline healthcare workers at our region's hospitals, clinics, and long-term care facilities. Their dedication, commitment, and courage deserves our deepest gratitude. We will never forget the sacrifices that they are making to help us get through this crisis. Their professionalism and their kindness are unparalleled. We can simply never thank them enough for their service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February is Black History Month, and for that occasion, I took the time to meet with several Black community leaders to recognize the important work that they are doing. For example, I met with Aïssé Touré and Angélique Gauguin-Couture, who, in addition to being nurses in the fight against COVID-19, also founded Black Estrie, an organization that shines the spotlight on inspiring Quebecers from the Black community. I also met Mariam Cissé, a Sherbrooke resident for over 30 years, and project coordinator for the Fédération des Communautés Culturelles de l'Estrie, which fights against the non-recognition of qualifications and conjugal violence and promotes gender equality. Then there's Mele Temegua, an outstanding soccer player who's currently playing for FC Edmonton while studying at the University of Sherbrooke. This month is an opportunity to highlight the initiatives and success stories in order to unite our communities and build a stronger, fairer, and more inclusive Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, there is an old saying that the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Historically, this government has responded to problems with simple symbolism and wishful thinking as opposed to well-executed plans. Similarly, their vaccine strategy has been based on one thing: hope. Hope that Chinese CanSino vaccine comes through. Hope there's not a second wave. Hope there's not a third wave. Hope that countries counting on COVAX don't notice we're stealing their vaccines. Mr. Speaker, the reality is I'm hearing from Canadians who have lost all hope. The more this government talks about how they plan to deliver millions of vaccines, the further we seem to move down the list compared to the rest of the world. Clearly, hope is not a strategy. Failure on the vaccine rollout means more lockdowns, more time until we can get our economy back on track. Canadians deserve better. Canadians can trust the Conservative Party to save jobs and secure the future.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food joined us virtually at the University of Guelph's Arrow Food Institute to announce the first ever Canadian Food Policy Advisory Council. Evan Fraser de Guelph co-présidera le Conseil.
Evan Fraser from Guelph will co-chair the council along with 22 other members from across Canada, including scientists, nutritionists, food producers and processors, non-profit organizations, and academics.
We're already leading the way developing Canada's first circular food economy. The Food Policy Advisory Council will help guide us in this work by advising on current and emerging issues and providing data. Modeling their work around the theme, Everyone at the Table, they will work on safe, nutritious, sustainable solutions around food waste, food security, and innovative policies to guide the government to become a world leader in global food to feed 9 billion people by 2050. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, today is Canada's Agriculture Day, where we show our appreciation to our resilient and hardworking farmers and farm families. I've heard firsthand from farmers in my riding how they've overcome immense amounts of adversity since the start of the pandemic, with processing delays and border restrictions affecting the movement of workers and products. The government has the opportunity now to take action to reduce the burdens on our farmers. By implementing rapid testing at the border to reduce isolation the period for the temporary foreign workers, thus allowing workers to start on time. By adopting Bill C-206, which will cut costs for our farm families by exempting propane and natural gas from the carbon tax for our farmers. By adopting Bill C-208 in order to maintain the strong tradition of family farms in Ontario and Canada. And finally, the government must stand up for Enbridge's Line 5, as it is a crucial lifeline for our farmers, other industries, and the environment. Replacing this pipeline would require 2,000 trucks or 800 rail cars daily to meet the current need. Mr. Speaker, on Canada's Agriculture Day, I urge the government to implement these tangible measures to support our farmers. For all they do for us, it's the least we can do for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Agriculture Day, and it's my honor to recognize the work of farmers and farm families and all those that are part of the agriculture supply chain. Their knowledge, skills, innovation, hard work, and dedication puts the world's highest quality food on our tables every day. Producing food is not just a job. It's a way of life. For generations, farmers, including 3 generations of my own family, producers and ranchers have used their passion and skill, rain or shine, through summer heat and the cold of winter, enduring floods, droughts, and fluctuating markets to meet the heavy responsibility of feeding Canadians. These are some of the most resilient people you will ever meet. There are no days off. It's a 24/7 job. Today, we recognize your vital contribution to the welfare of our country and the well-being of Canadians. The love you put into our food should never be taken for granted. Today and every day, I encourage all Canadians to thank a farmer.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, today we mark Canada's Agriculture Day, which was launched back in 2016 and allows us to pay tribute to the hard-working men and women in agriculture and their important role in putting fresh food on our plates. As the owner of a small-scale farm, I'm incredibly proud to represent a region that is continually making a name for itself as a place capable of producing a wonderfully diverse range of high-quality farm-fresh produce, artisanal foods, and beverages. Across this great country, Canadian farmers have what it takes to be world leaders in agriculture, in sustainability, and in the use of technology and innovation to tackle the great problems of our time, like climate change and food security. As the NDP's critic for agriculture and agri-food, and on behalf of my entire caucus, I want to wish everybody a very happy Agriculture Day.
The Honourable Member from Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2000, the current U.S. President Joe Biden lamented that Canada's foreign policy seemed limited to a single issue, quote, Quebec versus the rest of Canada. Documents recently declassified by the U.S. State Department back this up. After the election of the Parti Québécois in 1976, Canadian Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau talked to Washington about his plans to sabotage Quebec's economy in order to hurt the government of René Lévesque. The documents reveal that Trudeau asked billionaire Paul Desmarais to move his operations and investments outside of Quebec as part of an effort to double the unemployment rate in Quebec. He ordered Desmarais to make things, quote, as hard as possible for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the Prime Minister of Canada plotting to hurt Quebec's economy with the clearly stated goal of making Quebecers lose their jobs. This was shameful behavior on the part of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and Quebec will not forget it.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses, families, and seniors in York, Simcoe, and across Canada have been feeling the strain after months of lockdown and restrictions. These restrictions have separated families, loved ones, kept kids out of the classroom, threatened the livelihoods of millions. We have to get the vaccine rollout right in order to secure jobs and secure our future. But the Liberals' inability to get vaccines to Canadians and their repeated failures to manage this pandemic means our future remains uncertain. How much longer can our great small businesses in our community hold out before they are forced to shut their doors for good? How much longer can we expect seniors to be confined to their homes? When can we expect life to get back to normal? To get there, more must be done. We need a plan that goes beyond restrictions. We need a path forward that reopens our economy, protects our most vulnerable, and above all else, gives Canadians the confidence and hope for the future. Mr. Speaker, fear may be contagious, but always remember, hope is contagious too.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Portage-Liscar.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men and women to do nothing. Well, yesterday, while this Prime Minister and his cabinet did nothing, this House united under the leadership of our Conservative Party, and we did something. And with one voice, we said genocide is happening in China. And what we do next matters. We've used Magnitsky sanctions against some others, but never against members of the Chinese government. Will the Prime Minister admit his approach to China has failed to defend Canadian values? And will he impose sanctions against those running Uyghur detention camps?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Our government takes any and every allegation of genocide extremely seriously. Yesterday's vote in Parliament ensured that every member in this House could make a determination for themselves on available evidence and to express that honestly and clearly. And the government welcomes the voice of Parliament yesterday and the voice of parliamentarians united on this issue. But the government has additional responsibilities and will continue to work with international partners, multilateral bodies, and ensure that we find a way to bring health, bring justice, and bring fairness to Uyghur people in Western China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Portage-Liscar.
Well, the government's lack of a voice yesterday, the lack of speaking out, spoke volumes, and it was very weak and it was disappointing. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Health Committee heard that the Liberals' vaccine response is slow and a risk to national security, a chaotic process that has left Canadians 54th in terms of vaccinations. Other countries are planning their reopening in the next several months, while Canadians were stuck in lockdowns with no end in sight. How in the world are 300,000 Canadians going to get vaccinated every day at this rate? And does the government know how many Canadians need to be vaccinated so the lockdowns can end?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say to begin that 643,000 doses of vaccines are arriving in Canada this week, the majority of which have been delivered, and this is our largest shipment to date. By the end of the week, 2.5 million doses will have been delivered, and another 3.5 million are arriving in the month of March. We will see 6 million doses cumulative this trimester. We will see 29 million doses cumulative in the second quarter and 84 million doses of Pfizer and Moderna prior to the end of September. All Canadians who wish to have a vaccine will...
Member for Portage-Lisker.
Canadians have been locked down now for almost a year. Mental health is at a breaking point, business is dying, and there's no hope for opening up. And now new variants are starting to spread across the country. And the Prime Minister's plan would only see 8% of Canadians vaccinated by April. This is their plan, Mr. Speaker, so it's up to them to be clear and honest. Can the Health Minister tell us if she has any idea how many Canadians need to be vaccinated before we can begin to open up like other countries are already planning?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take issue with the initial part of that question, which suggests that the Liberals don't have a plan. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the plan has been in place for months. We have negotiated 7 agreements with leading vaccine suppliers for a total of up to 400 million doses. From approved suppliers alone, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are all going to have access to a vaccine prior to the end of September, if not before. And that is the promise that this government has made. And it's a plan that we're sticking with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to these infamous hotel rooms for people coming back from travel, the only excuse the government could find was to blame people for trying to register too early. We've heard about people waiting for hours. In my own writing, someone has been on the phone for hours to try to get a registration for her son who is currently in Paris. She calls, she's cut off, she calls back, she's cut off, she can't get through to someone. Will this government tell Ms. Aublin that it is taking care of her? Or if not, what is this government telling her? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have added layers of protection at our border crossing to protect Canadians from the importation and indeed most recently from the variants that have arisen across the world. Part of the process now, as the member opposite knows, is that anyone who is returning to Canada must take a PCR test upon arrival and quarantine until the receipt of a negative test and then go on to complete their quarantine in their own homes. Quarantine has been a very important process of keeping importations low, and the screening will allow us to track variants as they affect our Canadian progress.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's a pity for Ms. Aublin's son. She did exactly what the minister is saying, but no one was answering the phone. And if he doesn't get an answer by tomorrow, he won't be able to come back to Canada. This is a problem the government could fix right away. Do you remember the $1,000 benefit for people coming back from travel? And that still hasn't been fixed. So I'm once again trying to extend an olive branch to the government. Is this government ready to table a bill on that topic so that we can finally debate it and adopt it? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, adopting that bill is a priority for this government, but unfortunately, the Conservatives have refused to grant unanimous consent despite the importance of that bill. So we are looking for other options at the moment, Mr. Speaker. But what I want to know is, now that Canada has the strictest system to manage people returning from travel, do the Conservatives agree or not that it's a good idea to be this strict? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, hotel quarantines have been a fiasco that could easily have been avoided. The government should have known that by leaving only 3 days between announcing the beginning of telephone registration and the beginning of quarantines, well, that a lot of people would be trying to sign up all at once. There were 45,000 calls over the weekend, but only 2,300 of those people were able to make a reservation. Some people waited up to 25 hours on the telephone, and yet only 5% were able to get a room. What has the government done since yesterday to fix this? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have created a restrictive system, and with that in mind, there are clearly challenges. There have been 45,000 calls. In the first few days of the new system, people who needed general information, who now won't need it anymore because now the tenets of the program are better known. Some people thought they should call well ahead of time, but now we're making it clear that it needs to be done just ahead of time. So, ultimately, what I want to know is if my colleague from the Bloc Québécois approves of our strict system. The Honourable Member, we're not asking for rocket science. We're just asking for people to answer the phone. It took 2 months. What is going on? After all, just before Christmas, we asked the government to ban non-essential travel. It didn't do that. Then we asked it to implement hotel quarantines for vacationers coming home. It didn't do that either. And then the government finally said it would implement quarantines for the 4th of February. Then it took until the 22nd of February, and it was a total debacle. When are they finally going to do something? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Bloc Québécois wants to get a bit of attention, is trying to make a cry for help to get some attention on these issues. But we didn't wait for the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. We didn't wait for them to act. Whether through the cornucopia of programs we've implemented, whether it comes to banning flights to the south, mandatory testing, quarantines, and so on and so forth. Things are working, Mr. Speaker, and we have one of the most strict systems in the world. Once again, is the Bloc Québécois going to support us or not? The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has let down workers on many occasions. He promised to increase the minimum wage to $15, then he broke that promise. Workers had already been hit hard by COVID-19, and now they are concerned about the effects of the Buy American policy. Will the Prime Minister commit to request an exemption for Canadian products when he meets with President Biden? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that very important question. I want to assure him and all Canadians that we will always stand up for Canadian workers and Canadian businesses, and indeed for the best interests of Canadians. The Prime Minister, in his conversation with both the President and the Vice President, committed to strengthening our trading relationship and to avoid any unintended consequences of Buy American policies to the benefit of both countries. We're looking forward to continue to work with our American neighbors to ensure that we are supporting a sustainable recovery, create good jobs for Canada.
Member for Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister has let down workers again and again. He promised to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour, but he broke that promise. Workers are already hard hit by COVID-19, and now workers are worried about the impact of the Buy American initiative in the States. Now, will the Prime Minister stand up for workers, fight for workers by making sure there is an exemption for Canadian products when he meets with President Biden to protect Canadian workers and their jobs?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadian businesses and for Canadian workers. Our countries will continue to work closely together, just as we have in the last 5 years, to make sure that we avoid any measures that could constrain our bilateral relationship and the economic growth between our two countries. We will continue to work closely to support the sustainable economic recovery, create jobs, grow the middle class in Canada and the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
A year after the great
financial crisis began, Canada had a lower unemployment than in the United States of America. That was under a previous Conservative government. Today, the Prime Minister has the humiliating job of meeting with the U.S. President while Canada's unemployment is a third higher than in the United States, higher than in Germany, Japan, the UK, and all of the G7 countries combined, in fact. Mr. Speaker, what are the 800,000 Canadians without paychecks going to do to pay the bills while they watch workers around the world get back to their jobs?
Full Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is ironic that the honourable member would cite Stephen Harper's economic record as a measure of success when he had the worst economic growth rate since the Great Depression and was the only government in the G7 to actually re-enter a recession in advance of the 2015 election. I'd point the honourable member to the fact that 71% of the job losses from the peak of this pandemic have recovered in Canada to 56% in the United States. Under any objective measure, Canada's economic recovery is well ahead of that of our American counterparts.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Under any objective measure, we had lower unemployment than the Americans did during the Harper era, and we have a third higher unemployment right now. And that is even if you line up the measurements of unemployment apples to apples between the two countries. We have 800,000 Canadians who have lost their jobs and not regained them. And our unemployment is significantly higher than the Americans, which means either we haven't recovered as many jobs or we went in with much higher jobless rate to begin with. Either way, the parliamentary secretary should stop making excuses and tell these Canadians when they'll get their paychecks back.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform the honourable member that the labour force participation in Canada is 64.3% compared to only 61.3% in the United States. But what is most important in this conversation is the fact that the recent job losses that we have seen in Canada are tied to the restriction of economic activities that would spread COVID-19, causing further economic consequences for the economy. If the honourable member and the Conservative Party's approach would have business continue to be open that would enable the further spread of the virus, I invite them to say so and take that to the polls.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Great segue. While countries around the world are projecting a drop of COVID cases, even with the variants, the Liberals are projecting a spike and calling for deeper lockdowns. And this is because the Liberals' failure to get vaccines over the last 3 months have left Canadians vulnerable. Officials have admitted that the Liberals don't have contracts secured for boosters that are under development to better protect against the variants. The Liberals' first vaccine failure have made Canada one of the most vulnerable countries in the developed world against the spread of variants, and now we've found out that they don't have contracts for boosters. Have the Liberals learned nothing from their failures that have cost Canadians lives and jobs?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. However, it is riddled with inaccuracies. To begin, Canada was one of the first countries to sign with Moderna and Pfizer, one of the first countries to get vaccines into this country, one of the first countries to secure the largest number of doses per capita in the world, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of contracts for boosters, we've been in direct contact with suppliers on this issue and are engaged with them at the current time. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, just to correct the minister, Canada is one of the last countries in the developed world to have our population vaccinated, and that's what matters. Now, this week, Dr. Anthony Fauci was saying that COVID might be moving from pandemic to endemic status and that we need to be managing it from a chronic perspective. Boosters for variants are going to be a key part of this over time to make sure that Canadians can live normal lives free of restrictions, but also being healthy. The Liberals have put us 3 months behind the rest of the world in vaccinations and have no plan to safely reopen the economy. We need hope. When will the Liberals have a contract for boosters?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I just mentioned, we are engaged with suppliers on this issue, and many of the suppliers we spoke with said that the science isn't there yet in terms of their production of boosters. We are therefore engaged with them to ensure that Canada is prioritized when that science is ready and when they are offering boosters in terms of contractual negotiations. As usual, Mr. Speaker, we are placing Canadian interests at the very forefront of vaccine production. And did I I mentioned that we've had 600,000 plus vaccines delivered into this country to date this week, our largest shipment.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as you know, yesterday it was reported that a couple had spent a total of 14 hours on the phone to try to reserve a hotel room, but they couldn't get through to anyone. Someone else said that they had been making calls over 3 days before their trip. Another couple, which is moving to Regina from Bangladesh, had to cancel their flight because they couldn't reserve a hotel room. So what I want to know is, what is the Prime Minister doing to fix this chaos that he himself created? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we have created one of the strictest systems in the entire world. That means that when people come back to Canada, they need to take a test, quarantine in a hotel, and they need to reserve in advance. 45,000 calls were made over 3 days, Mr. Speaker. The situation is being corrected. Firstly, on its own, because people will be getting the information they need, and secondly, because we have added more staff to answer the phone. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe this government because from the very beginning, every time we've asked questions about the border, we have found out that there were failures. First, we asked for flights from China to be stopped. We were told we were racists. Then we were told that rapid testing was important, and we were told that it was useless. And now, even CBSA agents are being told to give out information without taking further action. It doesn't work. This government is flying by the seat of its pants. Creating a system like that for thousands of people without putting in the appropriate resources just doesn't work. What is this government going to do instead of just waiting for the situation to fix itself? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, it's my Conservative colleague's question which shows that his party is really flying by the seat of its pants. We have created a system that we brought in gradually. We first limited flights from the south. We then started with reserving hotel rooms for the quarantine. Then we made sure that tests would be available for travelers coming back to the country. It's a gargantuan task, which is being done in partnership with many, many stakeholders. And it's part of one of the most strict systems in the entire world. The honourable member for Avignon, Amitis, Matane, Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot, and with reason, about the failure of the mandatory quarantine hotline. But we also need to talk about security gaps. People who arrive at the airport can get in their car without being supervised. They can go shopping. They can visit their home. They can even drop by some friends to say hello. The only monitoring is that if they never show up at the hotel will eventually raise the alarm. What is the government doing to correct this additional lack of planning? The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to be clear, the rules are very explicit. Quarantine has proven to be one of our most effective measures, and everyone entering this country is required to enter quarantine and to follow all of the rules. And when directed by our border services officers and PHAC to go to a designated hotel, they have to do so directly. Failure to do that can result in very significant consequences of fines and even criminal prosecution. Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to enforce the rules, and the rules are working to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Amitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to remind the government that hotel quarantines are a solution to a problem that was raised before Christmas. After waiting for 2 months, the government doesn't seem to have planned to create a list of essential travelers or create a website for a room reservation or to create its telephone line with enough time before the quarantine started. It didn't plan for enough telephone operators or appropriate monitoring between the airport and the hotel. It didn't plan an appropriate system to share information with hotel owners. Was the government doing anything during these 2 months of inaction? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois seems to have only one thing to plan for, the questions it asked during this question period. But this government, for the past 2 months, has been planning for travelers returning to Canada, limiting flights to the south, hotel reservations, methods for transferring travelers, tests when they return to Canada. All of that is part of a system which is extremely strict for controlling the spread of the illness, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the most strict and severe systems in the world. The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, here are some unanimous requests from official languages organizations throughout the country, creating an administrative tribunal, centralizing at the Treasury Board application powers for the Act, supporting minority community Francophone education. These are all things that our leader has committed to support in the first 100 days of a Conservative government. Can the minister avoid giving us her usual mumbo-jumbo, which we're all used to, and answer this simple question? Does she agree with these 3 points? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will refuse to be preached to by the Conservative Party and my honourable colleague on this point. Why? Because every time that there is a Conservative Party elected provincially or federally, Francophone rights go into decline. That is clear. But that said, I agree with my colleague that there needs to be a central agency. That's in the reform. I agree that the commissioner's powers need to be supported by an administrative tribunal. That's also in the reform. And I also agree that we need to support post-secondary institutions. That's also in the reform. So my question is, does my colleague from the Conservative Party agree with our reform? The honourable member from Richmond, Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, this minister's reform is not what we're talking about. What we need is an actual piece of legislation, not just a reform. The Liberals have been in power for 5 years, and the minister has been in cabinet for 5 years. For 5 years, there's been consulting people, and yet we still don't have legislation. We need something that would actually help minority communities in the country, linguistic minority communities. At this rate, we'll find ourselves back in an election campaign with no improvement in the situation of linguistic minorities in the country. So once again, a simple question for the minister, who seems to forget that she's in government and not in the opposition. It's the opposition's privilege to ask questions. And my question is, when will we finally see a piece of legislation? The honourable minister. I will quote my colleague. He just said that he doesn't care about the government's reform on official languages. So my question is he for or against a linguistic reform that is supported by language organizations in the country, that is supported by the Chamber of Commerce of Montreal and other chambers of commerce in the country, that is also supported by the Conseil du Patronat du Québec? Does he agree with that? Yes or no? That's my question, and I want an answer.
For Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, media reports from yesterday say that the Prime Minister will not be raising any specific energy projects when he meets with the President today. This is not a Seinfeld episode, Mr. Speaker. We don't need a meeting about nothing when our public health and economic security are at risk. The Michigan governor is threatening to cut off Enbridge Line 5 in contravention of an international treaty. Jobs are at risk. The economy of Canada is at risk. As we all know, budgets don't balance themselves, and this issue won't fix itself. Millions of Canadians who depend on Line 5 are wondering, what is the Prime Minister waiting for?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no other two countries have their energy sectors as closely linked as we do. 70 pipelines, 36 transmission lines across the border, over $100 billion in annual energy trade. We will raise opportunities for further collaboration with our American counterparts on security of energy infrastructure, on resilience of supply chains, on our common mission to lower emissions in a net zero future. Mr. Speaker, the Canada-U.S. bilateral energy relationship is the strongest in the world. Today, we will make that relationship even stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if ministers were rewarded for words, this minister would be an outperformer. However, this government's results on energy are dismal. Trans Mountain, its proponents left Canada, and it's now years behind schedule. Northern Gateway canceled. Energy East canceled. Tech Frontier canceled. Keystone XL canceled while this government sat on its hands. If we leave Line 5 in this minister's hands, we know the likely result: more apologies for failure, more jobs lost, and more investments leaving Canada. Will the Prime Minister please step up and rescue Line 5 from this minister?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to quote another Seinfeld episode, that's a lot of yada, yada, yada. Let's talk about how we support our oil and gas workers. TMX, we approved it, we bought it, we're building it. 7,000 jobs created, more to come. We approved Line 3 replacement. It's built on the Canadian side, 7,000 jobs created. We approved NGTL 2021, thousands of jobs to be created. $1.7 billion for orphan and inactive wells, creating thousands of jobs in Saskatchewan, BC, and in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we will always defend Canada's interests when it comes to energy security and our energy workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. In Quebec, the Heron Long-Term Care Facility is a horror story of elder abuse. In the rest of the country, it's Revera that's being singled out, a company owned by the federal government, might I remind you. If that weren't enough, there's another layer. We've learned that a subsidiary of Revera is involved in the worst tax evasion tactics. This is public money going to tax havens. We know the Liberals are doing nothing to fight tax havens. They've signed new agreements with tax havens, so could they at least have the decency to avoid being involved in companies that evade taxes? The Minister.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Is it a technical problem or?
Monsieur le Président, la lutte. Mr. Speaker, fighting tax fraud in Canada and abroad is a priority for this government. Since 2016-17, there have been extra funds put in. In April 2020, we spent $6.6 billion in investments in fighting tax evasion, and it's yielding results. I would like to invite my colleague to acknowledge the work, our hard work, and to acknowledge that it's bearing fruit.
For Timmins, James Bay.
When it comes to denying rights to First Nation children, the Prime Minister is clear. Money is no object. The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report on his obstruction of the Human Rights Tribunal is shocking. 10 non-compliance orders later has resulted in the Human Rights Tribunal being forced to issue maximum penalties to try and bring this Prime Minister to the table. And the bill is now $15 billion and been paid in the lives of far too many First Nation children. Those children deserve better. I'm asking the Prime Minister, will he end his obstruction of the Human Rights Tribunal and pay the money that is owing to these most vulnerable children in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me be clear once again that this government is unequivocally committed to addressing the longstanding unmet needs of First Nations children and resolving these cases. The member will note that we are continuing our mediation with the CHRT partners, 2 other class action partners to the complaints, First Nations partners, provinces and territories, to ensure that we fully implement Jordan's principle and resolve this wrong.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, our farmers and ranchers proudly work every day to feed Canadians and the world with their products. This past year has shown how strong our food supply chain remains and how resilient our agriculture sector is. Today, February 23rd, we're celebrating Canadian Agricultural Day to highlight the important work producers do to keep food on our table. Could the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food inform this House about this day, which honors the contribution of our nature's farmers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our Canadian farmers who stood strong during the pandemic to keep our grocery store shelves and also our food banks stocked with very high quality products. Aujourd'hui, je souhaite remercier.
Today, I want to thank Canadian producers who have worked hard through the pandemic. I encourage everyone to encourage their local producers.
Kirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, military justice expert retired Colonel Michel Drapeau told committee that the defense minister had a duty to investigate the serious allegations of sexual misconduct as soon as he learned of them. He said the minister had fundamentally 2 duties. One was to investigate. He had the tools to do so. The other was to share the results of this investigation with the PCO. Canadians deserve to know, did former Defense Ombudsman Gary Walbourne inform the defense minister of these allegations in 2018, and did he immediately launch an investigation?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can say with the utmost confidence that I took the appropriate action because I have absolutely no tolerance for inappropriate sexual misconduct, regardless of rank or position. Any insinuation otherwise is false. Regarding the ombudsman, the conversations during that are actually kept private and confidential. This is so that people can feel comfortable to come forward to the ombudsman to lodge any sort of complaint. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the defense minister's refusal to answer straightforward questions is looking more and more like a cover-up. Our brave women and men in uniform are losing confidence in this minister. Sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces should never be covered up, and the defense minister had a duty to investigate. His failure to investigate these allegations calls into question his ability to continue serving as the Minister of National Defense. Will the defense minister end the cover-up and finally tell Canadians the truth when he first learned of these disturbing allegations?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with the member's insertions. I can say with the utmost confidence that I took the appropriate action because I have absolutely no tolerance for any type of inappropriate sexual misconduct, regardless of rank or position. Mr. Speaker, maybe the member opposite would like to answer what he knew when he was the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence during the time when the former Chief of Defence Staff was being selected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has now stated that no changes are anticipated for their Buy American policies, which will hurt Canadian businesses and affect jobs. It is crucial that Canada receives an exemption. The Biden election platform policy fulfillment should not come as a surprise to the Prime Minister. What is the Prime Minister's specific plan to get an exemption for Canada, just as we've had before with a former U.S. administration?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that very important question, and I want to assure her and all Canadian workers and Canadian businesses that our government will always stand up for Canadian businesses and our workers. The U.S. and Canada have agreed to consult closely to avoid any measures that could constrain our bilateral trade and economic growth between our two countries. We have worked with the administration. We will continue to work with the administration, standing up for our Canadian workers.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadian jobs were lost due to the cancellation of Keystone XL. Thousands of jobs are under threat due to the Buy American policies, and thousands of farmers' livelihoods are on the line due to U.S. investigations of our produce and dairy sectors. Canadian workers need a victory. No more talking points. On his call today with President Biden, will the Prime Minister stand up for workers who rely on trade with the U.S. and get a commitment for a Buy American exemption?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when our economy and the global economy is facing significant challenges from COVID-19, we all know the importance of maintaining market access to our closest trading partner. Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. The Prime Minister, in his conversation with the President and the Vice President, and indeed our entire government, is seized with working with the American administration to ensure that we stand up for our Canadian workers and businesses.
Honourable Député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, 140,000 Public Service Alliance of Canada employees were victims of the Phoenix payroll system. Some weren't paid for months. Some lost their homes, their mental health, their lives. To compensate for this fiasco, the government announced $2,500 in compensation. However, we've now learned that it wants to tax that amount. Compensation is a form of apology to honest workers who went through hell for 4 years. It's not income. Will the government back down and pay its employees the full amount?
The
Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government acknowledges that the Phoenix pay system left many public servants with financial difficulties. The compensation, it comes under the Income Tax Act and the Pension Act. This is the case of other compensation agreement with other groups in the country. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, civil servants pay their taxes with their salaries. However, the compensation that they receive because of Phoenix, it's not a salary. It's not a bonus. It's not a promotion. This is compensation due to the fact that the federal government was unable to pay its own employees and plunged them into a precarious situation for years. The government should be embarrassed at the very idea of collecting taxes on these sums. On March 3rd, will the government back down and pay every penny of the $2,500 to its employees as they deserve? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, our government recognizes that the Phoenix pay system left many public servants in financial difficulty. As I mentioned, some aspects of the compensation agreement are subject to income tax and other matters under the Income Tax Act and the Pension Act. This is the case with other compensation groups in Canada.
Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario vegetable growers recently sent an urgent letter to the Minister of Agriculture asking her to implement agri-recovery to offset losses from the pandemic. There are vegetable farmers who have lost millions of pounds of fresh food. There are other farmers across the country who also are hurting from COVID-19 production losses. Will the minister immediately implement agri-recovery to help Canadian farmers with their catastrophic losses due to COVID-19 before the next growing season begins?
Hi, Hermish, is Dana calling you back?
Yeah. If I can ask the honourable member to to mute their microphones, and there was a disruption there. If the honourable member doesn't mind, I'll ask her to ask her question again, and then we'll get an answer to the question, just to avoid any confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ontario vegetable growers recently sent an urgent letter to the Minister of Agriculture asking her to implement agri-recovery to offset losses from the pandemic. There are vegetable farmers who have lost millions of pounds of fresh food. There are other farmers across the country who are also hurting from COVID-19 production losses. Will the minister immediately implement agri-recovery to help Canadian farmers with their catastrophic losses due to COVID-19 before the next growing season begins?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agri-recovery is one of the important business risk management that we have to support farmers. And the way it works is that the province has to make the request to the federal government, and then we will evaluate this request together. And I can assure my colleague that we are very open to support farmers in need. And this is exactly why I have made this proposal to my provincial counterparts to improve agri-stability by $170 million, and I'm waiting for a response from some of them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, dairy farmers and processors have been waiting for months for compensation promised by the Liberal government on their loss of market share as a result of free trade agreements with our trading partners. Mr. Speaker, is the government going to come through with a predictable agreement? And will it do so before March 31st, 2021? Can the minister confirm this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to confirm to my colleague that our commitment of $1 billion for dairy producers is such that we have advanced the payment schedule. The majority have received in recent weeks a second payment, and they know how much they'll be receiving next year and the following year. We'll soon be disclosing the details for poultry producers.
Mr. Speaker, on Canadian Agriculture Day, we recognize the immense contributions of our farm families. 1 in 8 jobs are related to agriculture. Therefore, Canadian ag will be vital to our economic recovery. Unfortunately, this government has restricted the ability for agriculture to prosper due to their rising carbon tax, limits to market access, and failed trading relationships. How can Canadian agriculture reach its full potential when this government won't let it?
Honourable Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the agricultural sector much more than the previous government. We have reinvested in science and innovation significantly. I've just proposed to my provincial counterparts to improve agri-stability by $170 million. We have delivered on the compensation for the supply management sectors. And actually, last year was a record year in terms of exports with $74 billion export of food, Canadian food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne. Mr. Speaker, last week the international community watched with inaudible.
La Dr. Farah Alibé, ingénieure en aérospatiale, qui a joué un rôle.
Dr. Farah Alibé played an important role. Will the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry provide this House with an update on the measures the government has taken to support space exploration? Thank you.
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well aware of the importance of the space exploration sector for the citizens of Longueuil, especially with the space agency located in that area, and I want to thank my excellent colleague for her question. The government has invested in this sector, including $2 billion for the National Space Strategy. Canadians were inspired by the historic Perseverance mission and the work of Dr. Alibé. I had an opportunity to speak to her. She is an inspiring leader, and we are all very proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stevenson, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chinese ambassadors have a history of degrading our nation, from accusing Canada of white supremacy a couple of years ago, and now calling Canada's declaration against arbitrary detention of no different from a thief shouting to catch a thief, calling us hypocritical and also despicable. Why is this government consistently refusing to refute these blatant fallacies and continue to allow these so-called emissaries to trample on Canada without rebuke?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada remains firm, resolute, always in defending our rights at home and abroad, and the rights of Canadians at home and abroad. Canada has a complex and multidimensional relationship with China. It presents challenges for us and for our international partners, people all around the world. Our policy here and abroad is based on Canadian interests, on fundamental values, on our own principles, including human rights, as well as strategic understanding of the way we impose international rules-based order. We're firm and we're smart always in this approach.
Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Immigration Canada is reporting an increased number of visa applicants who are expressing thoughts or intentions of suicide because of processing delays. We've repeatedly heard heartbreaking testimony of separated families and the hardships they face due to these ridiculous delays. Parents are missing their child's first words, their first steps, and in some cases, even their births. The minister is a father just like me. Let's show some compassion and let's clear up these backlogs. How long is this Liberal government going to stall families from reuniting with each other?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it has been a challenging time for loved ones, and that's why we've reunited tens of thousands of families notwithstanding the pandemic. This progress is the function of a carefully executed plan that has added resources to the border, introduced effective health protocols, and created new pathways for unification. And when it comes to our service standards, not only are we keeping our 14-day turnaround on a complete applications, we're exceeding it. Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate to comment on any individual case, but of course, I'm happy to work with them, as we have done for quite some time, to work through any problematic cases. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, more than a year ago, we started asking questions about COVID. But a year into the crisis, on almost every front, Canada has fallen behind. Well, yesterday, the UK laid out a strategy to reopen. Israel has vaccinated 80% of its population, and the US is vaccinating more Americans daily than the total jabs received here. Canadians have fallen behind, are unemployed, and desperate for hope, with failures stacking up. Can they finally admit, and at least be honest with Canadians, about when we can return to some level of normalcy in this country?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, Canada has used science and evidence to respond to COVID-19. We've worked with provinces and territories. We've given billions of dollars to provinces and territories to help them in their healthcare responsibilities. We've funded research, Mr. Speaker. We've acquired vaccines, Mr. Speaker. In fact, as my honourable colleague mentioned, 650,000 this week alone, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to be there for Canadians with financial supports, Mr. Speaker. We will get through this together. I thank all Canadians who are working so hard during this difficult time.
The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de Saint-Léon.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, linguistic duality is a key part of what makes Canada great, and nowhere is this more apparent than in Montreal's Anglophone community. We are proud to live in Canada's only French province, proud of our English heritage, and proud to speak both official languages. Can the Minister of Official Languages tell us how the reform document, tabled in the House last week protects the rights of Anglophone Quebecers as well as the official language minority communities across the country?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member of Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel, great writing, for this very important question. Of course, our government will always be standing side by side with the English-speaking community in Quebec and the Francophone outside Quebec to make sure that they can be able to defend their constitutional rights. That's exactly why we think that we can do so by supporting both official languages, protecting French, but never to the detriment of English-speaking Quebecers. We will be making sure that we protect English-speaking Quebecers institutions, protecting also the court challenges program, and finally, we will be there.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Volkswagen's Dieselgate scandal is one of the worst environmental crimes committed in Canada, but the Liberals' response was completely inadequate. No one from the government is able to answer questions about why they waited years before laying charges or why the penalties were so small in comparison to what Volkswagen paid in the U.S. And now, after lying about illegal levels of emissions and endangering the health of Canadians, the government is letting Volkswagen collect the wage subsidy while they pay out billions of dollars to their wealthy shareholders. Why is this government once again looking out for big corporations instead of Canadians and the environment?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. This investigation, related prosecution matters, and the judge's approval of Volkswagen AG's penalty are independent of the minister's office, and the honourable member knows that very well. The conclusion of this investigation has resulted in the company paying an unprecedented fine in Canada, Mr. Speaker. It is 26 times greater than the highest federal environmental fine ever imposed in Canada, and monies from the fine will go towards the projects that protect the environment. And once again, my honourable colleague knows this very well. We're proud of the results, Mr. Speaker, because it shows that we take action and there are penalties in place for those who break the rules. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks back, I met with representatives from de Havilland, one of the most innovative Canadian companies industry. The industry employs 20,000 people, including some from my riding of Don Valley East, and contributes $25 billion to the Canadian GDP. COVID-19 has had a negative impact on this industry and hence employment. Can the Minister for Innovation, Science and Industry advise the House what assistance he can provide so this industry stays vibrant?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for a question.
and for our work on behalf of the aerospace industry and its workers. We were all saddened for the workers and families which have been impacted by the decision to halt production of the Dash 8 aircraft. Since being named Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, I have been in constant contact with key stakeholders in the aerospace sector to make sure that we chart a path forward together. We know how important the aviation and aerospace industries are to the Canadian economy, and we will continue to invest in the sector and its workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons aujourd'hui.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, we have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe, and this may have been just a simple oversight, I was projected or planned to speak and deliver an SO31 as the 16th speaker on the roster for today. And I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that I can still move forward with delivering that private member statement.
It wasn't on our list I'm sorry? Do we have, well, I've got someone asking if we can have unanimous consent on that, I believe. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to allow the member to give his SO31.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving a motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion, and all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
From Montreal to Mission Control, je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour...
I rise today to congratulate, on behalf of the House of Commons, someone who recently helped with the Perseverance rover on Mars. A graduate of MIT, and through Perseverance, this individual ultimately played a key role in this mission to confirm whether or not there has ever been life on another planet. The answer will change our view of our place in this galaxy.
Accolades, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps her greatest contribution is her commitment to paying forward the mentorship she herself received by giving her time as a big sister and mentoring women interns herself. You are an inspiration to so many, Dr. Alibay, including my 4-year-old daughter, Ellie, whose eyes opened wide as I told her that you were controlling the rover on Mars. Dr. Alibay, we are proud, Canada is proud, and we wish you nothing but the best as you carry out your important mission. Merci.
Very good. See, we have another point of order. I don't know where it's coming from. Mr. Jennis, sorry, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I had no desire to object to the previous member sharing his SO31. I do want to just observe that the right to speak is not dependent on any list. It's on the call of the speaker. And I don't want that impression to have been gotten that the right to speak was dependent on a list. So I just want to raise that as a matter of keep.
Appreciate that, and that is true, though on a point of courtesy, because we had gone over SO31s, I just thought it would be courteous to consult with the Chamber to make sure that we had consent. But thank you for bringing that up. That's good. No other points of order? Good. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 16, 2021 by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands concerning the participation of independent members in unrecognized parties during question period. During her intervention, the member reminded the House that one of the essential rights of members is to participate in the proceedings of the House and to ask questions in order to hold the government to account. She feels that this right is being violated because independent members and unrecognized parties are not able to participate in question period on Wednesdays, the day when the Prime Minister normally answers all questions. She said that she had had a number of unproductive discussions on this matter with the leaders in the House of the recognized parties. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands asked the chair to confirm that all members of all parties, recognized or not, have the right to ask questions during question period on Wednesdays. She thus asked the Speaker to order the recognized parties to meet and hold discussions with the independent members and unrecognized parties to find a solution that works for everyone. Avant de continuer.
Before continuing, I'd like to take a moment to remind the members of the difference between questions of privilege and points of order. As Joseph Mangot puts in the second edition of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada at page 223, quote, where the answer to the alleged question of privilege is contained in the rules or the practice of the House, it would unlikely involve a breach of the privileges of members. A breach of the standing orders or a failure to follow an established practice would invoke a point of order rather than a question of privilege. Allegations of fact amounting to allegations that proper procedures were not followed are by their very nature matters of order, and even if valid, will not receive priority in debate as would a prima facie case of privilege, unquote.
Fondé en première vue. Fin de citation. With all respect, the matter raised by the member is not a question of privilege of the House. It is rather a point of order. This is not the first time that the chair has been called on to rule on the appropriate role of independent members and unrecognized parties during question period. My immediate predecessor, in particular, gave a major ruling on this matter on October 23, 2018. He pointed out that the participation of independent members during question period is based on the delicate balance of a number of factors. Independent members and unrecognized parties are in a peculiar position because Canadian parliamentary practices were to a large extent developed with recognized parties in mind. That does not, however, relieve the chair of all responsibilities for independent members and unrecognized parties. The chair has a definite role to play in protecting their rights. While exercising this significant role, it is important that the chair find a balance between the rights and interests of the majority and of those of the minority. In doing so, the chair must try to be equitable and fair without tipping the balance too far on one side or the other.
Central to the question raised by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands is the issue of the allocation of oral questions to allow independent members and unrecognized parties to put questions directly to the Prime Minister on Wednesdays. The third edition of House of Commons Procedure and Practice has this to say on the matter at pages 515 and 516, and I quote, in reality, questions are directed to the ministry as a whole, although customarily they are addressed to specific ministers. It is the prerogative of the government to designate the minister who will respond to a given question, and the Speaker has no authority to compel a particular minister to respond. The Prime Minister may respond to any or all questions posed during question period. Members may not insist on receiving an answer, nor may a member insist that a specific minister respond to his or her question, unquote.
It is the Prime Minister's practice to respond to all oral questions on Wednesday. It should be noted that there is nothing in the standing orders to oblige him to do so, just as there is nothing that prevents him from answering all questions on the other days of the week. Conversely, the Prime Minister can decide not to respond to all the questions put to him, even on Wednesdays, if he feels, for example, that another minister is better able to answer the question. Thus, even if independent members were given a question on Wednesdays, the Prime Minister would be under no greater obligation to answer it, and the chair could not compel him to do so. The relevant principle here is the principle of ministerial responsibility. Ministers assume collective responsibility for the policies and decisions for the government. On a more practical level, the chair must also deal with a time constraint with respect to the duration of question period, as provided for Standing Order, in Standing Order 30, paragraph 5. While it happens frequently that question period runs long, the fact remains that as Speaker, I must enforce the rules of the House as established for itself and manage proceedings in the House as best as possible in order to attenuate as much as possible the impacts of the rest of the day's deliberation. The distribution of slots for debate, statements, and questions has been determined in recent years by negotiations among the recognized political parties at the beginning of each Parliament. In light of this practice, the Speaker's role is to implement the negotiated agreement in a way that respects members' rights. The Chair cannot unilaterally change such practices. It can simply continue to reconcile the three fundamental elements which are established parliamentary practices to the time provided for the standing orders and the opportunity for independent members and unrecognized parties to address questions to the government.
What is more, in addition to question period, independent members and unrecognized parties have a number of opportunities to participate in the proceedings of the House and its committees so as to hold the government to account and influence the administrative policies put forward. As legislators, our rules allow them to participate in the review of the government's legislative agenda by proposing amendments at both the committee and report stages. They participate in the debate, less frequently, it is true, but primarily during the questions and comments after the speeches at each stage of the legislative process. They can also put questions on the order paper and ask for a response from the government or take part in the adjournment debate.
In light of the information presented and the precedents in this matter, I cannot conclude the point of order is substantiated, nor see in it any breach of parliamentary privilege, inasmuch as the question, as I already stated, has more to do with our practices and customs than with privileges. The Chair is not convinced that the member, personally, or the other independent members collectively are hampered in their parliamentary function or treated inequitably by the current arrangement governing question period. The Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs will perhaps want to look into the way that question period is conducted, including the participation of independent members. I encourage the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands to channel her efforts in this direction, and I remain open to revisiting this issue if circumstances justify it. I thank the members for their attention. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't say I'm not disappointed with your ruling, but of course I accept it. But there was another point that I didn't raise in the argument that I put forward to you, and that is that since the time the rules were adopted, to which you've just referred, the number of members of Parliament in the category of independents and non-recognized parties has doubled. And I would ask that we review, you said you're open to the matter, Mr. Speaker, as a point of order, the members in unrecognized parties and members who are independents have far fewer opportunities to put forward their questions. And I submit to you that this does represent an impairment in our ability to fully represent our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll take that under advisement. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond to the question of privilege on Bill C-22 at this time. If that's acceptable. Mr. Speaker, I am rising as indicated to the alleged premature disclosure of the content of Bill C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. My colleague, the honourable member from Fundy Royal, rose in the House on February 19th to allege that the content of the bill was divulged by the government in a CBC News story during the notice period. In his intervention, he cited a Speaker's ruling on March the 10th of 2020 respecting the premature disclosure of C7 and C14, both dealing with medical assistance in dying. In those cases, the government acknowledged that some of the content was disclosed during the notice period, and as a result, the Speaker found that there was a prima facie case of question of privilege. The case before the House on C-22, Mr. Speaker, is indeed different. I have discussed this matter with the Office of the Minister of Justice, and they have confirmed to me that a CBC reporter did inquire about the content of the bill while it was on notice. The office explained to the reporter that since the bill was on notice, they could not comment on the content of the bill until it had been properly introduced into the House. The government in 2015 promised to make public mandate letters for the ministers a significant departure from the secrecy around those key policy commitment documents from previous governments. As a result, the publication of the mandate letters, reporters are able to use the language from these letters to try to telegraph what the government bill on notice may contain. I do take umbrage with the member from Fundy Royal's assertion that, and I quote, "We are being asked again to deal with the contemptuous actions of the Minister of Justice and his team," end quote. The member should ensure that he has the facts on his side before casting such aspersions on any member of this House. It is neither decorous nor is it responsible, Mr. Speaker. Now let me deal with the matter directly. Bill C-22 has three main policy thrusts: repealing mandatory minimum penalties in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and the Criminal Code, increasing the availability of conditional sentence orders, and evidence-based diversion from simple possession offenses. The article to which the member refers and relies on for his argument was not correct in its description of all three elements, and therefore resides in the realm of speculation. When you get into the details of the article in comparison to the bill, the story gets the content wrong. Let me walk members through the content of the article. On drugs, the article is rife with speculation. In 2009, the 2019 mandate letter for the Minister of Justice states, and I quote, "Make drug treatment courts the default option for first-time nonviolent offenders charged exclusively with simple possession to help drug users get quick access to treatment and prevent more serious crimes," end quote. The reporting on this item seems to be speculative based on the title of the bill. Moreover, the bill does not contain measures dealing with drug treatment courts. I will note for the benefit of members that the evidence-based diversion measures in the bill are entirely distinct from drug treatment courts. Drug treatment courts require non-violent offenders, guilty pleas, and judge-mandated supervision has no relation to what is proposed in the bill. In fact, the bill seeks to avoid the laying of charges of the prosecution of simple possession cases in the first place, if appropriate. The bill also proposes a principled approach for police and prosecutors to consider before laying or pursuing a charge of the offense of simple drug possession. This includes the possibility of referral to various treatment programs or social supports, and/or empowering police and prosecutors to provide a warning or take no action with respect to the potential offender instead. On mandatory minimum penalties, the article states that the government will revisit the mandatory minimum penalties for drug-related offenses. In fact, upon inspection of the bill, the government is proposing to remove all mandatory minimum related to the drug offenses, as well as removing mandatory minimums for 14 other offenses in the Criminal Code. There is no mention in the article of the conditional sentences orders, which is a key policy element of the bill. In addition, There is nothing in the bill that provides for reforms concerning restorative justice specifically. The article infers that the bill contains elements relating to restorative justice based on the mandate letter commitment, previous public statements, and commitments made in regard to the fall economic statement. So, one can only assume two outcomes here based on the fact that the article did not accurately describe the content of the bill. First, that the reporter spoke to a government source who was not familiar with the content of the bill. The second outcome, which is perhaps more likely, is that the government did not publicly comment on the bill during the notice period, and as a result, the reporter had no other recourse but to speculate on the content of the bill and based on previous policy statements. I will turn now very quickly to the relevant precedents on the disclosure of the content of the bill during the notice period. In instances where government acknowledges that an official of the government prematurely disclosed the content of a bill during the notice period, speakers have found a prima facie case for the breach of privileges. However, when the government has not disclosed the content of a bill during the notice period, speakers have been reluctant to find a prima facie question of privilege. On June 6, 2017, the Speaker referred to the distinction, and I quote, "When ruling on a similar question of privilege on April 19, 2016, I found a prima facie case of privilege in relation to the premature disclosure of Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying. In that particular case, the government had acknowledged the premature disclosure of the bill while assuring the House that it had not been authorized, that this had not been authorized and that it would not happen again. In other words, the facts were undisputed. That is not the case with the situation before us. The Parliamentary Secretary has assured the House that the government did not share the bill before it was introduced into the House, but conceded that extensive consultations were conducted. Nor is the Chair confronted with a situation where a formal briefing session was provided to the media, but not to members. Finally, it is a long-established practice to take members at their word, and the Chair, in the view of this particular set of circumstances, is prepared to accept the explanation of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I submit that if the content of the bill was prematurely divulged during the notice period, it did not emanate from the government side. Thank you.
Well, thank the honourable member, and I'll take that under advisement. Okay, we're ready? Good. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders. Government Bills Commons resuming debate regarding Senate amendments. An amendment by Mr. Barrett on Bill C-7.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that is absolutely no problem. My honourable colleague did have a fantastic speech just prior to question period, and I believe that her time wrapped up with the beginning of question period. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I should say, we once again find ourselves debating one of those issues that should cause each and every member of Parliament to take pause. Literally issues of life and death. We're debating medical assistance in dying. And Madam Speaker, I've had the opportunity to enter into discussion now a number of times on this subject, and I'm pleased to be able to do so again on the amendment that my colleague made to the report back from the Senate and some of the changes, what I would suggest are troubling changes that came out of the deliberations that took place in the other place. Before jumping into this, however, I would like to discuss some context into as every time I discuss this issue. It was early on in the last campaign, actually, I wasn't even yet elected, when door knocking in a community in my constituency, where I happened to knock on the door of a physician. And ironically, that individual, this of course was pre-COVID times. It's hard to believe, we're now a year into the pandemic, and it seems like the sort of campaigning we did in 2019 seems such a long time ago. But this physician, nobody actually answered the door. So I went to, was walking back down the path down the driveway to the front yard, and somebody called out from the backyard. So I went to the fence, and sure enough, ended up having a lengthy conversation. And what I find very, very interesting is this particular physician who has articulated some of the concerns regarding this and other issues that he faces in the medical profession as a medical doctor in a small rural community in Alberta. He actually outlined some of the concerns regarding medical assistance in dying. Now, I won't deny that I have positions on this issue that I've developed over my time in both politics and studying this and many other issues. But what was very, very interesting as I reflect back on these comments is this physician outlined a whole series of concerns, and we spoke for, they say in politics you shouldn't spend more than a couple minutes at the door. But I wanted to give this gentleman the time to outline his concerns. And he outlined to me, ironically, some of the concerns that we are debating today, with a suggestion about the slippery slope argument. I followed closely some of the debates that took place in the last Parliament, and issues around the initial court cases that have led us to first this Parliament being tasked with creating a framework in the last Parliament, and then some of the continuation of that. What I find very interesting is how accurately this doctor predicted some of the significant challenges that we're facing. And what he outlined as a very vocal, and this is me paraphrasing this conversation from a number of years ago now, very activist, vocal causes that are skewing the national conversation on ensuring that those who need protection most in our society are protected. And here we are today. I had the honor of being elected and have a seat in this amazing chamber, the place of democratic discourse in our country. And here we are, and I look at both the contents of what came back from the Senate and the various discussions that have been had regarding C7 over the last number of months, and it is very, very troubling that I see that this gentleman, almost prophetic in the way that he talked about these issues, and some of the people groups that are being a framework that could lead to direct discrimination, and how some of these voices are being ignored. And I find it very, very interesting. In fact, I had the opportunity earlier today, Madam Speaker, to ask the Minister of Justice in his opening remarks a question about consultations. And I was troubled by his response because it was, although passionate, I grant him that passion. We all are all passionate about various issues, especially of such a personal nature as this. But he went on to talk about how we need to address the suffering, but failed to truly answer the substance of why the government didn't go down the path of appealing this decision to a higher court, which would have allowed for greater certainty, certainly, on the type of legislation that would be enacted, and ensuring that it could be done in a way so that we don't find ourselves here again in maybe a number of years, maybe longer, maybe a little bit shorter than that. And I think it's troubling that it seems to be, again, in the words of this physician back during my first campaign running for office, about a year and a half ago, and speaking in that driveway, that the very vocal activist causes are getting a disproportionate amount of the airtime. And I bring that up, Madam Speaker, because we've seen an evolution of of what's taken place both in this debate, from what was discussed back in the last Parliament, and some of the very valid concerns that some of my current colleagues and former colleagues who have either retired or as somebody who I count as a friend. I actually sat on his board while going to university, the late Mark Warwa. The passion that life was defended from within this place by individuals like that. And to where we see ourselves today. And Madam Speaker, that is the definition of a slippery slope. And it is incredibly concerning to me. And it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we take seriously our obligation to debate, discuss, and try to come out with the best outcome possible to serve, to protect, and ensure that Canadians are not placed in a position that they should not be in. And this issue probably would be in for sure the top 5, maybe even the top 3 of the issues that I hear about. And I will say openly to this House, I hear feedback on every side of this debate. Every side of this debate. And that's good. That's called democracy. That's called discourse. And that's exactly what the point is. That's why, we are, of course, organized into parties and represent different regions of the country, and each of us brings a different level of expertise. And I joke often, Madam Speaker, that the only job description required for a member of Parliament, the only job description is, or job requirement rather, the only job requirement for a member of Parliament is that you happen to get more votes than the other guy. And it's incredible that the strength of our democracy is in the diversity that results from that. And it's that diversity of opinions that forces us to take pause and debate these very, very important issues. And to go back now to the consultations that the minister undertook regarding this issue back in the early sitting weeks of the Parliament before prorogation. And, I spoke to many constituents, was CC'd on emails, was sent emails directly. And in fact, I found it very, very troubling, Madam Speaker, that I heard from a number of constituents that the so-called consultations were being conducted in a way that would end in the objective of those who wrote the consultation piece. And Madam Speaker, that's the antithesis of what we try to do here. And in some cases, I had individuals with passionate perspectives on this subject that felt that they could not even participate in the consultations because of the way that they were formatted, laid out, and whatnot. And I find that's a troubling start to this process. And then we see the Minister of Justice's comments and in addition to others in the government about this as we've gone through this process, and it was debated after prorogation, which of course slowed everything down. We lost what is suggested about 35 sitting days. So whenever the government says, well, Conservatives just ought to hurry up, they're delaying the process. Well, prorogation, 35 days lost in terms of the legislative ability of this place to do its job. It's not just the 2 days that members opposite like to suggest, but 35 sitting days. And certainly the context for that certainly deflates any argument that the other side would suggest on this, and to suggest that we should simply rush something like this. And the context, I'd mentioned the ability to appeal this to a higher court. In fact, when discussing this matter with one of my colleagues, it seemed like they weren't even aware that it could have been appealed to a higher court, among some other notable instances where there's a troubling lack of information. But, Madam Speaker, we see an evolution that's taken place from when the minister first stood up, when questions first started being asked last fall, and said, we found the consensus. We found the consensus. And making clear declarations, definitive declarations, saying we consulted and we've listened to the consultations and we did our job, and those were the sorts of words that were being said from the government and the minister. As questions got asked, as committee discussions went on, as both in the House of Commons, in the committee here, and then the pre-study and study of the bill and debate of the bill in the other place, we saw that the language that the government used actually changed quite a bit. And an acknowledgement that there were a diversity of opinions. And what I suggest, would suggest, Madam Speaker, is that a lot of the diversity of these opinions was not respected in the beginning, but when there was a groundswell of concern. And there was a groundswell. My office received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of pieces of correspondence on this issue, showing concern. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, there's very few issues that garner cross-partisan, multi-partisan, bipartisan, however one wants to define it. But this was one of those issues. In fact, people that would call and tell me, I didn't vote for you, but I'm concerned with the direction that the government is going. When I heard from Indigenous peoples saying this goes against the very fundamentals of our worldview, hear from disability advocates that are deeply concerned about a ableist type mentality within this country that has very, very troubling, could have very, very troubling consequences. Madam Speaker, we have the utmost responsibility to take these things very, very seriously. Now, Madam Speaker, there is of course to be acknowledged in the midst of this debate. This hits home very, very personally for a lot of us. And I know there's been some emotion expressed in that regard. And that's part of what an issue that's as important as this. And as Conservatives, we have a free vote on this issue. And you see a diversity of opinions within our caucus here, and that's great. That's democracy. And there's other parties. I don't exactly know where they stand on this. But certainly the autonomy of the member of parliament is a constitutionally enabled thing here, which I think is often forgotten about. Certainly forgotten about by our media and the education of our parliamentary system. And I would emphasize to all those listening here and on Zoom that the autonomy of the member of parliament is one of the keystones of our democratic system, which needs to be respected. But that's a little bit of a segue from what I wanted to get here. This is an incredibly personal issue. Everybody has had experience. I too have sat with loved ones during some of their last breaths, have seen the consequences and understand why this can be so emotional. But Madam Speaker, when I look at this in terms of the context of what we're debating today and the amendment that's been proposed on the government's response to the Senate changes, important steps that are taken to ensure that those most vulnerable among us are protected. And my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, I believe, is the constituency. I certainly don't have the memory of the constituencies like the Speaker does, but it strikes at a attempt, a good faith attempt by Conservatives to try and move that dial on what is a host of what many have pointed out as problematic aspects of what took place in the other place. And certainly I watched with interest and commend, actually, let me take a brief moment to commend some of my Conservative colleagues in the other place. And having spoken with them about their process and in some cases their great disappointment and utter surprise at what they hoped to accomplish going into those deliberations with what resulted. So I do commend those Conservatives that sat around that table, and of which, Madam Speaker, I will note, have some of the most personal connections to this issue that impacts, that when hearing those stories, it certainly strikes right at our heart. We are now tasked with having to come to a place where we develop a framework. Now, the government likely has support to get this bill passed. But we've introduced an amendment to the government's response in order to try and address some of the challenges that we have heard. And this is not about some ideological parade to try and just make our points known, Madam Speaker. No, this is about trying to address some of the challenges that we have with this particular bill and specifically the response. So when we introduce these amendments, it's important for debate in this place to be able to acknowledge that as the ability to improve upon a piece of legislation, the ability to address aspects, to try and make something, even though there's deeply problematic aspects of it, and I would refer all of those, and I'm sure there's many watching, that to refer to some of my earlier speeches on the matter, but to try in good faith to add a level of protection to the most vulnerable within our society. To ensure that we are not creating a situation where a medical assistance in dying regime ends up giving people pushing people to the point of a decision that there is no coming back from. Trying to take some small steps to help move this bill in a direction that at least addresses some of these very, very serious concerns. And Madam Speaker, that's the attempt of what we're trying to do here today. And specifically, I would just mention, as I believe I have a couple of minutes left, the irony that we find ourselves in. You know, this House unanimously supported a 988 motion that would bring about suicide prevention, which is absolutely the right thing to do. I'm proud to support that. But here we are with a bill that many have suggested, and this is not just an ideological thing, many have suggested this bill moves the medical assistance in dying, assisted suicide, euthanasia, however it's defined, and just because it's defined differently in a way that some may not agree with, moves it in a direction that many, including myself, suggest is very, very concerning. Things need to be addressed, and that irony between supporting suicide prevention and a regime that may unintentionally, I certainly hope unintentionally, would result in what could be catastrophic things for our country. The need for palliative care, and certainly I mentioned the late Mark Warwa and how he was literally, in fact, when it comes to an example of somebody living out their faith, Madam Speaker, he announced his retirement, that he wasn't going to run in the next election, was going to become a chaplain to help people through the end of their life. And he ended up being diagnosed with a very fast-moving cancer, and he ended up living out the very example of why palliative care is so important in this country. And then, in conclusion, we find ourselves in the middle of a pandemic where disproportionately those affected are seniors and those most at risk. Yet here we are debating something where we need to ensure there are safeguards in place, because that tragic irony is certainly not something that I think anybody here would like the legacy to be, that while discussing and debating COVID supports and response, that we would also enable something that could be abused that would result in the end of life for vulnerable Canadians. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to some of the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, this is an issue that has been debated quite extensively. The former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, was unable to deal with the issue, even though there was a Supreme Court of Canada decision, which ultimately led to the bill being introduced, and the debates and standing committees began back in the beginning of 2016. There have literally been hundreds and thousands of hours of all sorts of consultations, debates, committees, and so forth. I wonder if the member feels at any point in time, does he think that it's time to move on?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate the question. And we are doing exactly, Madam Speaker, what all of us were elected to do. Debate thoroughly and ensure that issues, and might I suggest, and I hope the member listened to the beginning of my speech, because I emphasize this, and certainly I believe I made an inference to one of the questions that he asked the last time I debated this subject. When it comes to issues of life and death like this, where there's a diversity of opinions and no clear consensus, like the government, like the minister at times has suggested that they found it. Well, Madam Speaker, the fact that there are those of us within this chamber that are attempting to, in good faith, address some of the challenges that we hear about from Canadians, from Indigenous peoples, from disability groups, that deserves debate in this place, and certainly we're going to continue to ensure that those voices are heard within this place, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member from Montcalm. Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm.
L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, rather. There's an idea of a joint committee presented in these proposed changes. The Conservative member brought forward a great deal of elements to consider when it comes to the importance of the process of reflection. What does he think of the importance of this joint committee to improve care and to help those who are suffering?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question. And I think that, it's unfortunate, and I outlined the problematic precursor to some of the areas of debate that we find ourselves, the situation that we find ourselves in today. And certainly the need for this to be debated and studied and wholesomely discussed, and consultation that doesn't direct a specific outcome, that's key. These are all things that are vitally important. And it's unfortunate that there, and a bit of an irony, I guess, that there would be a suggestion of a new committee to address what I would suggest is a very problematic aspect of this bill regarding mental illness. That there would be a desire to see that be addressed in the future, when the very basis of what we are, the place we are at today, has quite problematic origins. And I think that certainly debate needs to take place, and that's what we need to continue to do in this place.
Comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Battle River Crowfoot for his in-depth speech and articulating many different concerns that he has. And one thing we've heard about is the challenges created by the current medical assistance in dying legislation is the requirement for final consent at the time the assistance is rendered. And we know that this forces those that are already assessed and approved for medical assistance in dying to make a cruel choice, often when faced with the possible loss of competence that would make them unable to give consent. They're either forced to go early or risk not being able to receive the assistance they need to avoid continuing to live with intolerable suffering. I think about Julie Breeze from my riding, who's brought to the attention concerns around her husband Wayne, who's challenged with Alzheimer's, and in that camp that they're making that difficult decision of whether to go early. And we know Audrey Parker campaigned to make Canadians aware of this problem, and that C7 would fix that by craving a waiver of consent. Does my colleague agree, and do the Conservatives support Audrey's amendment and helping those facing end of life avoiding this cruel choice?
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would just point out or remind the member, and I did mention this in my speech, that this is a free vote for Conservatives. And certainly that's something, the autonomy of the Member of Parliament is key to our democratic system. So certainly I'm speaking on behalf of myself and certainly the perspectives of many of my constituents, although I said there is a diversity of opinions on the matter. And it's exactly the issue that he's brought up, is why this debate and the desire for, I think, all parties in good faith. I won't presuppose that anybody would enter this conversation without coming to it in good faith. At least I certainly hope not. That we have an honest and transparent and wholesome discussion about whether it safeguards the issues that got us to this point, why this decision wasn't appealed, why there wasn't an opinion of the Supreme Court sought to ensure that this legislation wouldn't come back to us again if challenges, a whole myriad of concerns surrounding us ensuring that we do our due diligence, and that's why we need to continue to do that in every way possible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd just like to mention Dr. Sanu Gained is a co-director, Division of Adult Psychiatry and Health Systems Division and Associate Professor, Department of Psychiatry, where he's been a member of the University of Toronto faculty since 1999. And during a consultation with medical professionals, which I attended this past weekend, he indicated that the number of elderly requesting MAID since COVID restrictions have caused isolation and growing depression has grown from 1,200 to 21,000. Doesn't this illustrate the exact concern for the member in regards to C7 being brought forward to this House during such a challenging time for all Canadians, but especially our most vulnerable?
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me start by thanking that honourable member for a lot of the work that she's done surrounding this, and I know other colleagues as well, to try and bring light to some of these serious things. That's why I talked about the irony. You know, we're talking about what has been spent collectively between different levels of government in this country. You know, more than $1 trillion on COVID response. You know, we're talking here about enabling a regime that may not put safeguards in place effectively to protect the most vulnerable among us. And I think that that's a national, that is setting us up. And I would hope that every person in this place takes seriously, that's setting us up for a national tragedy. We need to ensure that those among us, whether it's the elderly, whether it's Indigenous peoples, whether it's the most at risk within our society, whether it's those who are disabled, that we are putting in place the measures to ensure that those vulnerable among us are protected. That's certainly something I take very, very seriously.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from the Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask him whether he thinks that we should be doing more for people that are in crisis in terms of things like mental health, and would he support a national mental health strategy to bring mental health services fully into the Canada Health Act and to ensure that anybody who needs counselling services could get those counselling services without having to pay out of pocket for them? Does he see a need for greater support for mental health services in this country?
I remember for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think the member touches upon an important point, and that's the full spectrum of what healthcare is today. You know, you talk or read, and I happen to have an affinity for going through really old newspapers. I think it's interesting to look back and see quite frankly how often history repeats itself. But when you look back to what medicine was in prior to the introduction of the Canada Health Act or its evolution since, healthcare has changed dramatically. And I think that it's important to ensure that that's part of the debate surrounding this conversation. And certainly why that somebody's worst day should not be their last day. And I know that there's been some other members that have articulated very well some of the issues surrounding that, but to ensure that there's the supports, the ability to get treatment, counseling, whatever the wide spectrum of that looks like, and each individual will be different, each circumstance will be different, but to ensure that there is the supports necessary so that folks can get support so that they are not forced, and this is key, Madam Speaker, that they are not forced to consider something that is no more final than the end of their life.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Battle River Crowfoot for his most excellent speech. You know, as I reviewed the amendments to Bill C7 proposed by the Senate, I was struck by how quickly some legislators have embraced radical, unstudied changes to Canada's medical assistance in dying. In many cases, the direction these amendments take Canada's MAID laws was rejected just a few short years ago. When Parliament legalized medical assistance in dying in 2016, there was a commitment included in that legislation to review the impact of the law 5 years after it received royal assent. That was June 17th, 2016. We've not yet arrived at that 5-year mark. We have not yet done a proper and thorough review of the original MAID legislation. But now, Before this review is even underway, not only are some in this place pushing to expand the accessibility and availability of MAID without the benefit of that study, we're now considering amendments that disregard all the thoughtful, considered debate of this House, the Senate, and the committees of each place that wrestled with this complex subject matter and initially chose not to go down the road that many of these new untested amendments would take us. The Canadian Council of Academies considered some of the amendments now being proposed, producing several reports in 2018. Former MP and Health Minister Dr. Jane Philpott and also the member for Vancouver-Grenville wrote in a Maclean's article about the Council's conclusions that, and I quote, "There is very limited guidance on these issues because there are not enough places in the world that would have allowed broader access to assistance in dying." That's the context in which we're having this discussion. So it's troubling that the Liberal government has essentially accepted the amendments to throw the doors wide open for MAID for patients with mental disorders, something that the Justice Minister previously had said there was no consensus on. This is a significant reversal that the Liberals ought to explain to the thousands of Canadians who have expressed concerns about the expansion of MAID to those with mental illness. I am certainly mindful of the fact that COVID-19 and the restrictions imposed by governments as a result have created a tenuous mental health situation in Canada. Loneliness, social isolation, and reduced care for vulnerable populations are all very real concerns. As law professor Trudeau Lemons and also Leah Krakowitz-Broker wrote in a piece for the CBC, introducing a social experiment by expanding MAID when people are more vulnerable than ever is not progressive policymaking, it's reckless. In its desire to accommodate some who want to control the timing and manner of their death, it puts others at risk of premature death. I'm reflecting on the question of why we're here even at all. Why are we having this discussion before meeting the 5-year commitment for the MAID review? It's because the Liberals chose not to appeal a Quebec judge's ruling. As Senator Plett said, Bill C-7 is the result of the federal government choosing to cave in to the opinion of one judge in one province who decided unilaterally to strike down legislation that had been extensively debated and passed by both houses of Parliament. I'm speaking, of course, about the Truchon decision in Quebec. The Liberals could have simply appealed the decision in recognition of the upcoming review. It would have allowed for a substantive and careful discussion about the impact of opening the door to MAID for seriously vulnerable individuals. But even in the Truchon decision, the assumption was that the enforcement of strict requirements that ensure the capacity and informed consent of those requesting MAID. Bill C-7 removes some of those very safeguards, including the requirement that the patient remains competent until the very end. Truchon was also premised on the conclusion that medical assistance in dying as practiced in Canada is a strict and rigorous process that in itself displays no obvious weaknesses. But that simply hasn't shown to be true. According to the Chief Coroner of Ontario's review of 2,000 MAID cases, case reviews have demonstrated compliance concerns with both the criminal code and regulatory body policy expectations, some of which have recurred over time. And according to the Quebec End-of-Life Commission, at least 62 cases in Quebec between 2015 and 2018 did not fully comply with federal and/or provincial law. How can we move forward like this without properly responding to these serious failings? I recall in the House in our last debates when I suggested that if C-7 were to pass as it was, even before the amendments by the Senate were added, it would be believed to be the most permissive bill with respect to MAID of any country in the world. One of my colleagues expressed surprise that I didn't think that this was a good thing, as if being the most permissive jurisdiction was somehow inherently a good thing. A law's success should be judged by its outcome, not its permissiveness. Anytime life is devalued or death is made easy, clearly it's not a good thing. Life is to be valued and treasured as the gift it is, which is why we need to put our energy into supporting positive alternatives, such as a strengthening of a patient-focused palliative care service for all Canadians. There was unanimous agreement from the Special Joint Committee studying physician-assisted death of the need for a pan-Canadian strategy on palliative care with dedicated funding. Those suffering deserve the best possible care. After all, there is no real choice for Canadians facing end-of-life decisions without adequate palliative care options available to them. As parliamentarians, we have a high calling to listen, actively listen. Our obligation is to protect our most vulnerable citizens. Unfortunately, none of the proposed amendments address the serious concerns raised by disability advocates. As many in the House have mentioned during these debates, over 70 of Canadians' leading disability rights organizations and advocates have expressed their deep concerns regarding this bill. Therefore, so should we. We should especially be concerned for disabled Canadians who lack social and economic means and face a greater risk of coercion. If there's even a tacit suggestion that their lives aren't worth living, we should care about the implications of that. Their lives matter. Never should Canadians feel pressured or feel as though the law perceives their lives as a burden. The Christian Legal Fellowship writes, in singling out life with a disability as the only existence deserving state-sanctioned termination, Bill C-7 perpetuates ableism in a most dangerous way. We have already discussed in this House what UN experts have highlighted as a contradiction in Canada's international human rights obligations. We do not want to create a two-tiered system in which some would get suicide prevention and others get suicide assistance based on their disability status and specific vulnerabilities. The Justice Committee was faced with very difficult stories where some of our most vulnerable felt that pressure toward accepting MAID. Numerous groups were represented. 50 religious organizations and faith leaders, including Jews, Muslims, and Christian, expressed their opposition. 900 physicians and 145 members of the legal community have stated their positions. Because it isn't just the disabled who are vulnerable. Practicing physicians fear that they will face legal charges if they refuse to participate in the death of their patients. There are blatant inequities and legitimate anxieties with this legislation. Let's be clear. Any inequities of support or systemic discrimination or family network or specific communities should be addressed before people choose death. We need to make every accommodation for people to choose life. Which is why I'm perplexed by the Liberal government's decision to support the Senate amendments based on race-based data collection. Now, there's nothing wrong with collecting data to better inform policy, but we're sure going about this in an odd way. Rather than considering how expanded MAID access to MAID will impact marginalized communities today, this amendment suggests we should investigate the impact when it's already too late for many, those that have already accessed MAID. This amendment seems to acknowledge that the data may have a troubling story to tell us, while at the same time opting to study that impact on the fly before we understand what it will mean for the life and death decisions of the members of marginalized communities. That being the case, we should refer back to the Canadian Council of Academies expert panel who identified a number of concerns associated with expanding MAID in this way. Their claim suggests that the data is predictable, as having a mental disorder is strongly correlated with certain social, economic, and environmental inequalities such as poverty, unemployment, homelessness, social isolation, stigma, and discrimination, and that people with mental disorders face impediments to accessing appropriate mental health care in Canada. Please, let's not wait for people to feel forced to make the choice for death to collect this data. It hasn't taken long for us to forget the safeguards that we put in place for the protection of our most vulnerable just a few short years ago. I've expressed my deep concern for this bill a few times in the House, my conviction that life is a gift to be valued. These amendments only heighten my deep concern. Madam Speaker, life is a gift. I'm reminded of when my grandkids brought home gifts from school that they had made. Sometimes they weren't very attractive, and quite frankly, I wasn't perhaps maybe the proudest person to put them up on my mantle or display them on my fridge, but they were a gift. Life is a gift. I didn't then take that gift and give it back to them and say, you know what, I really don't want your gift. It doesn't look very nice. No, Madam Speaker, no matter what that gift looked like, no matter what condition it was a gift. And I recognized it a gift. I showed the appreciation to my grandchildren for the expression of their love towards me. And you know what? For each and every Canadian, life is a gift. And we need to appreciate it for what it is. They don't all look the same. And some of life circumstances put some of our constituents and some of our fellow citizens in situations that are not desirable. And yet we have to recognize that life is precious and life is a gift. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his quite sincere comments on the speech. He and I rarely agree on many things in this Parliament, but I never question his sincerity and the great attempts he goes to represent his constituents. What I have to say right now is more a commentary that it's strange that the Liberals have driven us to a point where the member and I now agree. So what the Liberals really have done here in accepting the Senate amendment, I agree with the honourable member, is they've short-circuited the review that we're supposed to be doing of MAID legislation. And in fact, they've gone farther, and I wonder if you would agree with me, by setting up a special panel to set up supposed safeguards for those with mental illness, the government's actually prejudging the outcome of that study and already suggesting that we are going to approve those with mental illness as the sole underlying condition for medical assistance in dying. So I wonder if you would agree with me that the Liberals are actually prejudging this program in the way that they have stated their motion.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Esquimalt Saanich Suk. He's probably correct that on a lot of issues we don't agree, and yet I find that there's a lot of times when we actually do agree, and I know we share some certain passions, and we've talked about those, and they revolve around the animal kingdom, and But to address his question about prejudging the outcome of where this legislation would be going, I think is an accurate assessment that this member provides to this House. What the Liberals could have done, they could have done two things. They could have appealed this legislation to the Supreme Court. It was only one judge, as Senator Plett said, only one judge in Quebec that made this ruling, and they could have immediately appealed it to the Supreme Court. They've put very qualified and competent people on the Supreme Court, and they could have got them to render an opinion on this. And the other thing is they could have also provided a situation where it could be properly debated in this House by the review that was legislated to do in 2016.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank our colleague for that speech. There was one sentence that stood out, and I liked it, and that was that those who are suffering deserve the best quality we can provide. And I totally agree with him, not necessarily for the same reasons. He also said that life is a gift. And I would go further and say that death can really not be a gift. My father died recently and with medical assistance, and it was extraordinary despite his suffering. And I experienced my brother's death after cancer, a terrible cancer, and he had incredible pain. My question is the following, quite simply. How does my colleague react to extreme suffering that some may go through?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that most pertinent question. And I want to extend my sympathies to him on the passing of his brother and his father. Those are difficult things. Both of my parents passed away, both from cancer as well. And my mom passed shortly after I was elected to this House. She had a very difficult cancer, lung cancer, and although she was never a smoker. And, I had many conversations with the doctor and the palliative care nurse that provided her with medical assistance, not medical assistance in dying, but medical assistance. And they both assured us, as myself and my siblings, that we have the proper medications available to us to take away two things, to take away pain and also to take away anxiety, so that the final moments in one's life don't have to be filled with anxiety, they don't have to be filled with pain, but they can have a nice transition into the next world.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Desnette, Missinippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to share the comments I received in an email from a gentleman in my community that has spent his life serving underprivileged people as the captain of the Salvation Army in my community. And I'm going to quote what he wrote me just a couple days ago. The reality of what is happening with this already profoundly flawed bill is nothing short of an abdication of what little moral authority our government and the Senate had. It truly signals the blindness to, the utter contempt and indifference of this government to those most vulnerable, and the present and future ramifications that will be borne by those most at risk, and indeed to the collective conscience of our entire nation. My question for my honourable colleague is, just give him the opportunity to speak to what some of those future ramifications might be to the most vulnerable of our society because of this legislation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for that great question. You know what? Probably the most powerful, the most compelling, the loudest voices that we heard during the debate of this at both committees, both in the House and also in the Senate, was from the group of individuals, professionals that represented those with disabilities. We also had people with disabilities presenting as well, and how they absolutely fear this legislation and that their life will be deemed less valuable than someone else's, and that they will experience a tremendous amount of coercion and influence to access medical assistance and dying. And I think for the most vulnerable in our society, this legislation poses a very high degree of risk as it is presently.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member spoke about palliative care, and he talked about the drugs that were available for palliative care for the pain and suffering, but also the anxiety. And indeed, those drugs do exist. But the member must know that those drugs are not effective to treat every single scenario. There are scenarios in which the drugs that are provided just aren't adequate enough to relieve somebody of the pain or their anxieties that they're facing. Is he willing to acknowledge that that is a reality? Or is he steadfast in his belief that all pain can be alleviated through drugs when it comes to end of life?
Member for Provencher.
I want to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for that question, because I think the recognition is on his part that I'm not a medical expert, and we know that Liberals always say that they want to base everything on the science. And so that's where I have to go back to. I have to go back to the discussions I had with the doctors that treated both my mother and my father, and the nurses that provided palliative care. They said, we have the drugs available to us today in our arsenal to address both the issues of pain and anxiety. And those are the predominant two issues that people are anxious about when facing end of life.
There's time for a short question. The honourable member for Montcalm. Yes, a quick question. I'm a bit surprised to see my NDP and Conservative colleagues sharing the same opinion on the predetermined outcome of a debate that hasn't yet been held. It's like they have a bit of trouble debating before there's been a court decision. They'd rather have a court decision and then talk about that. But we should be debating what's best for the public. I'll stop there because I don't have time. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Montcalm for that question. I think the issue here is one that when we look back at the commitment and actually the legislation from 2016, is there was a requirement for this government to conduct a review. That review would have brought forward all kinds of empirical information, which is absolutely required in making the right decisions. In the absence of that review, people are shooting from the hip, and the experts that provided testimony at committee, they told us where things were going. They can see it, and we can rely on expert opinion from testimony at committee to tell us where some of the legislation is headed. And this panel that the Liberals want to propose doesn't, in no way, shape, or form, does that replace the review that should have been happening, that was scheduled to happen after the 5-year period of the legalization.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to rise today to speak to such an important topic. I had the opportunity to speak to this, I think it was back in December, just before it was sent over on its final vote. It was voted on and then sent over to the Senate. And I will say from the outset, I do not intend to be an expert in this matter. I certainly have had a lot of personal experiences that have informed my opinion over the last few months. And I think it's safe to say that before that, although I've always been an individual that supports people's right to choose when it comes to their own health and their bodies, I didn't really take a really strong position one way or the other on this particular legislation until I had those own personal experiences, which perhaps I'll touch on in a few minutes. But first, I'll talk a little bit about how we got here. And I think it's important to talk about this because it's come up a number of times, Madam Speaker, from the other side of the House about why the rush? Why the rush? I mean, the number of times that I've heard that today sitting here, could you make your head spin? And I would argue that there's been very little rushing going on when it comes to this issue. Let's go back to the start of this. The Supreme Court had made a ruling. Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister then. He was tasked as the Prime Minister and the government to come up with a legislation that could address and respect that ruling, and he chose not to do anything about it. Now, I mean, I think it's quite clear why he did that, his political motivations. It would have exposed a lot of what we're seeing now, so he probably figured it's best just to put this on the back burner and not have to do anything about it. And politically speaking, it was probably the best thing to do. Certainly not the responsible thing to do, certainly not the thing of a responsible government to do. He should have tackled this head on like he was charged to do by the Supreme Court. But nonetheless, he really didn't act on it. So this Liberal government, when first elected in 2015, the very first committee that was set up, if I remember correctly, was a committee to study this issue so that we could respond in due course to the Supreme Court's ruling and bring forward legislation. That happened. There was obviously a lot of controversy about it at the time. Some said it wasn't going far enough. Some said it was going too far. And people voted as they saw fit, but ultimately the legislation was passed. So now here we are addressing the fact that a superior court in Quebec has ruled that it's unconstitutional, and we're tasked with making amendments in order to reflect that. So to the first point of the fact that it's taken so long to get here, well, come on, guys. This has been going on, Madam Speaker, since 2014. We're 7 years into this. Don't say that this is taking a long time and there's a sudden rush. And if there is a rush to get this done now, well, that's quite clear. It's because we're responding to the Supreme Court's ruling that was already been extended as a result of COVID-19. The Superior Court's ruling that's already been extended as a result of COVID-19. But I've heard a number of conservatives, criticize, well, why wouldn't you take it to the Supreme Court? Well, it's very obvious. When you're the government and you have a lawyer and you go to that lawyer and the lawyer says, hey, we can go to court and I can waste your money doing that, but in my opinion, we're probably not going to win. I mean, usually you listen to your lawyer. I mean, that's why you get a lawyer, right? You get a lawyer to give you advice as to how you should move through the process, to advise you. And if the lawyer says, guys, probably not in the best interest to go to the Supreme Court because you're probably going to lose, well, I mean, maybe the Conservatives would like to see tying up taxpayer money with the legal fees associated with that, or you could take the realistic, rational approach and say, okay, we better respond to this and do what we think is right. So for the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, to stand up and say, well, you should have taken this all the way to the Supreme Court, that's a misuse of the Supreme Court. You go to the Supreme Court when you feel as though you are in the proper position, that the legislation is correct. And I think what we saw happen was the government reflect on the Superior Court's ruling and say, yeah, maybe we do need to fix this. Maybe we do need to make some adjustments to this. And going to the Supreme Court will waste taxpayer money. It will waste time. But we will do the hard thing, which is to bring this very sensitive topic back before this House so that people can get emotional, myself included, and talk about this, so that we can make legislation better and make the lives of Canadians better. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, a few moments ago I spoke to Stephen Harper's approach, which was basically I don't want to deal with this, push it out of the way. This government could have done that. They could have said, yep, let's go to the Supreme Court, we'll tie it up, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll really slow down the process, we can punt this a few years down the road, we'll all feel better about ourselves. The approach, that Stephen Harper was taking, that's not the approach this government took. This government said, no, the Superior Court is right, we need to respect that. We need to do the right thing now, not just because we want good laws and proper laws that are constitutional, but because we want to do the right thing in the name of Canadians. And so for me to hear Conservatives question why we didn't go to why this wasn't challenged all the way to the Supreme Court just goes to show that they would have done anything to slow this down or block this all along the way. And so that's how we basically got here, Madam Speaker. That's how we've got to this place. But one of the other issues that I find very troubling about having sat in here and listened to the debate today, Madam Speaker, is a number of people that have got up and said, well, all that needs to happen is somebody with a disability needs to go into a hospital. And just like that, the doctor can prescribe MAID. Jeez, do we really want to create a scenario like that? Talk about fear-mongering, Madam Speaker. That is absolute fear-mongering. First of all, it's illegal, unethical, completely improper. But that's not the picture the opposition wants to paint. They want to paint this picture of, disabled individuals' rights being stripped away from them, and doctors can suddenly say, oh, you have a disability, well, then you should get MAID. Well, come on, guys. Madam Speaker, that is just completely unfair. And it's an unfair characterization of the incredible work that doctors do throughout this country. To suggest that a doctor is going to act in bad faith like that, and by the way, if a doctor does act in bad faith like that, there are laws in place to take care of them, to bring them before their professional bodies to make sure that they are properly accounted for their actions. This red herring at best, this false notion that doctors are going to suddenly act irresponsible like that is ludicrous. Yes, I will accept an argument of, there could be a slippery slope. We need to put proper safeguards in place. We need to make sure that people are properly taken care of. Most importantly, we need to make sure that people get all the information that they need in order to make these very important decisions, information that comes with the assistance of talking to their doctor and consulting with their doctor and perhaps going for another opinion. Yes, people need information to make decisions, and we should not neglect people of information, so we should definitely be investing in making sure that people have the information that they need and the proper tools and resources to make these decisions on their own, because they're their decisions. I also want to address the issue of palliative care. It's the default go-to argument of the Conservatives. Oh, yeah, but if we have better palliative care, Madam Speaker, then all the problems will be solved. The previous speaker, I asked him, I said, well, surely you must agree that not all cocktails of drugs can alleviate pain for people in their last days. And the response was, well, no, I've been told that by doctors. Doctors said they can do whatever it takes to alleviate the anxiety and pain so that people can be in a comfortable state during their last days. Well, I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, I asked it in a question, I'll say it again now as I have more time. I'll tell you the story of my father-in-law just last 2 months ago. This is not disconnected from me. I saw this with my own eyes. My father-in-law was diagnosed just after the 2019 election with colon cancer. In July of this year, they found a tumor in his brain. They removed the tumor, but everybody knew that it was still only a matter of time. At the end of November, he goes back into the hospital. They operate again, and this man wanted to live. He wanted to live. He would have fought to stay one more day for his grandchildren. But it just wasn't going to happen. So he would have never accepted MAID. He would have said, are you kidding? I don't want that. He wouldn't have accepted it under any circumstance. But Madam Speaker, after they operated again on him and they removed as much of the tumor as they could. They said, Dawn, we're really sorry to inform you that you're going to die very soon. We cannot do anything else for you. And it was at that moment, at the end of November in 2020, that he realized that the end was near. He told my wife, his daughter, the fight is over. The fight is over. And so for 10 days, the tumor raged on. He lay in a bed, yes, in palliative care, getting all the medicine that supposedly, according to conservatives, will put people in a state of ease, received all this medicine. I'm telling you right now, it didn't help him. He was convulsing in the bed. He was in seizures at times. He was in pain. My mother-in-law sat next to him the whole time to watch it. So for conservatives to paint this narrative that all of the time it's this peaceful moment of me laying in my bed at home while my wife is by my side and I slowly slip away into the night. It's absolute baloney, Madam Speaker. It doesn't always happen like that. And I want to make very clear. Is baloney, are you standing on a point of order in the middle of my speech?
One moment, please. There is a point of order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I understand that there are emotions run high in a debate like this, but certainly the mischaracterization of numbers of colleagues related to what's been said during this debate is certainly
Not a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, and I do want to remind the honourable member I know what my role is, and I don't need anybody to tell me what to do at this point. So if I need some assistance, I'll ask the clerks. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands can continue his speech.
And I do apologize to you, Madam Speaker, for that. I'm obviously find this to be a very personal issue, and I think the member would have been best just to not say anything rather than try to defend that. My position on this, and I've been sitting here all day since the House started at 10 o'clock, and I've heard the arguments, and I'm responding to what I've heard, okay? I've heard Conservative members talk about how wonderful it was when their mother, they got to sing songs and then she slipped away into the night. Well, it just doesn't always happen like that. It doesn't. And my father-in-law was a perfect example of that. And I want to be very clear. This is where I was going before I was interrupted. I want to be very clear. I am not suggesting that my father-in-law would have chose MAID. My father-in-law was a hunter, a real rugged man. You know, he took his responsibilities and took great pride in everything that he did. I don't know if he would have selected this, but what I do know is that he did not have an option. He did not have that choice. So instead, people got to sit by his side and watch him suffer. And more importantly, he suffered. And so I get it. I understand that there are various different positions on this from all sides of the House. I get it that people can be charged by this. I get it. I'm a Catholic myself, Madam Speaker. This goes against, a lot of what many of my supporters, and in particular my church, would advocate for. But I'm going to say, Madam Speaker, that I strongly believe, and I started my speech by saying this, I'll say it at the end, I strongly believe that people need choices. When we have a world in which our medical system has advanced so much that we can literally keep people alive where we couldn't even do that 10 or 15 years ago, then there have to be other options. I hope that I'm never put in a position that I have to be contributing to making one of these decisions, but at least I take comfort in knowing that options need to be available to people. And unfortunately, the rhetoric that I've heard today doesn't support that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley, Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, Thank you. I appreciated the speech from my honourable colleague, and I wanted to ask him. He talked about, it's not possible that you would get MAID if you were in the emergency, and I wonder if he could speak to the story of Candice Lewis, a 25-year-old woman with a significant disability who lives in Newfoundland with her mother, Sheila Elson. Now, Elson reported that when Candice was receiving emergency medical care treatment in hospital in 2017, a doctor approached her to propose MAID for her daughter. Now, according to Elson, when she firmly stated that she would not consider MAID for Candice, the doctor accused her of being selfish. I wonder if you could tell me, I understand there are no one has been charged in this. You mentioned that would be the normal thing that would happen, and we're not seeing that. I wonder if you could comment on this particular case.
Remind the member she's to address all questions through the chair and not directly to the members. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I'm not familiar with this particular case, so I'm not going to speak directly about the circumstances of it, because even if I did read about it as this member has, or heard about it, I certainly still wouldn't believe I could have an objective opinion on it. But what I will say is that if what I've heard from this member is happening, a doctor should be held accountable for that action. No doctor should be doing what she just described. Just like no doctor should be doing other unethical things. So should a doctor be held accountable for doing something that, by her definition, sounds to be borderline illegal? Absolutely. Hold that doctor accountable. But don't try to change entire pieces of legislation for the betterment of 37 million people based on one example.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Kingston, the Islands, for his very personal and emotional speech. He showed sensitivity with regard to this bill. Everybody has their own experience with death and the choices that we have when it comes to death. The Bloc Québécois believes that the amendments made by the Senate that seek to expand medical assistance in dying are relevant. However, I have the following questions. When healthcare transfers are dropping, does he believe that the current government should perhaps increase healthcare transfers to allow the provinces to provide adequate healthcare services for end-of-life care? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And then the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I know that this is an issue that the Bloc continually brings up, and I can respect that given their position on the matter. I think that there is a role for the federal government to play in assisting with the provinces with their health care. And whether that's through a direct transfer increase or whether it's through assistance through other programs that are geared towards specific issues or specific policy options, then yes, I think that we need to make sure that we are doing our part with the provinces to make sure that they can give people the care and the treatment that they deserve.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard today a lot of speeches about choice and the idea of having options in life. We heard about how end of life was around the idea of pain and anxiety, and it's very clear through many of the witness reports that this anxiety is around not having the choices in their actual dignified living. And so my question through you to the member from the government side is, what are they doing to adequately address some of the critiques and outstanding questions for the UN Special Rapporteur on the persons with disabilities?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I apologize to the member that I can't thoroughly answer that question. It's outside of the realm of what I was talking about today, so I don't have, off the top of my head. But I will say that there's always a role for the government to play. When we talk about people with disabilities, I think that, as society, we've come a long way, even just in the last number of years. I know that, I'll be the first to admit I didn't really understand, if you said to me 10 or 15 years ago, disability, I would assume you're talking about somebody who needs a wheelchair. But indeed the term disability means so much more than that. It's everything from hearing impairments to people who are affected by various different other things. And various different other disabilities, but there is always going to be a role to play. I think that we live in a world where we're continually seeing an increase in society's interest in taking care of people with disabilities, and we'll certainly continue to do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And my friend and colleague, I think, demonstrates very clearly how medical assistance in dying is, in fact, very complicated, and it is a deeply personal issue. And I want to thank him for sharing his story with the House. And what I take away from his message is the fact that there are many people, as they go through the process of life, that want to have the option to be able to do an access made. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just expand on why that is probably one of the most important points that I could detect that he was trying to emphasize.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I think at the fundamental core, Madam Speaker, it's about freedom and freedoms of choice. We live in a society where we believe in freedom. We believe in choices, making your own choices. And when I go to a hospital, I can make a choice to say, yes, please treat me for this. And I should also be able to make the choice to say, yes, you've treated me a long time for this. I recognize that I'm at the end. And please assist me in moving on and passing away. And so at the core of this, it's about individual choice. That's what our entire country is based on. Freedom, the freedom to make these decisions on our own.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for his speech. And certainly, it's I took a great deal of time in my speech preceding this to talk about how this personally affects each and every one of us, and we all have very emotional stories about what end of life looks like, and the importance that does play in the perspective here. But I'd like to ask the member. He mentioned the government's lawyer providing advice about what to appeal and what to not appeal. Certainly, I think that very point emphasizes some of the challenges we're faced with here. The fact that there's a wide divergence of opinions, and the former Attorney General, who is now an independent member of this House, had a very different perspective on this issue than the current Attorney General. And I think that it's these divergence of opinions that actually are important to ensure that we get this right, because it's so important that we do, in fact, get it right. So I'd ask the member if he does in fact believe that this divergence of opinions is important to ensure that we have the ability to regarding this legislation, get this right.
A member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I would trust my current lawyer before I would trust a previous lawyer. That's the reason why I have the current lawyer. So I don't understand the premise of the question. I mean, if this member had a lawyer and then he went to court and he said, I hear your advice, but let me go talk to my previous lawyer. I mean, I just think that the question is baseless, Madam Speaker. The reality of the situation is, yeah, there's going to be a difference of opinion, and the opinion of the Justice Minister was, don't go to the Supreme Court, let's amend the legislation.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard from so many people in my riding, especially seniors, in support of this bill because it responds to the need to reduce unnecessary suffering. But I've also heard from people in the disabled community who are deeply concerned about the removal of reasonably foreseeable conditions and who want to ensure that the bar remains high for accessing MAID. So specifically around the mandatory statutory review. This should have already begun. Does the member agree that we should do this under an expanded mandate to consider the question of safeguards to protect the vulnerable in this legislation, and
to allow for time for a response? And when I say brief question, if people could just pose their question instead, individuals can pose their question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Very briefly, yes, I do agree that we should, especially something as sensitive as this, be coming back to it routinely. I think that we've had some unique circumstances in the last year that may have prevented that. But yes, we do need to come back to it and look at this type of thing.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Housing, and the Honourable Member for Kenora Telecommunications. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't sure that it was my time right now, but
No, it's not.
I was under the impression that I was not up today.
Okay, there may be a little bit of an issue here. It's hard to see who's going first. Is it the member from Brantford that's going up first? The honourable member for Brantford. Okay, the honourable member for Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must tell you that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from St. Albert, Edmonton. I've spoken to this issue twice in the House, the last being December the 4th. And in that speech, I entitled it, "Stay Safe, My Son," because I do tell the personal story of being a father of a 34-year-old developmentally and intellectually disabled son who lives with us and is cared for by us. His name is Jordan. But in a larger way, my speech dealt with the removal of the safeguards for Canadians with disabilities and how the government is choosing to ignore and dismiss the disability groups across this country who have joined in arms in opposition to Bill C-7 because it fails to protect them and their safety in the long term. The quote that is most often used, that is referred to by the disability organizations, is, "This is the worst possible scenario." Now, subsequent to that speech, I discovered the United Nations Office on Human Rights has stated, legislation extending euthanasia and assisted suicide to persons with disabilities, quote, would institutionalize and legally authorize ableism. Now, for those of you who may need help with ableism, as I did, I went to the Oxford Dictionary. And here is the official definition in Oxford. Quote, discrimination in favor of able-bodied people. Now, full disclosure, I am a parliamentarian who sees Bill C-7 for what I think it is, which is the next step on the slippery slope in the MAID debate created originally by C-14 in 2016. Today, we're being asked by the Senate to make amendments to further remove safeguards for those living with mental health illness. The Canadian Mental Health Association CEO and spokesperson, Margaret Eaton, wrote to all parliamentarians saying, quote, the exclusion of mental illness as the sole underlying cause for medical assistance in dying must be maintained to safeguard those living with mental illness. Now understand, the Canadian Mental Health Association is the most extensive community in mental health across Canada, with a presence in 330 communities across every province and one territory. They provide advocacy, programs, and resources that help prevent mental health problems and illnesses, support recovery and resilience, and enable all Canadians to flourish and thrive. She goes on to explain the three compelling reasons why the exclusion of mental illness as the sole underlying cause was justified, and urges all parliamentarians to oppose the Senate amendment that proposes to drop that protection for people with mental illnesses. The slippery slope is the continual easing of restrictions and expansion to a day when society will be conditioned to accepting death upon request. Many of you...
For a second, I just want to interrupt the member for a second, and the time has stopped so that you can continue. I'm just wondering if you could unplug your mic and plug it back in. I'm not sure if that's the problem, but there seems to be an issue with the sound. So if you could unplug, are you wireless? Is that the...
Yeah, I'm wireless.
Okay. Then could you just check? There is, and I'm going to try to remember this, where you would click on. Does that change it? No? Excuse me. Can you keep talking for a second?
Yes. Testing.
No, it sounds about the same. So I'm
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Just maybe check the microphone that you're using. I don't know if you can do that on the computer and click on the microphone and see if you can see if it's plugged in properly.
Yeah, it says it is. It says it's connected.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, just double check with the interpreters to see if they're having difficulties. We'll allow you to go at this point, and then we'll check with the interpreters, and if there's an issue, we'll come back. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I apologize that the equipment isn't quite correct. I was on the point of the slippery slope argument. And, I'll just go off notes here for a second to ask everyone I could since this legislation came into existence in 2016, who has major issues regarding end-of-life issues. One was a colleague in previous parliaments who is in a wheelchair, and what I asked him was, give me a compelling argument that this isn't a slippery slope. Please try to. I'm open to accepting that, and he could not. He wanted it for himself, and I understood that, and I may have been in the same boat as him at that point for himself. But let me talk to you about the effects on the larger society. As I said, when society is conditioned to accepting death upon request, many of the advocates for open expansion will say that will never happen. Well, I hope that they are right. But the international data and experience with euthanasia and assisted suicide laws is both revealing and startling. In Belgium and the Netherlands, where the scope of their laws has expanded, and in practice, safeguards have failed. Belgium in 2002 had 24 cases. The latest statistics in 2019, 2,656 cases. Netherlands in 2002, 1,822 cases. In 2019, 6,361 cases. In practice, quote, being tired of life is an accepted reason. Doctors are also able to bypass the law by diagnosing so-called polypathology. This refers to multiple complaints that occur in old age, such as loss of vision and hearing, chronic pain, rheumatism, weakness, and fatigue. From this comes from the Vienna-based Institute for Medical Anthropology and bioethics. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to address the Indigenous community because they represent the largest, single largest First Nation in Canada, Six Nations of the Grand. Indigenous leaders recently came from across Canada to say they have grave concerns about efforts to expand the availability of assisted suicide, warning, quote, it will have a lasting impact on our vulnerable populations. Quote, Bill C-7 goes against many of our cultural values.
We have either lost the connection or we've lost the video. I'm just going to, there we go. So the honourable member for Brantford Brant is on again, so we will continue. Oh, your mic is not on? The mic is not on? Can we stop the clock for a second? Yeah. We'll just add a little bit more time. So I would just also recommend, no, we're still not hearing you. If you have a house-issued web headset, that would be preferable. Well, it would be preferable. That is what we recommend as opposed, so no, we can't hear you at all. I'm sorry, I can't hear you at all. Sorry, can't hear you. If you can, no. Well, we can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. It's just that the interpreters may have a hard time, will not be able to probably interpret if you don't have the headset on, and we need to make sure that every MP is able to hear what is being said. Do you have a House-issued headset that plugs in?
This is House issue, by the way.
Pardon me?
This was sent to me by the House of Commons.
Okay. Okay, so try that one again and see if it works. Est-ce qu'on peut vérifier si l'interprète peut...
Can we verify if the interpreter...
Again? I'm not sure if they're working, but we can still hear you. But so if you want to continue, you've got 2 minutes left.
Well, that's a major deflection, really, of the momentum that I was wanting to create.
Say that the screen had also frozen. So you're good. You're good to go now. You're good to go now. Your screen had frozen a while ago, but we could hear you talking. Now we seem to have everything in order. So we had stopped the clock, and you're able to continue. And I'm sorry about the rhythm that you were at. So there we go. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Madam Speaker, I was just addressing when we had to stop the views of the Indigenous community across Canada. There were 15 First Nations represented in my comments, and I can give you the names of the people, but they addressed the senators, they addressed federal and provincial politicians and healthcare regulators at the federal level and signed the letter, and I can provide those to anyone who would like to have those names. Madam Speaker, I will conclude with saying that in the earlier speeches on and debate, there were many who felt on both sides of the House, frankly, that this was a moment in time for our country thank you, Madam Speaker,
of critical importance. And I hear the emotion on both sides, and we must have compassion on both sides. But I can tell you this, when we come to make this decision, let us make it based on the balance of protection for the most vulnerable in our society. Let us make it with clear minds about that slippery slope that is proven internationally to be happening and in existence today. And we do not wish to go there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And again, I'm sorry for the technical issue that the member is experiencing. I know that internet issues are huge. I hear it about almost every day from people in my riding as well. So questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of the Conservative caucus has opposed the bill as a whole, and really my concern is specifically around Audrey's amendment. You know, those who are facing end of life, who are faced with a very cruel choice, and specifically around the people who may actually choose to end their life earlier than they would have liked because the legislation does not allow them to put it off and really to die with dignity and to avoid continuing to live in intolerable suffering. And so I just wanted to hear the members' comments on this piece.
For Brantford Brant.
Thank you for that question, because it, again, is a personal story. I'll relate to a very close friend who chose to end her life after a terminal diagnosis. And I had a very long discussion with her about MAID and about my views on it that I've shared with the House today. We must have compassion for individuals, but let us not go down the road of what the advocates are doing here, which is setting up that situation where all protections are lost. Let us not go down the road of the most vulnerable and those who are some of the people that we must care for in this society.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the member is aware that there is an expectations from the court that later this month that we'll have the new law in place. And if we're up to some, this debate could continue for months, if not even years ahead. I'm wondering if my colleague would agree that it is important, that given that we've had court extensions, that we seriously look at meeting this deadline at the end of the month and get the legislation through, recognizing that we have literally had hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of debate inside the chamber and committee rooms. Tens of thousands of Canadians have contributed in one way or another. Just his opinion in terms of should we not be attempting to get this thing through to meet the court deadline?
I member for Brantford Brant.
Easy answer, absolutely not. A court such as this should not dictate to the House of Commons on a matter so important. I've characterized it as the most important matter in my 13 years in Parliament. There has not been an issue that is more important to this. Yes, let's make time of the essence at one level, but let's not bend to a Quebec court and one judge who says we must have it done on a certain time frame. We need time. Canadians need to be involved in the discussion. Although the member says we've had enough, we have not had enough. And in fact, I could go on about prorogation and other things that his government did to delay the debate on this. I won't. Suffice it to say, time needs to be given to this issue.
Brief question, please. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Honourable Member who shared about the dignity in life and finding out about ableism. We know that there's an amendment that's come through that's going to list different data that will help us hopefully better understand the impacts on this. And as we've heard, people talking about dignity in life, I'm wondering through you, Madam Speaker, if the honourable member would support or has considered class and things like access to housing and access to programs in life as being on foot and on par and equally as important to all the other considerations he and his Conservative caucus have given.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant, a brief answer, please.
I'm really confused by that because it seems that there's a lot of other social issues that he's trying to interweave with this debate on life and death. Frankly, I don't see the connections.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak on Bill C7 at report stage. This legislation illustrates the dangers that arise when a government puts blind ideology ahead of evidence-based decision-making. The road that we have the nightmare of this bill and the road that has led to today, Madam Speaker, began when a Quebec Superior Court judge issued the Truchon decision. And in that decision, that lower court judge determined that the most important safeguard in Canada's medical assistance in dying regime, namely that death be reasonably foreseeable, was unconstitutional. Now, that decision, again, was one judge in one province. It is not binding in any other province. It does not bind the Quebec Court of Appeal. Indeed, it is a non-binding decision. Now, Madam Speaker, in the face of that, one would have thought that the Attorney General, whose responsibility it is to uphold laws passed by this Parliament, would have appealed the decision. After all, we're talking about a decision that removes the most important safeguard that was part of legislation that had been passed a mere 3.5 years prior to the issuance of the Truchon decision. But instead, Madam Speaker, this Attorney General put ideology ahead of the interests of vulnerable persons and did something that is virtually unprecedented. The Attorney General did not appeal the decision and instead recklessly tabled Bill C7 that eviscerates key safeguards, including the most important safeguard, namely that death be reasonably foreseeable. And in so doing, the Attorney General seeks to radically transform Canada's medical assistance in dying regime from something where it is deemed appropriate to deal with or address suffering in death to now providing death to deal with suffering in life. Madam Speaker, and in so seeking to so radically transform Canada's medical assistance in dying regime, the Attorney General has preempted a mandated parliamentary review provided for under Bill C-14. The Attorney General has proceeded with completely inadequate consultation, ignoring important voices that represent vulnerable Canadians, and most importantly, the voices that represent Canada's disabilities rights community. When 72 national disabilities rights organizations wrote to the Attorney General and pleaded with him to appeal the Truchon decision, he ignored them. Their pleas with this Attorney General have fallen on deaf ears. Now, why, Madam Speaker, is the disabilities rights community so concerned with Bill C-7 and in particular the removal of the criterion that death be reasonably foreseeable? Well, very simply, Madam Speaker, when that criterion, that safeguard is removed, it means that someone who suffers from a degenerative disability could be eligible for that very reason, despite the fact that they may have years, if not decades, to live. The disabilities rights community on that basis has said in clear and unequivocal terms that they believe this bill stigmatizes persons with disabilities. As Krista Carr, the executive director of Inclusion Canada, said, this is our worst nightmare. As Catherine Ferrazzi, disabilities rights advocate and former Ontario Human Rights Commissioner, said before the Justice Committee with respect to Bill C-7, why us? Why us? And why, Madam Speaker, in asking that question, is this government proceeding to discriminate against the rights of persons with disabilities by depriving persons with disabilities protections against premature death afforded to all other Canadians outside of an end-of-life context, and in so depriving those rights specifically to persons with disabilities, significant questions have been raised about the constitutionality of Bill C-7 and whether it in fact, as a result of discriminating against persons with disabilities, would therefore and obviously violate Section 15 of the Charter. But those questions, those concerns were again completely ignored by the Attorney General, who puts the ideology of ableism first. So blinded is the Attorney General that he ignored not only concerns from the disabilities rights community, but from the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of persons with disabilities, who has said that this bill violates international human rights norms. So blinded by ideology is this Attorney General that he ignored the UN Human Rights Commission, which this government is rather fond of, which has said this bill runs afoul of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and in particular, Article 10. And Madam Speaker, just when one thought it could not get any worse, we learn today that it in fact has, with respect to the motion that the Attorney General tabled in this House, which, among other things, essentially accepts with some very minor tweaking radical Senate amendments, including one that would provide that one would be eligible for medical assistance in dying for having solely a mental illness. This is a radical, radical change. And despite the fact that this issue has not been appropriately studied, the Attorney General has said it is now a fait accompli. Despite the fact that we don't know how to predict irremediability in the case of mental illness, despite the fact that we don't know if someone's mental illness is the basis for their request, is a symptom of their mental illness, their request for medical assistance in dying. And despite the fact that we don't know whether someone's mental health suffering could be alleviated by health and other social supports. Madam Speaker, this bill is a reckless, dangerous piece of legislation that puts some of the most vulnerable persons in Canadian society at risk. It must be defeated.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, the Senate in this case has exceeded their mandate. It's extremely concerning. They prejudged the review. I think it's extremely concerning for people in the disability community. People in the disability community have also expressed that there are just not adequate income supports there for them to support them. It makes this whole issue even more complex. And I'm curious if the member would agree that A, the Senate has exceeded their mandate in this case, and B, that we need to have a national income program for people with disabilities to bring them up to a livable income at this time.
The honourable for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for Victoria for her question, and I would concur with her that the Senate has exceeded its mandate in going far beyond the scope of what was in Bill C-7, and that's why I have to say I'm shocked that the Attorney General didn't outright reject the amendment with respect to mental illness being a sole criterion for being eligible, or solely having a mental illness being eligible, therefore, to have medical assistance in dying. And despite the fact that there's a lot of things we don't know, one thing we do know is that 4,000 Canadians each year die of suicide, 90% of whom suffer from mental illness. And so the question becomes, how many persons with mental illness will have suffered a premature death as a result of this legislation?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear my colleague. I've been listening to a number of interventions on this point. He took part in the clause by clause. He was very eloquent, but the Conservatives voted against C-14, and earlier my colleague said that in C-14 there was an incredible safeguard that was found unconstitutional by the court decision in question. So C-7, the Conservatives voted against. Am I mistaken in saying that the Conservative position here is that when it comes to the end of life, the only acceptable solution to them is palliative care?
Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Montcalm and also recognize his contributions to the debate and on the Justice Committee during the study of Bill C-7 as well as Bill C-14. And with respect to the Conservative position is one of a free vote both on C-14 and Bill C-7. I did oppose Bill C-14 because I had some significant concerns at the time that it didn't go far enough to protect Canadians who are at risk, and we have seen evidence of that, and we heard from witnesses to that effect, including Roger Foley, who was pressured into undertaking medical assistance in dying because his healthcare workers determined that he was too much of a burden. I think that case illustrates the fact that Bill C-14 did not provide sufficient safeguards to protect the vulnerable, and this legislation does away with them almost entirely.
And for a brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My constituent actually wrote to me about this situation and advised that he lost his mother through MAID, and while their family was thankful that they were all there when she passed, there's a fundamental flaw to the legislation. And in his case, his mother wanted to stay for Christmas, but had to choose beforehand out of fear that she would not have her faculty sharp enough to get permission. So hence Audrey Parker's fight. Does the member agree with Audrey Parker's amendment?
The honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for Vancouver East, and in short, I have concerns about providing for advanced consent, and I say that because people do change their minds. The expert working panel on the Council of Canadian Academies said there was a lack of consensus. So I think at the very least it deserves a lot more study.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House this evening, after private members' business, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering a motion respecting Senate Amendment Bills C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, and when no member rises to speak, or at 12 a.m., whichever is earlier, the debate be deemed adjourned and the House deemed adjourned until the next sitting day. And during the debate tonight, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing, the motion will say nay.
No? No. The House has heard the terms of the motion. No, sorry. Okay, good. So there is no unanimous consent. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Party Privy Council for Canada and to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's I'm glad to be able to share with members a few thoughts on this very important piece of legislation that we have before us. Madam Speaker, I was pleased to see that the government, through a unanimous motion, was attempting to try to get the unanimous consent that would allow us to continue the debate on this piece of legislation. I found it interesting that some members have chosen to say no to allow that to take place, and I am somewhat disappointed. Because if their intent was to be able to see an ongoing debate on this very important issue, Madam Speaker, we should have seen the unanimous support that was necessary in order to allow that debate to continue on. One can only imagine in terms of what, again, the real agenda is for the Conservative Party. I had previously asked one of the Conservative speakers in regards to issues on the court, where the court has a deadline that has been extended. Now I think it's February the 26th. It's a Superior Court in Quebec, and asked if he felt there was any sort of an obligation or any sense of us trying to be able to have the legislation pass, recognizing that it's gone through first, second, third report stage, third reading, and this is legislation and an issue that we have actually been talking about primarily because Stephen Harper couldn't get the job done back in 2015. As a direct result of that, Madam Speaker, virtually since our current Prime Minister was elected as Prime Minister, we've had to deal with this issue. We brought forward legislation, and there was all forms of consultation that was taking place. And if we were to start just to weigh the amount of debate and committees and dialogue on this, it is incredible. It really is incredible, Madam Speaker. You can talk about literally thousands of cumulative hours in committees, in the chamber, the Senate, and the Senate committees. Every possible aspect of debate has been there. And my worst fear is now we're going to see the Conservative Party play games to try to use this legislation as a tool to ultimately prevent things like C-14 to being able to come to a vote as they try to set the House agenda. In essence, trying to get the government to go on their hands and knees and beg to try to get things passed through the House. It's incredible the way in which the official opposition, the Conservative Party, continues to play an obstructive role inside the House. And in some sort of a twisted way, Madam Speaker, they will try to say, well, I'm trying to limit debate on this important issue. And I recognize that the medical assistance in dying is exceptionally complicated and is a deeply personal issue. I recognize that. And that's the reason why, I believe that this debate could go on indefinitely. And there are some members within the Conservative caucus in particular that would like that would like to see this never come to a vote. There are some within the Conservative caucus that would, in fact, and likely will be voting in favor of it. But then there are some that don't want, and they will be voting against it. And if it's left up to them, they will continue this debate indefinitely. In a minority situation, it becomes very difficult because the Conservatives will say, well, we want to have more debate on this and try to justify that additional debate given the very insignificance of the issue that we're debating, life and death. And that's why if they were genuine in regards to the issue itself and the importance of having debate on it, they would have allowed for us to continue debating the issue tonight. But because they weren't prepared to allow that to take place, Madam Speaker, I am very suspicious that once again we are seeing destructive games being played on the floor of the House of Commons on such an important issue, which speaks volumes in terms of the leadership of the Conservative Party and their sense of commitment to Canadians in allowing for the business to be carried out in a reasonable fashion. Madam Speaker, we see opposition days, private members' bills, all sorts of votes that come into play that are all opposition-oriented. Well, the government does have some responsibility too. This legislation is critically important. It is life or death. We're looking for opposition parties to recognize the importance of this legislation and to allow it to pass through, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see with just a few seconds left to go to express to my colleagues in the Conservative Party that if you want to debate the issue, you should have allowed the debate to continue on tonight. And I am disappointed that the Conservative Party has chosen once again the path that they have chosen, which is a very destructive role for the proceedings of the House of Commons. And I'll leave my comments at that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader will have 13 minutes remaining in time for his remarks when the House next debates the question. And we'll, now it being 5:30 p.m., the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-225, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts, application of provincial law. In the name of Mr. Simard.
We're resuming debate, and we're going to go back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering, can you... I can't hear myself, or I can't... can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
We're hearing the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary quite well. Not sure. No issues at this end anyway for him.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Speaker. You say that you can hear me?
Yes, can hear you fine. Are you hearing what I'm saying right now? Would appear not.
I can see you standing. I can see you standing in your chair, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if you can actually hear me. I assume that you can because I see you're smiling.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fine.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to assume that members can actually hear me, and I will continue on. I'm not sure. I think I have about 7 minutes, or is it a full 10 minutes? Maybe you can just give an indication with your fingers for me. Well, I've got a full 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C-225 is a bill that ultimately, I think, causes a great deal of concern. The enactment amends certain acts to subordinate the exercise of certain powers to the applicable provincial laws concerning land use and the development and environmental protections, Mr. Speaker. And that does concern me greatly, and I suspect anyone that feels that the government of Canada plays and should play a strong role in regards to land development or anything of that nature, Mr. Speaker. The offloading of powers, and this is what I find interesting. I believe it's a member from the Bloc Party that has brought forward this amendment, and in bringing forward the amendment, Mr. Speaker, I think it embodies the principle of what it is that the Bloc are trying to do inside the House of Commons. And that is to decentralize the national government and, in essence, take away anything that it does with the one exception. And that exception is, of course, to give money. So from the Bloc's perspective, they would be quite happy if all Ottawa did, if they have to participate in from the Bloc's mind in Canadian Confederation, well, the only role for the Canadian government is to provide money to the individual provinces, or at the very least, the province of Quebec. And I don't think that in fairness to people that might want to follow the debate, that they have a sense in terms of why it is that the Bloc proposed this legislation. In essence, Mr. Speaker, it's to say that the federal government, which does play a role, and we saw that in Bill C-69 that we had introduced a couple years back, it shows that the federal government does have a role that when it comes to issues such as land and our environment and the mutual benefits of ensuring that there's a proper process in place to protect the interests of the nation. And, you know, I believe that it's, in essence, it has been working quite well. We have seen provincial governments, municipal governments, and the national government working together on numerous projects, Mr. Speaker. And there's a great deal of consultation that takes place. You know, I think in terms of projects proposed for funding by Canada's infrastructure, provisions to incorporate, reference provincial legislation in Canada. We could talk about the Marine Act. There's the Good Neighbor policy for federal real property, all of which are critically important, Mr. Speaker. We need to recognize, at least from my perspective, that the national government plays a role in a wide variety of areas and jurisdiction. And there is an expectation from Canadians that we live up to our jurisdictional responsibilities. And I have not heard anyone in my political career talk about what it is that the Bloc is hoping to be able to accomplish in this piece of legislation. I often hear from constituents that will talk to me about how it is that the federal government should be fulfilling its responsibilities in the many different areas that we have jurisdictional control over. And often, and the best example I can use, Mr. Speaker, is that of healthcare. Often we'll talk about the federal government's having a role in healthcare. And there's some irony here. If you take a look at it, the Bloc will say, we don't want Ottawa in this. We want the province, and yet it's Ottawa responsibility or jurisdictional responsibility. So they're saying we don't want Ottawa there. But on the other hand, when it's a provincial jurisdiction, they say, again, we don't want Ottawa to interfere because it's provincial jurisdiction. And, I look at it, and there are areas of cooperation, that certain areas in which Ottawa might have the primary jurisdiction, but there still is an obligation, at least in part, for us to work with other jurisdictions, whether they might be provincial or municipal, Indigenous. There's all forms of ways in which Ottawa can cooperate with the areas in which it ultimately has jurisdictional responsibility. Equally, I think the reverse applies. And the best example is that of healthcare. There's a couple of debates that we've been having, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic and during the bill that we just finished adjourning. Both of them related to healthcare and the importance of the national government playing a role in it. One of them was in regards to long-term standards. Another one was in regards to personal care homes or assisted dying legislation. Mental health, for example, in that area of mental health. I can talk about a majority of what I believe of my constituents would like to see, and that is that national pharmacare program. And all of these things that I just finished citing, Mr. Speaker, can only be done and to the benefit of all Canadians, no matter where they live, if you have the two levels of government prepared to work together. But it's important that we recognize the jurisdictional responsibility, as this government has done, Mr. Speaker. So when it comes to health care, we will do that, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the issue of land usage and our environment, we don't say to the provinces or the municipalities, well, this aspect is completely 100% federal jurisdiction. We don't need to hear from you at all. We continue to work with the different levels of government because we are in a confederation. And Canadians expect us to be working in partnership with the different levels of government. You know, the Bloc have I wouldn't say it's a hidden agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did see your finger saying 1 minute. The Bloc, I would say, they don't have a hidden agenda, but it is an agenda that is there, that is not healthy for the Confederation of Canada, for those that see the value of being in the best country in the world to live, those that are so proud of the French factor that we really identify with a great deal of pride, myself especially, I must say, Mr. Speaker. You know, for those of us, we're appealing for governance to work together on those important issues that Canadians want us to work with. Even if you have the primary jurisdictional responsibility, let's still work with the different levels of government for the benefit of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And despite your optimistic introduction, I do not have a French text prepared today. In the future, I will, but I'll be speaking in my first language tonight. I always appreciate the opportunity to speak to these various private members' bills that come forward from members of the Bloc. Even though I'm not supporting this one. But these bills provide, I think, a good opportunity to reflect on these questions of centralization versus decentralization, the appropriate competence and balances of different orders of government. And this has obviously been a defining question in our national life really since Confederation, is that appropriate balance, and it's as much live today as it has ever been. And I think we see some parties in this House with reflexive tendencies one way or the other. And I think the Conservative Party, we see trying to really strike a thoughtful and principled balance that integrates a recognition of the value of a engaged national government and engaged levels of engagement of other orders of government as well. What we see clearly from the government, from the Liberals in general, is this tendency towards a hyper-centralization, a general lack of respect for the competence of the provinces, and a sense that that they want to kind of assume for themselves control over areas that are properly in the sphere of the province or even of the municipality, of the individual, the community, and so forth. There's a strong centralizing tendency that's part of the approach of the Liberal Party of Canada. With the Bloc, we see a kind of centralization in provincial capitals as being their objective. They're not advocating complete decentralization. In fact, we see various cases where they advocate for provincial governments to be able to significantly interfere in people's personal lives in a way that I would personally see as crossing the appropriate bounds of individual autonomy. But theirs is a decentralization in that sense away from Ottawa, certainly. So where do we stand as Conservatives? Our approach is to emphasize a balance that I think is characterized best by the principle of subsidiarity. And I looked up various definitions online before speaking to try to kind of capture what others have said about others. One definition I found said subsidiarity is a principle of social organization that holds that social and political issues should be dealt with at the most immediate or local level that is consistent with their resolution. So it is a tendency. There's an applied tendency towards decentralization, but it is not a limitless call for decentralization. It calls for social and political issues to be resolved at a level most immediate or local that is consistent with the effective resolution of those problems. Calling for municipal militaries as opposed to a national military, for example, would not be consistent with the principle of subsidiarity. But on issues where it is practical and effective to find those solutions, there is a tendency to in embodying that principle of subsidiarity to call for a more localized solution. Another definition I found is that the principle of subsidiarity is a teaching according to which a community of a higher order should not interfere in the internal life of a community of lower order, depriving the latter of its functions, but rather should support it in case of need. And that definition of solidarity implies the important link with of subsidiarity implies the important link with the principle of solidarity. A belief in subsidiarity, that is localized solutions to problems, should not lead us to lose sight of the importance of a universal kind of solidarity. That is, solidarity is a universal principle that we be concerned about the well-being of all people everywhere. Subsidiarity being a recognition that as much as we might be concerned with solving problems and seeing problems solved in other places, that most practically the best solutions that are responsive to local needs are developed locally. And I think we should think about these principles as we define the balance that should be struck within our country. That yes, we want a national government that operates effectively within its areas of jurisdictions, within areas where it is uniquely placed to solve problems. And that should be informed by the sense of solidarity that we share as Canadians, a common concern for each other in every part of the country, a desire for Canadians to do well wherever they live, but at the same time, an appreciation for the fact that that people in the national government, people in another region, may not be in the best position to think through the particular solutions that are required in response to a local situation. So we're not just sort of trying to find the Goldilocks inspired middle path, but we are trying to find a principled balance between the tendencies of the Liberals and the tendencies of the Bloc to one that emphasizes principles of national and beyond that universal solidarity, but also operationalizing the principle of subsidiarity, recognizing that smaller organizations, local communities are often better placed to understand and respond to problems that are particular to their own areas. So we have in front of us a private member's bill that effectively seeks to give provincial governments vetoes over national infrastructure that would otherwise fall within federal jurisdiction. And as colleagues of mine have said, the need for the federal government to respect provincial jurisdiction, exists in tandem with the need for provincial governments to respect federal jurisdiction. And when we look at big national questions around building infrastructure projects, around how we develop our country, how we build ourselves up collectively, those are questions on which our nation as a whole has to consider and come to conclusions. We cannot create a situation in which individual provinces or individual communities can veto the collective decisions that we make together. Of course, the impact on all peoples has to be considered, but it seems proper to me, in line with the principle of subsidiarity, that there are some issues that do require a national government to think in the national interest and to aggregate the feedback that different people provide from different perspectives and different regions. That's why some things fall within federal jurisdiction. I mean, obviously, we're talking about natural resource projects here. You could imagine a range of other examples where that national leadership is important. We can't have provincial governments controlling their own international borders. We can't have of course, we do have some engagement of provincial governments in immigration, and I think that's generally been worthwhile. The provincial nominee programs and others, but there still obviously has to be a federal role in immigration. Because we are one country, and once somebody is in Canada, they are in Canada and can move around between different regions. We are not, and I mean, obviously there are some members of the House, especially in the Bloc, who would like us to move in this direction, but we are not, and in my view, should not become, divided into different separate nations. We are one nation, and we have one common national interest, and that has to be realized, I think, through a federal government that can think about that in certain cases in areas of federal jurisdiction, and that is why fundamentally I don't support this bill. But on so many other individual questions of practical policy, of responses to social and community challenges, the federal government should be willing to work more with provinces, with local communities, indeed with individuals and organizations outside of government. Because I think we generally speaking deliver better services, develop better policy if we are respecting this principle of subsidiarity and respecting local communities. So while we see a loss of balance on these questions from both the Liberals and the Bloc, a tendency to move to one extreme in the one case and to move to the other extreme in the other case, Conservatives are committed to articulating this principled balance that tries to operationalize both subsidiarity and solidarity as guiding principles for our policy. This bill doesn't strike that balance. There have been other cases, such as a Bloc private member's bill supporting allowing Quebecers to file a single tax return, where we have supported what they're putting forward, but in this case, we'll be voting against. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-225, introduced by the member from Jonquière. A similar bill, C-392, was brought forward by the Bloc in the last Parliament by the member for Repentigny. C-225 would amend 7 acts to require infrastructure projects currently within federal jurisdiction to be subject to provincial laws and municipal bylaws concerning land use and environmental protection. This would affect infrastructure ranging from airports, ports, and harbors through to telecommunications infrastructure such as radio masts and cell towers. It would also impact any project funded through the Canada Infrastructure Bank and federal property administered by the National Capital Commission in Ottawa and Gatineau. The NDP supports cooperative federalism. We believe that decision-making should be multilateral, reflecting the unique values and perspectives of provinces and local communities. We made it clear to Canadians in the last election that we would work to limit the federal government's unilateralism and promote mutual respect between levels of government. When it comes to big infrastructure projects, we believe that social license must be a key requirement before projects proceed. A cooperative approach between different levels of government will mean better policies. Canadians are better served when the federal government is listening and respecting provinces and municipalities. This bill raises other important questions concerning federalism in Canada. While there will always be projects that are in the national interest, federal jurisdiction over areas such as airports, ports, and communications towers too often mean that local values and concerns are not given adequate weight in federal assessment and decision-making. At worst, these processes can be perceived as a rubber stamp for projects the federal government already intends to approve, projects that overlook the work of community leaders who seek to protect the environment or conserve important aspects of a community or region. New Democrats believe in empowering local communities to have a stronger say concerning development that affects them. After all, communities and residents live with the long-term impacts of infrastructure projects. It is only right that we ensure their voices are heard in the decision-making process. By putting the onus on the federal government to meet the bar set by provincial laws and local bylaws, this bill gives a greater voice to the orders of government closest to the people, and as such, we believe it deserves further study at committee. This bill would not render federal projects impossible. Rather, it would set a high standard for the government to prove that there was a true national interest required to override local laws. It is not reasonable to assume that because the federal government is the proponent, a project is automatically in the national interest. For projects that truly are essential to Canada's interests as a country, the well-established legal principle of paramountcy, which holds that when federal and provincial laws are found to be in conflict, federal law prevails, could be used as a last resort. It should not be assumed that local people cannot understand or appreciate the national interest. After all, it is local people who make up our country. Likewise, both local and provincial governments have an interest in the well-being and prosperity of the nation as a whole and are able to consider these factors when crafting their laws and bylaws. We have seen that the Liberal government's centralizing approach to major infrastructure decisions fails to account for regional perspectives and has furthered divisions between provinces. Too often we see federal decisions imposed on communities without giving them a say. From cell phone towers to new aerodromes on farmland, we need a government that engages with communities in a more meaningful way. The Liberals keep saying that we need to respect the division of powers in Canada, but perhaps we should better think of federalism as a balance of powers and not a division, one in which the voices and ideas of local leaders are just as valid as the views of Ottawa. This bill could help resolve these tensions by ensuring that development plans and municipal regulations adopted by local authorities are better respected by the federal government. I must say it's a bit unclear why this bill includes reference to all projects funded by the Canada Infrastructure Bank, since it seems that the vast majority of the projects funded by the CIB should already be subject to provincial and local legislation and regulations. Perhaps this is something that can be clarified should this bill make it to committee. Not that we don't have serious concerns about the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Of particular relevance to this discussion about respecting local needs is the CIB's insistence on public-private partnerships that emphasize the returns of private investors over the long-term needs of communities. We support the notion that CIB-funded projects should respect local and provincial legislation. However, it is unclear why this would not otherwise be the case. Just as the rationale for including CIB-funded projects is somewhat unclear in this bill, so too is the exclusion of pipelines, which were included in this bill's previous iteration. Recent pipeline proposals clearly demonstrate the failure of the federal government to adequately address the concerns and values of other orders of government. The federal government can hardly claim that Northern Gateway and Trans Mountain were approved through a harmonious process that respected all three orders of government. The government approved Northern Gateway despite opposition from over a dozen local governments in British Columbia and many First Nations up and down the BC coast. The Trans Mountain expansion project was thrown out by the Federal Court of Appeal because it found that the federal government's consultations were woefully inadequate and that it failed to consider the environmental impact of increased marine traffic in the Salish Sea. Not only did a second run at consultation fail to meet the expectations of many communities and First Nations, the federal government then fought in court BC's attempts to legislate environmental protections that would prevent oil spills from damaging the environment. It is indeed difficult for this government to claim it has satisfied local and provincial concerns regarding TMX. In the cases of both Northern Gateway and Trans Mountain, the federal government announced its support for what it claimed were projects in the national interest before the assessment processes were indeed finalized. With the federal government acting as both booster and arbiter, the concerns of communities, First Nations, and even provincial governments didn't stand a chance of influencing the inevitable outcome. To conclude, Bill C-225 poses interesting ideas that would help to rebalance federalism to better reflect the perspectives of regions and provinces. It would empower local communities by giving them a say on infrastructure projects that would have been unilaterally imposed on communities in the past. And it would force the federal government to do a better job of considering the environmental impact of infrastructure projects before it approves them. There remain some outstanding questions raised by this legislation that deserve further study. Analysis from the Library of Parliament suggests that this bill would be legally viable, as the courts would likely interpret it as incorporating by reference provincial laws into federal statutes. This is a legislative technique that is frequently used and accepted in jurisprudence, and we believe this idea merits further study at committee. I look forward to debating these ideas in the future, and I thank the member for Jonquière for bringing forward this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to say how pleased I am to be able to speak today in the House and to speak of this bill put forward by my colleague and friend from Jonquière. Everyone thinks the environment is important. I think that's a motherhood and apple pie statement. Everyone agrees. Everyone loves the environment. But given the limited time we have to debate, I'll go straight to the point. The environment should fall under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction exclusively. I'd like to stress the fact that my time is limited because the government needs to take action quickly when it comes to the environment. The time is shrinking day by day, the time left to deal with the environment. So people talk about having a nationwide framework, whereas the provinces and Quebec are already getting down to work, regardless of what government we have in Ottawa. So, for example, when it comes to offshore drilling, the Liberal government chooses to approve all kinds of projects. But we're not fooled. If the Liberals were truly concerned about the environment and the importance of doing something, they would have done so a long time ago. It's clear to me that we need to protect the environment, and the best way of doing that is not through greenwashing, not empty rhetoric to polish the government's reputation. No, we need to get down to work. We need to listen to the scientists, which the Liberals keep saying they rely on in making their decisions. It's 2021. We're past the point of asking scientists questions. We've already got the answers. Quite frankly, my colleagues may have great intentions. They may be the best environmentalists on the government benches, but if there was oil in Lac-Saint-Jean, you can be sure that this government would invent a good reason to drill there. And that's why it's all the truer on environmental issues. No one is in a better position than Quebec and the provinces to make these decisions. We have environment ministers and experts to advise us, and we're the ones in the provinces and Quebec who should be making the decisions that concern what goes on in provincial territory and in Quebec territory. The Constitution divvies powers up between the two levels of government, and this has been the case for 150 years. And it's funny that a sovereignist should have to remind federalists what some of the foundations of our Constitution are. The Bloc, under the guidance of my colleague from Jonquière, had tabled legislation, C-225, and C-225 is virtually the government. If the government were to copy this and put it under their own banner, I would vote in favor of it. Now, protecting the environment is a pressing matter. And if it's pressing, let's take the fastest route and the most effective route, if there is one. And in this case, it's the Quebec and provincial rules that are the toughest, and they're already there. So to be logical, if my colleagues are being honest about wanting to protect the environment, they should require federal projects to respect provincial and municipal rules instead of having a turf war over who has jurisdiction. It's simple. The whole environmental dimension should be covered by provincial legislatures. That's what they're there for. But there's another question that comes up. Mr. Speaker, I think you're getting to know me well enough to know what I'm going to say about who I work for and why I'm here. I work for the people in my riding, the people of Lac-Saint-Jean, and for my children's generation in particular. I work for young people who only a few weeks ago were telling me, enough with the bureaucracy, the bureaucratic overlap. People are fed up with the federal government paralyzing everything and not getting anything done. What's the point in sitting down to ask how to put a fire out when the firefighters are already there with their hoses? Being a responsible elected official includes defending our provincial counterparts when it's necessary, instead of treating them as inferiors. Today is the time. And where's the federal credibility when it comes to multinationals when they themselves are authorizing offshore drilling? Where's their credibility when they're telling people on the shores of waterways to put up with a pipeline? Where's their credibility when they tell municipalities how to provide clean drinking water to their residents when they can't even do the same for Indigenous communities? Where's their credibility when it comes to marine wildlife protection when they're allowing companies to self-regulate? Meanwhile, in North America and in the world, there's only one state that is doing a credible job of protecting its environment, and that's Quebec. We're doing that not by dilly-dallying, but by taking action. Quebec has planned its water resource use. The federal government is depending on cooperation among all users. Rather, the Quebec government is relying on consultations with its providers and stakeholders. We're not doing like the Liberal government and spending years on consultations that lead nowhere. Quebec is cooperating, like with our Great Lakes cooperation. That's what the federal government should be doing to fight climate change. Quebec has included measures to promote the protection and conservation of water resources and associated species. The federal government should do the same thing. Whenever it's time for drilling, everyone relies on Hydro-Quebec's expertise. The federal government should do the same. Provincial legislatures have greater flexibility. The federal government should be inspired by what's happening in Quebec and in the provinces. And we would like to see Quebec's legislation apply all across Quebec, whether it's a project under federal jurisdiction or provincial jurisdiction. The telecom giants should have to agree with the municipalities before they can put up a tower. In projects like this, projects under federal jurisdiction should be subjected to the Provincial Environmental Assessment Agency. And their approval should be allowed before a project can go ahead. The federal government should respect municipal bylaws and local decision-making. This would provide for better environmental protection and better land use planning. C-225 would restore legal certainty to project proponents. There have been lots of court challenges over jurisdictional issues, and that would be a thing of the past if this bill were passed. And this would solve any jurisdictional conflicts. So I hope this bill, or my speech, will have enlightened more than one person here. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Jonquière, above all, for this very important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Accordingly, I would invite the honourable member for Jonquière for his right of reply. He will have up to 5 minutes for his reply. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed that it's with what I've heard. The member opposite mentioned what the Bloc is trying to get with this bill. Well, what we're trying to get with this bill is political independence. And there's no party in this House other than ours which understands what political independence means. The other day on Tout le monde en parle, we heard the Minister of Official Languages recognizing that Quebec forms a nation. And what does a nation call for? Independence, obviously, autonomy. Another member in his speech mentioned that Quebec is a nation. Well, what does a nation need? A nation needs political autonomy. So to quickly deal with those concerns, to address those points, same thing with health care. Well, health transfers and the fiscal imbalance, these are examples of what a disaster the Canadian Federation is. He has the nerve to draw a parallel with the healthcare system to say that we're never satisfied with anything. That's an insult. It's adding insult to injury. Quebec has two major concerns. One is political independence, and the other is the environment. When I was young, well, not when I was young, when I was a student, rather, studying economics, and one of the terms that was used, social and economic terms, was masters in our own house. At one point, it was many U.S. companies that owned the hydroelectric generators in Quebec, and that has been nationalized in Hydro-Quebec. And I'm sure that young people, our children, will eventually free us from the yoke of Canadian federalism. How is it that we're not masters in our own house? I think it's an insult. I think it's an insult. If you recognize that Quebec is a nation, forms a nation, then we shouldn't be told, but you will never have the powers to emancipate yourselves economically to develop the way you want to. And I also took from the intervention of my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. He said, on one hand, you have the federal government centralizing tendencies, and then on the other hand, you have the Bloc's centralizing tendencies. So suddenly we're centralizers? Yeah, we're centralizers of the Quebec nation. It's the same kind of rhetoric that leads nowhere. No one in this House, I would say, except for my political party, understands what political autonomy entails, and that's very disappointing. Every nation, whether it's Indigenous nations, the Quebec nation, we all call for this political autonomy. And what I'm seeing this evening is a form of disdain, a form of disrespect. If you want to say something, at least say so. Say it. If you're against Quebec having political autonomy, say so. Don't use red herrings. You've had a good opportunity, and we're used to this in Quebec. It was the same thing when it came to developing multiculturalism. At the outset, they were talking about biculturalism and bilingualism. The federal parties got scared. They were afraid about giving too much autonomy to Quebec by recognizing the two founding nations, so they tossed us aside. And instead of biculturalism and bilingualism, we suddenly were forced to talk about multiculturalism and multilingualism. And the same thing goes for the Clarity Act. Same thing. We can't decide for ourselves what our political future should be. It's up to you to tell us. And there have been many occasions on which the Federalist parties have had that reflex, that instinct to crush us and to impose a political system, which, as I mentioned, we never signed the Constitution. We never signed on. That has been imposed on us. The Constitution has been imposed on us. And now, when it comes to oil and bitumen products, we'll never have the opportunity to have a say because you won't give us even the tiniest little tidbit of political economy that this bill would provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is the following one. Mr. Simard, seconded by Ms. Posey, moves that Bill C-225, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts, application of provincial law, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Jonquière. We would like to request a deferred recorded division. Accordingly, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Accordingly, the question is the following one, that this House do now adjourn.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this is the first time I've had a chance to speak about Canada-China relations since the adoption of the motion yesterday, I want to just congratulate all of my colleagues who were involved in that vote, recognize especially my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills, as well as my co-chair and the vice chairs of the Canada Uyghur Parliamentary Friendship Groups. I know some of them are listening. I unfortunately can't remember their riding names, but I was so pleased by the success of that motion and hope to see the government adopt that policy as well and advance it following the will of the House of Commons. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about some of these issues of human rights in China, whether we're talking about the situation in Hong Kong, the situation of Uyghurs, or other situations, very often the community groups that are affected by these issues will raise with us as well the significant threat of foreign state interference here in Canada and intimidation of them here in Canada. And this is the substance of the question that I asked. It was about the steps the government of Canada must take to protect Canadians from foreign state interference and to prevent elite capture. That is, to prevent the phenomenon by which the government of China tries to use money or blackmail or other kinds of tools to co-opt and control the direction of Canadian institutions. And these are very serious and significant issues. Various committees, the Review Committee of Parliamentarians have flagged the issue of foreign state interference as being a defining issue. And when I put forward a motion on this topic, Motion 55, I was joined on Parliament Hill by a number of Canadians who have been victims of foreign state interference, who spoke of intimidation, threats of violence, threats of sexual violence, just being barraged with intimidating calls and messages in response to their advocacy for democracy and human rights. It should concern us greatly that the freedoms that we cherish in Canada are threatened not only in other countries, but they're threatened here in Canada for some of our fellow Canadians who are involved in speaking up about these kinds of issues. So questions of foreign state interference, of elite capture, of intimidation of Canadians who are speaking out about human rights issues in China and other countries overseas are very, very important. The House of Commons has already passed a motion put forward by our leader that calls on the government to put forward a robust plan to deal with foreign state interference. We haven't seen that plan yet, a plan that rises to the level of the challenge we face, in my view. And I followed up with Motion 55, which calls on the government to work collaboratively with provinces, territories, and municipalities in response to foreign state interference, and also to offer support to victims. Now, as part of this issue of elite capture, we had John McCallum recently at the Canada-China Committee, and when asked questions about what clients he may have worked with previously, and the questions that might raise about his independence, he told us he wasn't able to divulge clients, but that he would comply if the federal government brought in a foreign agents registry that tracked some of those questions of potential influence. And we've also raised the question of Dominic Barton, our ambassador to China, who previously worked for McKinsey. McKinsey has worked with Chinese state-owned companies, and again, there has been no information given. The names of those clients who our ambassador has previously worked with, who may include Chinese state-owned companies, have not been divulged. So in the midst of these legitimate questions about elite capture, the government is not providing information, and I wonder if they're prepared to start doing that. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to also begin by thanking the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his leadership this week in the important motion that was passed yesterday in the House of Commons, which is under obviously active consideration by the government. And I also want to thank him for his question regarding foreign interference in Canada. We recognize as a government that foreign interference presents a strategic, long-term threat to Canada, to the rights of Canadians, and to our democratic values, to our economic interests, and to our national security, to our sovereignty. Canadians should know that their government takes all allegations of hostile state activities seriously. Government of Canada values transparency as a core value and works diligently to ensure that Canadians are protected from foreign influence. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the Lobbying Act recognizes that the public should know not only who is engaged in lobbying activities of public officials, but also regulates those activities. The Commissioner of Lobbying further supports these efforts through investigatory powers to ensure that there is compliance. The Conflict of Interest Act establishes clear rules for public office holders in order to minimize possibility of conflicts arising from private interests and public duties. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and the Senate Ethics Office actively work to ensure public office holders respect these rules. Moreover, the Canada Elections Act clearly prohibits foreign involvement in any kind of political activity regarding elections and during pre-election periods. With respect to the exact question, the government is focused on protecting Canadian democracy from foreign influence, and a foreign agents registry is something that we are actively considering. We are aware that some of our allies, namely the United States and Australia, already have foreign agency registries in place, and we are studying it. We want to make sure that we have a Canadian solution for Canadian problem. Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of Canadians at home and abroad is and always will be our #1 priority. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting that the Parliamentary Secretary would say that a foreign agents registry is something that is being actively considered by the government. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could clarify the timeline for that consideration. There are a variety of issues that we hear from the government that they are under consideration, but I think it's important for us to know if that consideration will be brought to a conclusion at a certain point and when. And secondly, I would like to ask the Prime Secretary, what he thinks of the situation we have with people like John McCallum and Dominic Barton. In one case, a former public office holder, in another place, a current public office holder, where as a result of what they or the company they work for assert as an issue of client confidentiality, we don't actually have an ability to scrutinize and know which companies, potentially state-owned companies, they've worked for or with in the past. Does the Prime Secretary think that's a problem, especially in the case of a current public office holder? Should the public not be able to know and judge for itself whether or not those past client relationships put the person at risk of undue influence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the registry, all good things in a good time and a due course of thorough consideration to ensure that no stone is left unturned and that we have, as I said, a made in Canada solution for Canadian problems. With respect to other issues, our government continues to be seized with all activities related to potential interference. As I said, we have laws in place with respect to lobbying, with respect to conflict of interest, with respect to elections. Those are pieces of legislation with appropriate authorities and appropriate people responsible who will follow up on anything that they consider to be inappropriate. Government is focused on protecting Canadians and democracy here in Canada from foreign influence, and we will continue to be actively engaged in this. We will continue to take a whole-of-government approach to address foreign interference, and we pledge to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The federal government chose to end the rental assistance program for co-ops and social housing projects whose operating agreements expired prior to April 1, 2016. They have been excluded from Phase 2 of the Federal Community Housing Initiative under the National Housing Strategy. It is inexplicable why tenants whose co-op happens to have paid off their mortgage are not entitled to continued support despite no change whatsoever in the tenant's need. A total of 277 co-ops are negatively impacted by this arbitrary decision, affecting over 7,500 households in Alberta, British Columbia, Ontario, PEI, and Quebec. Equally disturbing is the fact that co-ops with operating agreements established under CMHC's then called Urban Native Housing Program are also excluded from receiving continued rent subsidy through FCHI Phase 2. We should not have to remind the government that 1 out of 8 households in Canada lives in unstable, overcrowded, moldy, cold, or unaffordable housing. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report confirmed that close to 20% of urban, rural, and northern Indigenous households in Canada are in an unaffordable or unsuitable housing situation, a rate far above the national average. The report identified 124,000 Indigenous households in housing need, including 37,500 are homeless in a given year. Equally disturbing is the findings that the annual affordability gap for Indigenous households is $636 million. It is laughable that the Prime Minister claims that, quote, the new nation-to-nation relationship is their most important relationship, when the Parliamentary Budget Office revealed that only a measly 0.8% of the funding in the National Housing Strategy's 10-year plan is allocated to Indigenous housing programs, and that funding is just ongoing subsidies for projects built before 1993. Equally insulting is the fact that funding for new construction under the National Co-Investment Fund earmarked to target Indigenous housing only amounts to 0.5% and 0% for all other major programs. Indigenous peoples are 11 times more likely to use a shelter. In Vancouver East, we have the largest homeless encampment in the country, with 40% identify as Indigenous. It is disgraceful how the Liberals fail to follow through with their promise that adequate housing is a basic human right, and their empty promise of a dedicated for Indigenous by Indigenous housing strategy has gone on for years. By choosing not to provide rental assistance to the co-ops, the federal government is actively displacing low and limited income families and putting them at risk of homelessness during a housing crisis in the middle of a pandemic. This flies in the face of the government's declaration in 2017 that adequate housing is a basic human right. It further contradicts the Liberal government's expressed wish to end chronic homelessness. The loss of these units will add to the overall loss of low-income housing stock across the country. It is estimated that 322,000 units of affordable housing were lost between 2021 and 2026. The last thing we need is for the federal government to add to that problem. Data collected by the Co-op Housing Federation of Canada says that this fate has already befallen some co-op housing members. A patchwork of provincial and municipal programs have provided some temporary stop gaps to prevent member residents from losing subsidy, but those temporary agreements are set to expire this year. Alberta has been impacted, Ontario has been impacted, British Columbia, and many, many other communities have been impacted. Half measures will not do, and the 12-month one-time funding initiative that was just announced is not enough.
Well, Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, there's a whole lot to correct there, starting with the fact it was a $15 million announcement, not a $12 million announcement, and was done without any suggestion from the NDP that the money was needed. I would further add that it's not our government that allowed those agreements to expire, but the previous Conservative government that did. And while we've picked up all other agreements in the meantime through the National Housing Strategy, we have now announced the interim measure to re-enroll lapsed agreements in the provinces identified, and we have committed to enrolling all of them in the upcoming budget. All of that being said, the Indigenous housing program to which she speaks of, which is identified as a key core need through the National Housing Strategy, is currently in study at committee after having a commitment made in the throne speech to fulfill the commitment to deliver an Indigenous-led urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. That work is underway, and those funding opportunities are underway. I wish the member opposite had attended committee to hear the Parliamentary Budget Office answer questions that the bulk of the funding is transferred by the federal government to provincial governments, but the Parliamentary Budget Office has failed to provide us with the details of exactly how that has impacted Indigenous households, 53% of which live in subsidized units. Those dollars are funded through a provincial-federal accord, also accomplished under the National Housing Strategy. What I will say is this: the National Housing Strategy now stands at $70 billion. The National Housing Strategy is immediately addressing the need through Rapid Housing Initiative of $1 billion investment to get more than 3,000 units of housing into the hands of housing providers across the country to meet the needs of the homeless. And we are on the verge of launching the next three chapters of the National Housing Strategy, which is to fortify the co-op sector, to build the urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing stream, and to fulfill our commitment to end chronic homelessness in this country. I'll add one last thing to this point, and this is a very critical point. The issue of what is going on in Vancouver East is serious. And the issues that the member opposite brings to our attention on a daily basis is good work on her part to represent the needs of her constituents. But trying to pretend we are not addressing it and walking away from the commitments we're making and to characterize them as insufficient is fine insofar as we need to do more. I'll never disagree with more is better. But to pretend that we haven't done what we said is wrong. And to pretend that we didn't take the initiative to fix the co-op sector that had lapsed is wrong as well. And in the question she originally asked to lead to this late show, she suggested it was just end-of-year funding. It is not. It's bridge funding to get to a permanent solution. She then goes on to criticize us for having an end in 2028. The reality is we would put the entire co-op section into one funding envelope so that the practice that the Conservatives had of allowing supporting operating agreements to expire in the middle of the night, that practice has come to an end, thankfully, in this country. The co-op sector is stronger because of our government, is stronger because of the National Housing Strategy, and I really wish the NDP would help us build it instead of just criticize it.
A member for Vancouver East.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer's information is clear, and I actually had a private briefing with them that indicates the facts, and the facts are clear with the lack of support for Indigenous peoples from the government. With respect to the co-op program, I asked the Parliamentary Secretary to actually check with the Minister with the letters that I have written to him, and I've even raised it at committee directly with the Minister and with CMHC with respect to the co-op sector. So I have been advocating for it. And Section 95 co-ops that has been excluded. Frankly, the government did not take action until most recently with this half measure. You can call it bridge funding or however you want to call it. The end of the day, what we need to see is permanent funding, sustainable funding, so that people can know that their housing is going to be protected. I'm glad that the Parliamentary Secretary acknowledged the crisis that Vancouver East is in. And we have asked for the federal government to cost share 50-50 to directly address that crisis at Strathcona Park, and so far, no response. We need the federal government to step up and to help us solve this problem. I am more than happy to work with the government to get that done.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Solving this crisis is not as easy as booking a ticket to Disneyland for your family. It takes a lot more work and a lot more dedication. But let me quote what the Co-op Housing Federation of Canada said about our announcement. We are very pleased by this news, which closes the gap in your Hold the Key campaign objectives, said CHA President Tina Stevens. Supporting vulnerable households is more important than ever, so we thank the Minister for this decision. The co-op housing sector knows what we're doing, and they're thanking us for it. The homeless sector knows what we're doing, and they're thanking us for it. What is completely unclear to me is why the member opposite chooses not to report the facts and build on truth, as opposed to skewing the numbers to prosecute an argument. Let's deal with real numbers and let's get real results. And like the National Housing Strategy has deliver real housing to real people in real times with real investments. Quite frankly, the Parliamentary Budget Office misses the key component of the National Housing Strategy, which is that it has opened the door to every single Indigenous housing provider to apply to every single component of the National Housing Strategy in order to receive funding. We will not stop until we properly house every Canadian we possibly can. The goal is to eliminate chronic homelessness and get everybody who needs housing by the end of the National Housing Strategy first chapter as we prepare to write the second one.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, this government announced a partnership with Bell Canada to upgrade internet in northwestern Ontario. Over $4 million in funding was announced to bring this high-speed connection to a number of communities, which include Madsen and Shoal Lake 39 in the Kenora riding. These communities were explicitly promised a high-speed connection by the Liberal government. Now, 4 years later, many residents have been telling me that they have not seen any progress, that there has not been any improvement in their connection. Now, Speaker, the Liberals talk very often about how much money they have shoveled out the door to support different broadband projects, and I'm sure that we will hear some of that in the response to my question. But it seems that time and time again, they get an A for the announcement, but an F for the delivery. Mr. Speaker, we know that rural, remote, northern communities are used to being left behind by this government, and especially when it comes to the issue of reliable internet access. It seems that they're very happy to get credit for the announcement of the funding, but not so keen on its implementation. And that's why I raised this issue back in January in question period. I asked the government where that promised money went if it was not to bring internet to northwestern Ontario, because we know it's been allocated, yet we have not seen the results. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, was not able to get a straight answer at that time. The bottom line is that residents in my riding and across northwestern Ontario need to see some transparency, and more importantly, they need to see some results. So I would like to take this opportunity to simply ask again, where was this $4 million actually spent, and why hasn't it resulted in better internet service for the residents in my riding and across northwestern Ontario who were promised?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and for Rural Economic Development.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to highlight our government's progress tonight for improving connectivity for all Canadians for the Honourable Member from Kenora. Mr. Speaker, today, as we all know, high-speed internet is essential for all Canadians, no matter where you live. My colleague across the way has raised a very important project in his region, and I'm pleased to let him know that it's progressing well and close to being completed. In fact, the portion of the project in Stratton and Nigagoon-Simanakani First Nation are operational, and the remaining elements are due to be completed by the end of next month. We are committed to the principle that no Canadian household will be left behind. And we are on track to meet our goal of connecting all Canadians by 2030. And that is good news. But we knew more work needed to be done. We have accelerated our timelines, and we are now on track to connect 98% of Canadians by 2026, years earlier than previously ever thought possible. A recent example of our success is with our Connect to Innovate program. By the end of this program in 2023, nearly 400,000 households will have benefited from these investments. In fact, 100 communities are already benefiting from these important investments with high-speed access now available. Canadians can also track the status of the projects in their areas with the new online tracker we launched this past fall. Not only does it share what stage the development of their project is in, it also provides the expected completion date. However, the most significant tool we have is the recently announced Universal Broadband Fund. The $1.7 billion UBF is the program Canadians have been asking for. It will fund broadband infrastructure projects to bring high-speed internet to rural and remote communities. It will support whatever network infrastructure is needed, whether backbone or last mile, and it'll be the best to meet the diverse geographical and regional connectivity needs all across our beautiful country. And I am pleased to say that we have already begun announcing projects under the rapid response stream that will have folks connected by November of this year. Earlier this month, the minister announced $6.7 million to connect 1,977 homes in 5 communities in rural BC, particularly in Pemberton, Steelhead, Ryder Lake, northwest of Princeton, and the North Sunshine Coast. In Starland County and Stettler County in Alberta, 7,179 underserved households will be connected. And northeast of Sudbury, 74 underserved households, including 68 Indigenous households, will be connected. Furthermore, 190 households in the Perth-Wellington region, 120 households in the Niagara region will be connected too. These are all exactly the types of projects this stream was intended to fund. Small, local projects that will make an immediate impact. We will be making more announcements in the coming weeks, and we always look forward to continuing to work closely with a variety of partners in every part of Canada to achieve our ambitious objectives. Canadians can count on us. Canadians will be connected, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for those remarks. And it seemed like she was about to answer my question, but then wasn't quite able to get there. So I will try again, because obviously I'm happy to know that this is, in her words, progressing well. But at the same time, it's been 4 years. This promise was made quite some time ago, and many residents in my communities, again in Madsen and Shoal Lake 39. Which I don't believe were specifically mentioned in her comments, are still waiting for this connection. And it's all about the delivery, I'm sure, as the Parliamentary Secretary knows. She spoke about many projects and lots of funding allocated by this government, but it's about delivering in a timely manner for people in rural and remote communities. So I'm wondering if she can tell us on what date residents in Madsen and Shoal Lake 39 specifically can expect to have access to this reliable, high-speed internet as it was promised by the government.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, that we launched a Universal Broadband Fund to get Canadians access to high-speed internet. And the rapid response stream in particular will allow us to move forward with projects that are well advanced and shovel-ready as quickly as possible. With these projects, many Canadians will have improved service by November of 2021. And the impact of these projects will be felt quickly by Canadians living in rural and remote communities who do not now have access to high-speed internet. We will continue to provide Canadians with transparency on existing programs like Connect to Innovate and approved projects under the Universal Broadband Fund. And as to my honourable colleagues' mentioning of Madison and Shoal Lake, I hope I've got those communities right, my friend. The remaining parts of those will be completed by the end of March, I'm told. Mr. Speaker, I tell my colleague from Kenora and any colleague in the House, reach out anytime. Our goal is to get all Canadians connected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we read the adjournment, I see the honourable member for Spadina Fort York has his hand raised. I didn't know whether that was a question or a point of order that he wished. We don't take points of order during adjournment debate, but I'll just recognize the honourable member. Clearly he has something he wished to add. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. It is a point of order. Because this is virtual and because usually late shows aren't governed by the same rules, but because we're on virtual Parliament, the member opposite who asked me the question repeatedly interrupted me during my answer. And I'm sure that while the question will get a lot of social media replay, I have the equal right to have my answer uninterrupted, and I'd like to be able to restate my answer to the question.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't be able to permit that at this point. I do know and have noted that this has happened on occasion when we have the virtual proceedings here in the House. We caution honourable members who are online not to use their online presence to heckle, because the moment they do, it of course cancels the signal to all other members who are joining online. I note the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's complaint and concern about this, and we'll share with other chair occupants going forward. But unfortunately, there's no process to permit points of order. In this case, I let him say his piece because I know we're in unusual and different circumstances here, but we'll need to leave it at that for tonight, and we'll take his concern to heart and make sure we caution members about doing that very thing.
Courtesy, I wish the other member was just as nice.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.